Welcome everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is the introduction that will lay out what will be covered in this comprehensive course. First up is the basics of animation. This part of the course will cover the basics of animation, no bones or rigs, just keyframes. We'll also be looking into interpolation modes and how we can use them to smooth out animation. Next up, we have swing animation. Using the skills we learned from stage 1, we can take this up a notch by creating our first rig and single bones. This is the basis of most animations you'll find out there. Moving on to wheel turning, when working with anything spinning, it's important to understand how frames and keys work. In this stage, we'll be explaining how to create a spinning wheel. This not only has to look realistic, but needs to be achieved in the shortest amount of time possible. Moving on through the course, we have basic weighting, and in this part, we'll be looking at how weighting works and how to add weight to bones. This is important to create a certain level of realism. We'll also be looking at when and how to use bendy bones. Finally, for the basic part of the course, we have shape keys, which are a very powerful animation tool that we have at our disposal. We can not only change the shape of objects in ways that rigs simply cannot do, but we're also able to combine multiple shape keys. Now, as we take the course up a notch, we're going to be talking about multiple bones, and at some point in time, you will have models that will need a lot more than just one single bone. In this part of the course, we learn how we can create animations with multiple bones working independently from each other. Of course, it couldn't be an animation course if we're not going to be covering any type of wildlife. So in this part of the course, we'll be looking at fish, and animating any wildlife in a realistic way can be pretty difficult. Luckily, we have a fair amount of tools within Blender to speed up both the workflow and realism. You'll be introduced to the graph editor, and we'll look at modifiers and how to combine them with displacement. Next, we'll be moving on to morphing, and morphing is the process of taking one object and turning it into another. Now, this is not as simple as just clicking a button, and in this part of the course, we'll be looking at how to set up this process and also how to change the textures along with the object. Now, the one most of you are waiting for is actually tank tracks, and here we are. This has to be the #1 asked for animation across all of our channels, and this is why we've included it in the course. We'll be going through how to stick our tracks to any terrain, and you'll finish this part with the skills to create handles and drivers to have your own tank tracks move in a realistic way. Moving on, we're on to fire and light flicker, and there's always be abundance of models that require flames in some shape or form. This means it's a key component of the course to learn not only how to create flames from scratch, but also how to animate them. Empties and displacement will be the key to realistic flames without the need for complex simulations. Next, we're on to moth and lights. You know, it's the little things that can really bring a scene to life. And in this part of the course, we'll be covering object tracking, and this can be used to create things like flying moths around the light source. Where the light goes, the moths will follow, all thanks to the Boyd Brain system, which is an amazing feature that comes with the particle setup. Also on this course, we'll be covering clouds and smoke and things like that. And in this part of course, we'll create a really nice stylized smoke effect using mainly Blender particle system with keyframes. And what's best, you can also then see your smoke in real time. Now again, we're going to be taking it another notch in the next part of the course, and this will be covering complex chains. This part will involve us bringing much of what we have learned so far and applying it all together. This will involve us creating a complex rig, and we'll also introduce you to inverse kinematics, or IKs for short. We'll also look at bone tracking and really take the level of learning up a notch. Finally, it couldn't be an animation and rigging course without a walk cycle, so we left the best to near the last. Here we'll be focusing on character rigging and animation. This will be done over a few lessons, and there's a massive amount of learning to be taken from this. Not only will be rigging your own character, but you will learn just how easy it is to make a basic walk cycle. This is a must if you intend to create your own games and characters, and what's also a must if you want to get into 3D modeling is of course a camera turntable. This is the final part of the course before the main event, and if you ever want to show off your own 3D models, you're going to need a simple, effective camera turntable that can be easily set up. And finally, we actually put within the course a massive scene so you can actually take all of those skills that you've learned and test them out by creating things like rolling boulders, shaking ceilings, and much more. This will be a really great way to finish off the course, putting everything that you've learned into practice. So as you can see, it's a massive course, but a course you'll look at time and time again. So like I said in the beginning, if you've ever wanted to get into animation and rigging, and even if you're a complete beginner, there's never been a better time to get started with the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation. So what are you waiting for? Come join me on this course and see how far your imagination will take you. Happy modeling, everyone. Welcome everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender, 3D rigging and animation. So why do we call it the ultimate guide? Well, that's because we'll be going through everything in this course from basic movement animation, tank tracks, morphs, animals, and even a character rig. Finally, I've created an actual large scene where you'll be able to test a majority of the skills that you're going to learn throughout the course. Now, there'll be no modeling in this course. It's purely about rigging and animation, so I'm going to presume that you're going to know a bit about the basics of the Blender UI, the movement tools, the camera movement, things like that. They're not really going to be covered in this course. And what better place to start than our actual training scene, which I actually set up. So let's quickly go through our training scene. So you will see at the moment I've got one that says basic animation. Over the right hand side in our scene collection, you can see that we have all of these going from 1 to 14 and then a special one called camera turntable. So the first one is the lighting. All we have in this scene is just a basic direct light, sunlight setup, and that is all. That's just so if you want to actually put your render on to actually see what we're actually doing in the scene, you can actually do that. Of course, it's on Eevee. And the other thing is, if you just want to turn up your lighting, just click on your sun, come over to the right hand side, click on this little lamp. I'm just going to pull this up so you can see what I'm doing. Click on the little lamp and then just put this on 2 or something like that. And all that's going to do is turn up the light within our scene like so. So now you can see it looks a bit better and you can see these things moving in real time in Eevee. So let's actually close that up. Let's look at the first one then. So the first one is called basic animation. This is the one that we're going to start with, and we're basically starting with something that's very, very easy. And as we work our way down here, they're going to get more complex and you're going to learn more and more things. So the first one here, you can also see that we have a man in here, and he's actually really important. We've got a actual reference of a standard human who's 1.8 meters tall, I think, something around there. And basically he's there so that you can actually understand that when you're actually going to animate and rig things, you actually need to make sure that you are to scale. It's very important. Anything you create is to scale. So you can see here this beach ball, it's a pretty big beach ball, and you will see when we come to animate this, it will bounce in such a way that seems to be the size that it is. In other words, if we had a little tiny ball in there, it would bounce and move very differently to if we have a big ball in there. So in other words, things like gravity, things like collisions really do have an impact on how big something is. But more than that, if you set up a rig on, let's say, this barrel or something, and then you send it through to something like Unity or Unreal Engine 5 or even Sketchfab, the animations aren't probably not going to work the way you intended, because it's first of all, it's going to come in to the scene absolutely huge. Someone then is going to have to scale it back down, and then what it could do is could destroy all of your animations so they don't actually work correctly. So that's why you want to do things where basically you get something, you scale it, and then the most important thing is if I click on here and I press Ctrl A, we reset our transformations before adding any bones or any sort of animation. Really important we do that. The reason is that Blender needs to understand the shape and size of the things that we're working with. In other words, if I got this crate and I made it this big, if I didn't reset my transformations, Blender would still believe that this crate was this size that we had it before. So whenever we change anything or scale anything or anything like that, we reset our transformations and then we can start adding animations, rigs, things like that. So now let's come to something like our second one. So you will see now we've got something like a swing animation. So we're actually going to come in and put in a rig on here to make this swing move in a realistic way. So you can see that as we go down here, we've got things like shape keys. How do you make a pumpkin, for instance, go from a tiny seed all the way up to a big pumpkin that looks realistic? You can see at the moment this pumpkin doesn't look very realistic, but I'm going to show you how you can actually change that and make it actually grow into a proper pumpkin. We've also got things where you're going to need multiple bones, like on this. You can see that we need to put multiple bones in here to actually make this spin in a realistic way. We've also got things on here like fish. So we've got fish in here, animals moving in a realistic way, like a fish swimming through the ocean and things. We need to actually make sure we know how to do that, and we're going to actually go through that. We've also got things like tank tracks, we've got morphing on here, and we've got things like complex chains. So with the complex chains, you can see that we want this stone to go up in a certain way, and we want these chains to actually follow it along so that it's moving in a realistic way. This is great in case you've got characters with, chains on them, or if it's a horse pulling a carriage with either rope or chains or something like that. You need to know how to actually rig that up correctly. Finally then, we've got our human OBJ, our human actual model, and you can see that we're going to actually rig this properly and have an actual walk cycle. You can also see that at the moment she's absolutely huge, so we're going to scale her down, get her to the right size, reset the transformations, and then we're going to put a rig on her. And also in the download pack you will find in there an actual walk cycle reference guide, so you'll be able to animate this one very easy, and you'll be able to take that away for future use when you actually want to animate your own characters and things like that. Finally then, we've got something which is the camera turntable, and we've included this in because you can't really have a complete animation guide without showing you how to actually work with the Blender camera, have it, going around a 360-degree turn and actually take a nice render of your actual model or your castle or whatever it might be. So I think it's important that we put this in there. All right, finally then, let's move on to the actual scene before we get started. So where is our main scene that we're actually going to animate once we've actually gone through all those processes? And what this will do is it will give you a real actual test of all the skills that you've learned to animate things like these falling rocks. We'll make this ceiling jutter slightly. We'll have this monkey and the sandbag coming in and out. Of course, we're going to have the rock rolling down here like from Indiana Jones. We've got the spikes that are going to be coming in and out. We've got the arrows that are going to be firing. And of course, we've got the floor that will be falling away and things like that. So you can see it's really good because we're going to take all those skills and put them into a real world practice. So you might have a scene that you want to put animation in, or you might be going to the industry and you've got things you need to animate, and it's a kind of bigger scene. There's lots of complexity there. You need to kind of bring them all together. I'm going to show you how to do that once we've gone through all of these other lessons that we're going to go through. The main thing about this is it's set up so it's really, really easy for you to actually work with. You're going to know exactly where you are with all of these lessons going down. We're going to go through each one by one and just getting you really used to working with Blender. All right, everyone. So on the next lesson, the first one we're actually going to work on is going to be basic animations, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we're going to start. So the first one we're going to come to is this crate. Now there are a couple of ways you can animate in Blender. One of them is actually just animating kind of on the fly, where you're just actually inserting keys, and the other one is basically building a rig and using bones and weighting and things like that. So I'm going to show you both ways. Now, it's important to know that the basic animation will only pretty much work within Blender. You can bake out the actual animations once you've got them in place, but it's still more or less probably not going to work in the games engine that you want. So it's always better, generally, unless you're only working in Blender and you want to do something simple, to start adding in bones. But I'm going to show you both ways anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this barrel first. I'm just going to move it over here, like so. Now, the other thing you'll notice is we don't actually have any way to, kind of control how we're actually going to animate this. And the reason is because at the moment we're in modeling, and what we need to do is we need to go to layout, and now you'll see completely changes. It's changed even back to material, so it's not on the render board anymore. But you will see now that we've actually got a timeline. Now at the moment, in this timeline, we have a number of things that you need to be aware of. So the first one is the play button. So we have all our play buttons here. If you press spacebar, you will see that it actually starts playing. If you press spacebar again, you will see it stops playing. Now, one of the most important things before you begin is understanding what this actual timeline is. This basically starts at 1 and ends on 500. If I put it ending on 25, let's say, we can only have animations going in 1 to 25 keyframes, and then it will restart again. So it's very important to make sure that your keyframes are high enough for your animation before you begin, or you can alter it on the fly, I guess. But what I'm trying to say is that you don't want to end in halfway through the animation. So if that happens, this is the reason why. Now you can change it here, but you can also change it Where this little printer is, you have a frame start and you have a frame end, and you can also change it on here as well, which makes it kind of handy for when you want to render out animations and things like that. All right, so now we've discussed that. When you're going into the timeline, you can actually zoom in with your mouse. You can hold the middle mouse button to move across, and you can also hold the middle mouse and pull it down. Sometimes, if you can't see your keyframes in here, they'll actually be hidden up the top, and the only way to get them back is just to get the mouse, middle mouse button, and just pull it down. Or we can actually press the dot button on the number pad, but we'll discuss that a little bit later on in the course. Now, the other thing is it's kind of hard sometimes to put this exactly where you want it to go. So what I tend to do is if I can't get it to there, I'll come over to the right hand side and I'm just going to set this on 1. Now, the other thing is it's also important to make sure that you're not starting animations on 0. Never start animations on 0. Always start them on 1. And the reason is because once that ends past 300, it's basically going to start on frame 1 again. If you have an animation starting from, let's say, frame 0, it's not actually going to work correctly and you're going to see a slight judder. So if that happens, you know that you've probably set the keyframe to 0. Now that brings us on to keyframes. What are they? So let's discuss what a keyframe is. A keyframe, so let's grab this actual crate, press the I button, and what we've got is a menu here telling us where we actually want to pin this in space and time within Blender. That's basically what a keyframe is. So at one point in space and time, this object is going to be here, and then in another point space and time, the object's going to be here. And basically keyframes are like anchor points to anchor either the scale, the rotation, or the location. Now you've got keyframes in just simple animation like what we're going to do here, or you have them much more complex in bones and rigs because there are a lot more things what need to be altered all at the same time. So that's where the complexity comes from, and that is basically what a keyframe is. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to press I and we're going to click location. Now that means that this crate at the moment on frame 1 is here, basically here in the actual viewport. Now the other thing is when you're pressing I, don't press I down here because it's actually going to not work. What you need to do is press I in the actual viewport. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'll grab this crate and I'll move it over here. And let's say I want to keyframe this from 1 to however many frames it is over here. Now the problem you're going to have is the moment I move this timeline now to put my keyframe in, I'm going to make it jump back. So what you need to do is you need to move this timeline before actually putting your keyframe in. So I'm going to move it over here, and then I want it to move, let's say, over to just before this ball, let's say something like that. And then I'm going to press I and location. Now what you'll see is if I press spacebar, the actual crate is going to move over there to the endpoint, which is 140. Now you can see at the moment, it's going all the way over here. And then what will happen is the moment I go past this point, it's going to restart again. Now we don't really want that. So what we wanted to do is go back to this point. The other thing we want to do is it's a bit slow for my liking moving over here. So I really want to speed this up. So the way that I can speed it up, or the easiest way to speed it up, is simply come over here, put it on frame 1. So it's basically the start. And then what you're going to do is you're going to press A and you're going to grab both of these. So A will select everything. Now, if I press S, I'm going to move these now to where I want them. If I put this from over here and I press S, you will see that we're moving them from this point. So it's important when you're scaling these to make it faster or slower that you are scaling from frame 1. So if I scale this, in the timeline, let's scale it to 60 frames instead, like so. Now press spacebar and you can see it's much, much faster. Now the other thing is you might want to scale these down because it might be, let's say, over, frame 275 and you've got a wheel rotating. Now 275 divided by 4, let's say, because you want that wheel rotating 90 degrees spread over 4, which will show you when we come to our actual wheel turning animation. It's going to be really hard to work out where we actually need to put our keyframes. So what you really want to do is you want to put your keyframes in, with an even number between them, and then scale them down to wherever you need them. That is the easiest way. Now, the other thing is, if I put this to frame, let's say 120. So let's put this on frame 120. press the spacebar, this will move over here. But then what happens is when it gets to 120, it's simply just going to pop back in place. Now that's not something that I really want to happen. I want it to actually move back down to this space. Now because halfway point is over at 60, we might as well make it to 120. So I don't really want to move this back here and try and put a keyframe in to where it's actually going to be. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to put this on 120. I'm going to grab just this keyframe here because this is the start one. I'm going to press Shift D to duplicate it, and then I'm going to move it over. Now you will notice as this moves, big yellow bar on there, and basically what that's telling me is that this is the same. So it's basically the same location as what this one is over here. The moment I go past here and drop this in 120, this will disappear because it's no longer the same. So now you can see, if I restart this, press spacebar, comes to the stop and goes back, and then it should keep going backwards and forwards like so. Now let's say I want to make it come to this point quicker than go back. So if I grab the middle one, press G just to move it along like so. And now when I press spacebar, it's going to be really slow here, but it's going to go back really fast. So you can see now you can actually speed it up or slowing down. Now the other thing you'll notice is the fact that it starts off really slow, and that's great for a kind of rolling start and things like that. But the moment it actually gets over here, you can see it slows down, and then it's the same, and then we want it basically the same speed all the way through. And this is important that you learn this, because when you're on a wheel or something, if you don't have that, or if you don't know how to do that, you're going to end up with this kind of juddering motion. So what we're going to do now is we're going to come to our actual barrel. I'm going to spin my barrel around, so RX 90, and let's have it facing the right way. And then what we're going to do is now I'm going to put this on a little bit higher. So let's try 200. Now you will notice the moment I put on 200, this will go forwards, then it will go back, and then it will just stop because we've only based this over 160 frames. So you've got to bear in mind that if you're doing like a large scene or something like that, if you're rendering it out in Blender, you really need to keep the animations all together. So let's say you're doing it over 500 frames. You need all your animations, so your swings and things like that, all going up to 500 frames. Now, if you're sending it through to something like Unreal Engine, the animations can be split up. So the animations will work over how many frames the animations are set at. In Blender though, we're doing it over 500 frames and we can't actually set each individual one like that. So this is the way that we have to actually work this. In other words, the animation's not based over the model frames, it's based over the entire scene. So we just have to take that into account. Alright, so what we'll do then on the next lesson is I'll show you how to set up a rolling barrel and how to make it move in a kind of realistic fashion. Alright everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot, bye bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so now let's come to our barrel. And the first thing I want to do with my barrel is I want to rotate it. So in other words, I want it to roll. Now when you're animating something, it's always better off to break down location, scale, and rotation. This is because it makes it easy. In other words, if I'm trying to move this at the same time as actually rotating it, at the same time as making it bigger or smaller, it gets really, really complex fast. So you're better off breaking it down into small sections and putting it on location, rotation, and scale, unless you know that you're not really going to be altering it that much. So then you can put it on all three. What do I mean by that? So if I press I, you'll see that we have options location, rotation, scale, or we have one, which is this one here, for instance, which is all three together, which is really, really nice. Now, there are ways of actually changing them independently, but it's better actually if we start just with location, rotation, and scale if you're sure you don't want to alter anything. So for instance, if I just want it to start here, I can put on location, rotation, scale, and if I want it to move over here by pressing the G key, that will do it this way. So 100, G, over here, I, location, rotation, scale, and now you'll see that it just moves over there like so, all with location, rotation, scale. Now we could have done that with, of course, just location, And the thing is there, now we know that we're not going to be able to alter the scale or the rotation easily. So in other words, it stops us doing that as well. All right, so now let's put it back to 1, because if I come in now and delete these keyframes, you'll see it still stays there, and that's not what we want. So if I press Ctrl Z, and then what I'm going to do is delete the keyframes once I've put it back to 1, now you'll see that it's back to where it is. Now the other thing is, as I said, because we rotated it, let's press Ctrl A on all transforms, right click Set Origin to Geometry. Now because we've reset all the transformations, if I scale this up for instance, to get this back to what the transformation should be, all I need to press is Alt and S, and what that'll do is reset the actual scale. That's also important when we're using animations. So Alt S, Alt G, and Alt R basically will reset the actual location, the rotation, and the scale. So this is really important because it makes it then very easy to get back what we had before. So now let's come to our barrel, and what we'll do is we'll start with the rotation like so. If I press I, I'm going to click on location, rotation, and scale. And then what I'm going to do is it's based over 200, so I know I should put this on 50. So I'm just going to click on here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this. So R, Y, 90, and just rotate it by 90 degrees. And then I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now, if I move this, we should see that this starts to roll like so. And now what we want to do is we want to put it on 100. And the reason I'm doing this, obviously, we want this to roll in a 360 degrees because then it can actually carry on rolling if we need it to. So what I'm going to do now, I've got this here, is press R, Y, 90, and then press I, location, rotation, scale. Now, 200 and just rotate it 180 degrees instead, rather than 490 degrees. It's not worth doing it. If you're doing a turn-in or something like that, it's always better to break it down into 4 parts. If you try and break it down to 2 parts, Blender will sometimes mess up. So what do I mean that? If I come over here and put it on 200 and rotate this, so I'm going to press R, Y, 180, like so. I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now, although this will work, sometimes when you do this, it will stop here and actually start rotating the other way around because Blender is filling in all of these keyframes independently. Even though you can't see them, the way that this works is that Blender is trying to get from this point with the rotation here to this rotation here, and it fills all of them in between. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on 150. I'm going to click it on here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate it. So R, Y. In fact, because we've got it here, the other thing is we haven't decided how fast this is going to go between here and here. Blender has. So the real way to do this is actually to put it on here, delete this one out of the way so we don't mess it up, put it on 150. And then what we're going to do is press Y, 90, and then we're going to click I, location, rotation, scale. Finally, we're going to put this on 200, and then we're going to click R, Y, 90, I, location, rotation, scale. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this through, and it should start rolling, and then you can see it actually stops. So it's not a continuous roll, which is something that we actually need, because we need it to keep rolling. We don't really want it to kind of stop. So the way I'm going to actually do this is I'm going to grab these 3. So, and then we're going to talk about interpolation. So once I've grabbed these 3, I'm going to right click and you'll see that we have interpolation mode. Now, if I put this on constant, for instance, you'll see now stops and then it just spins around like so. Doesn't actually roll, but you will see it does roll in the beginning. But because we only changed the interpolation mode on this point, nothing happens with this point here. So that's useful because it means that we can have a slow start to our roll and then it just can be a constant roll. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all 3 of these. I'm going to right click, interpolation, and I'm going to put it on linear. What that means is it's going to be a linear speed. So now if I come to here, press the space bar. And there you go, you can see it actually started to slow and now it's picked up the pace. And the reason for that is because we probably need another keyframe in here, which is going to stop it just jutting there because this is still on linear. So we just need another keyframe in there to stop it kind of as you can see, rolling, and then it stops, and then it starts rolling again. Now, we're not actually going to do that in this one because that's a little bit more complex, but we are going to discuss that a little bit later on in the course. But for now, what we want to do is we want it also to be moving from here to here. Now, the problem we've got is we actually set the location, the rotation, and the scale. So the moment now we move this and change any of those, we're going to have problems. So the easiest way to fix this instead is to come over to animation. So once we click this button, we'll see that another actual tab opens. Now let's put this on material instead. And what we're going to do now is just come round back to our barrel, and you will see down now we have a lot more options on here, and this is sometimes why you want to go into your animation tab rather than just the layout. So sometimes it's easy just to work on the layout, and then when you're getting something more complex, go into your animation tab. Now if we open this object transformation, it looks like a lot's here, but in actual fact it's not. Now here is the 3 locations of where this is in space and time, the rotations, and the scale. You can basically discount the scale right out of the bat because we haven't done anything with the scale. So what we could do is, in actual fact, we could come to our scale, press B and grab them all, like so, and then just press delete. And basically we deleted those out of the way because we haven't altered any scale. So if you wanted to make this a little bit more simple, you could do. Now what we need to do now is we just want to alter our location. So I'm going to come in now. I'm going to press Shift Spacebar because I've come into a different tab, which means my gizmos disappeared. So what I want to do now is on frame 1. So again, you can see it's on 0. We want it on frame 1. Now at the moment, we can't actually see anything on here. And instead of it being down on here, it's actually down at the bottom here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on frame 1. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale, because then it's just going to follow them along. We could have just put location on there. If I press Ctrl Z again and I just press I, we can just actually set the location now. It will still roll. So if I come over here, like so, to frame 50, and I'll move it, let's say here, and I'll just press I, location. And now if I pull this back, you'll see that the barrel will still roll and move at the same time. Now you can see it's obviously not working very well. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to press Ctrl Z and just put that back to where it was. I'm hoping that it's not going to move, which it's not. It's just rolling. So that's great. So now what we want to do is move this barrel from here all the way over here. So we've pressed I, we've got it here. And now let's move it to 200. And let's move it all the way over here. And then we're going to press I, location. And now when we press spacebar, you will see that the barrel will not move until right near the end. And the reason for that is because we hit location, rotation, scale. So it's got both the location, and that's why it's not moving, because we only set the location over this side. So what we want to do is we want to come down and we want to delete all of the location. So let's come in and grab only these location. I'm just going to click on one of these, grabbing all the location with B, like so. I'm going to press delete, and there we go. Now it should only be the rotation, which is great. So now let's come in, put it on there, frame 1, and press the I button, location, and then we're just going to go over to frame 200, and we're going to move it over here like so, and we're going to press I, location. Now when we press the space bar, you will see that our barrel rolls along. Now you will see it's got a load of sliding in there. That's not something we want, and the reason is because this barrel basically is moving too much distance for the actual roll. You'll see this a lot when you're playing some games where the character, his legs will be moving, but he'll be kind of sliding along the ground. And the reason for that is because the actual location is too far or too short based on his actual movement. So that's something that we're going to discuss in the next lesson. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now what I want to do is I want to actually shorten this distance out. In other words, I don't want it moving quite so far. So what I want to do is I want to come to frame 200 and I want to pull that back to say something like that, and instead now I want to press I, location. Now what that should have done is, it means that this now should roll a little bit better than where it did before. So if I press spacebar, you can see rolling, and it looks a lot more realistic now, and we haven't got as much sliding on there as what we had before. Now we still have some sliding on the end, and the reason for that is because when you're doing a rolling barrel or something like that, you actually want it to go slightly further than the actual roll. In other words, if I grab all three of these, so I'm clicking on one, shift clicking the next one, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move them over. So I'm going to press them, move them over to, let's say, 210, something like that. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm also going to change the frames to end on 210. If I press spacebar now, you'll see it stops rolling nearly in the correct place. What I'm going to do is I'm going to press G, move them back to 205, put this on 205, press spacebar. Now you'll see it's rolling along, rolling, comes to nearly a stop, and there you go. You can see it's near enough, nearly there. So you can see that we can play around with this a little bit, but you do get the idea of how this barrel now is, you know, made to look kind of realistic in the way that we've set this up. All right, so we've just actually gone through then how we do rotation, how we do location. We haven't discussed scale yet. We're going to discuss that a little bit later on, but these are the basics of animation within Blender. Now if I go back to layout now, you'll see all that disappears. There's not anything there, not a lot of information there. Now the other thing is, if I try and put this back over here, of course, when the moment I start the animation, it's just going to restart again. So now you can see I've got both of these moving exactly the way we wanted to. Now let's discuss, as part of the basic animation, balls bouncing and things like that. So the first thing I'm going to do is, for anything that's bouncing in real time, you're going to need a collider. So you could have, you know, this barrel rolling down here on its own. That's something you can actually do. But what we'll do is we'll work on this ball and I'll show you exactly how it works. So let's come to the floor first though. Come over to our, where is it? Our physics property over here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put this on collision. So I'm going to click on collision. I don't need to alter any of this at the moment. All it's there for is to make sure that when this ball actually drops down, it's going to actually collide with this floor. Now let's come back to this beach ball. And what I want to do is put this on soft body. Now if I press spacebar now, nothing's going to happen. The ball's not going to roll or anything like that. There you go. It's just going to flow up and down like this, which is not exactly what we want. So how do we make this ball drop down there? All we need to do is turn off the goal, come down to where it says edges, and all you want to do then is put the bending on something like 8. Now what will happen is the ball will drop down, it will hit the floor, and it will actually look kind of realistic. So if I put this on here, you'll see ball bounces, and there you go. And that's based on the amount of bending. If I put the bending on something like 4, you'll see now just how much bending actually happens with that. And if I put this bending on something like 20, and there you go, it's bouncing a lot more like an actual beach ball. Now the other thing is, what you can do with this is you can actually turn off gravity. So gravity is determining how heavy this ball is. We can also turn up, we'll just try to turn up the plasticity, and now press spacebar. And there you go, you can see these really do have a long effect. So let's come down and we'll have something called field weights here. And what we want to do is, first of all, I'm going to turn down the gravity to something like 0.1, basically reducing the gravity to something akin to on the moon or something like that. Now, if I press space, you'll see it floats down much slower. And when it bounces much higher because obviously there's less gravity here. Now, if we put this, let's say on 2, that will be 2 bar basically, which is twice as much gravity as what we have here on Earth. When I press the space bar, you'll see it really tries and pushes it and, you know, into the floor because obviously there's a lot more gravity pushing it down. So let's just set that back to 1. And there we go. There's our beach ball bouncing up and down. All right, so the things that we've gone through now is the basics animation of basically setting something up with a roll and moving along, setting something up where it's just moving in space and time, just a location, and going on to the beach ball. So now you know how to set up a basic animation to do with the physics. So basically something falling, something driving along, or something like that. Just the basic animation of that. All right, so the next thing we're going to do then is move on to our swing animation. So I'm going to click off the basic animation, come to our swing, and here we are. Here's our swing. So for swings and things like that, everything past this point, pretty much except morphing or things like shape keys, will be used in basically a rig from this point out, because the basic animation, as I said, will work in just Blender. But if you really want to learn about animation, you really need to start using bones and things like that. All right, so the first thing we need to do is, if we bring in our cursor, so shift right click, wherever this cursor is, that is where a bone will appear. So if I press shift A, come down and bring in an armature, you will see the bone appears there. Not very handy if we want our bone over there. I need to move it now over to where it needs to be. But that is a really hard way of doing it. So the easiest way of doing it actually is to come to our tree, press tab, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over the top, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to double tap the A, just to make sure I've got nothing selected. I'm going to press Z to go into wireframe, and then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to select all of these points here. So if I press B, I'm going to select all of these points here, like so, and then I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, tab, let's put it back onto material, and now you can see that that cursor pretty much in the middle of this actual tree trunk, exactly where I wanted it. All right, let's double tap the A, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift A, bring in a armature. Now, it's important that you understand the first bone that you bring in should always be something called a root bone, or one bone to rule them all, basically is what I call it. It's basically the bone where every other bone is attached to. It serves no other purpose other than if you move this bone, every other bone moves with it. It's important because if you don't have a root bone, sometimes when you send through rigs and things like that to Unreal or even in Blender, you'll end up with the actual animation moving from where you initially wanted it. So it's very important that we actually create a root bone and attach our other bones to it. All right, so now this is the actual root bone. We're going to have this, probably I'll turn it sideways. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press R, Y, 90, and I'll just pull it out a little bit. Now, there are a few other things that you need to know about bones. First of all, we've got a armature in here. So this now will give us an armature. So what do I mean by that? If I come in and I'm just going to put these into a nice order. So I'm just going to click all of these up. And then I'm going to find you the armature. I'm going to pull this down a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. And here is our armature here. So this is this bone. It's very important when you bring in a new armature that you rename it, because there is a bug in Blender where if you send the armature or rig out to another program like Unreal Engine, it doesn't actually work correctly if it's still left with the name armature. So I'm just going to rename this to swing, like so, and then I'm going to grab the armature and put it in swing animation like that, and then I'm going to open it up. You can see at the moment, if I open this, you can see that we've got armature 01. If I open this, we've got one bone, which is this one. This is important because I'm going to show you in the next lesson that you will be able to see all the bones that you add in here and why it's important that you also call them bones. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now what I'm going to do is, before we actually do anything with this, is we're going to bring in one more bone. So if I press Shift A, I'm going to bring in another bone. Now the thing is, if I press Shift A in object mode, it's going to create another bone next to this one, which means these are two separate objects now. And we really don't want that because it's creating a new armature. So I don't want that. What I want to do is, I want to click on the first bone I brought in, press Tab so that I'm in edit mode, and then press Shift A, and you'll notice you don't even have to go and find it. It will just literally bring in a bone. All right, so now we've done that. We've got two bones here, like so, and now we need to name them. So I'm going to come over to this little bone icon over here, and you'll see that this one is called bone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and call this root bone. I'm going to come to this one here now. I'm going to call this swing bone. And the reason I'm always calling them bone is the fact that now you can see they appear in here. Now, if I want to do a search, all I need to do is put in bone, and it's going to bring up all of the bones that I'm looking for. If I just put in swing without bone, then it'd be a waste of time putting in bone because I won't be able to find it. So that's why we're actually, naming them correctly as well. And it's very important. It might not seem important now, but the moment you have hundreds of bones in a scene, you're really going to want to make sure that you've named them bone and you've named them, what exactly they do. So really, really important. Now, the other thing is, if I go over the top of this, you can see that it's not quite in line, so over the top, with this swing. And that's also important because when this bone is swinging with this swing, we want it in line with the swing. So first of all, I'm going to rotate it round so that it's pointing down. So if I press R and X and 90, we can see we have another problem. In that, this bone is rotating from the center of here. Now, even if I grab this here and rotate it, you'll see nothing happens. So I want to rotate it correctly. Now, the best way of doing that is to press the little sideways V next to the question mark, and it'll open up a menu like this. And the one we want is 3D cursor. What that means is, anytime I'm pulling anything, it's always going to be pulled from this actual cursor. So if I'm scaling this, you can see from the 3D cursor. If I move the 3D cursor over here, it will scale from over here. So what I want to do is I want to rotate this. So RX 180 and rotate it so it's pointing down. Now at this point, we should put that back. So we're going to press the little sideways V again, and we're going to put it back to individual origins. And then what we're going to do is we're going to reset our transformations. Now we don't need to reset the transformations of the actual tree because we're not actually rigging or doing anything with the tree. What we need to do is reset the transformations of the actual swing here. So if I press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click, it's origin to geometry, and now it's all set, ready to attach this rig to this actual swing. Or we're nearly all set. Now the other thing is, you can see, if I go back to this bone now, if I press 7 and go over the top, if I press Z, wireframe, you can see that this is not really in line with the actual swing, and that's important. I want to actually put this in line before I start because then it's going to make sure my swing is going the correct way. So if I press RZ though, you'll see nothing actually happens. What you need to do to rotate that is if you come over to your bone over here, you will see you've got one that says roll. Now if I turn the roll, you will see that I can roll the bone in the correct way. Now the other thing is, at the moment I can't actually move this bone, and I need to, so I'm going to press Shift Spacebar, Move Tool, and what I'm going to do is as well, because if I'm moving this, it's moving like at this angle, and I really don't want that. What I want it to do is move at the angle I've put it on. So if I set this to normal now I can move it basically along that branch into the middle where we actually want it, and now we're perfectly set up. So I'm going to press Z, go back to solid, put this on material, and there we go. Now it's ready to actually be attached to our swing. So we've named our bones, we've reset our transformations, we've put our bones exactly where we want them, we have our root bone, so now we can actually join these up. Just before we do that though, if we press tab and we go into object mode, we can come down now and you will see that we have one that says, not in the bones, on here, viewport display. So you can see that we have the viewport display here. Now what we can do is we can actually show the names of the bones, which is really, really handy to make sure that we've named them all. We can also have them in front. So in other words, nothing will be hidden by these bones. It will basically always be in front of them. Really handy if you've got things like arms and legs and you can't quite see the bones and things. What we can also do though, is we can change the look of the bones. Now, I like the way these bones look, but you might want to change them to just be a wire or a bee bone or something like that. But I like the octahedral look, so I'm going to keep them on there. But if you want to change your look, then you're welcome to do so. Now what we want to do is we want to attach this swing onto these bones. So I'm going to grab my swing, I'm going to come over, grab my bone, I'm going to press Ctrl P, and you can see now we've got a new menu that pops up, set parent to. Now, the thing is, we want to set this in a certain way, because if we don't, it means it's going to cause us a lot more work. So I'm just going to quickly go through these. So if you're saying it with empty groups, it's basically making this swing that we've got here have no weight in it whatsoever. The weight will be the thing that actually carries the swing forwards or sideways and things like that. But with no weights on there, it means it's free for us to put the weights on there. Bottom right hand side, I'm just going to put an image on there which shows you what weighting is. You'll see on the left hand side we have weighting in red, which is 100% weight, and on the other side we have weighting in a really light greeny bluey color, and that basically is no weight whatsoever on the other side. If it's dark blue, it means absolutely zero weight. So in the middle you can see that it will be yellowy, orangey, something like that, and what that means is like, well, it's 0.5, it's halfway between. This is important because that dictates how much a bone will influence that particular part of the mesh based on the weight, what you've actually got on there. So that's why it's so important. So if we put on empty groups, it means that we have control of weight painting or weighting this actual swing. Now, if we put it on with envelope weight, what Blender does is it kind of puts some weights on there, but not enough to actually get the job done. So it's basically a half kind of way between no weights and automatic weights. You might want that if you're doing a character and you actually want to sort out where the joints are moving and things like that. You actually want to do it yourself, you got the experience to do it, and you want it moving in a certain way. It could even be something like an octopus, you know, where it's got an arm and you want to weight it a certain way because of how the bones are laid out and things like that. And that's when you might use something with envelope weights. Now, the other thing is, with automatic weights, which is this one here, means that Blender does all of the job for you. This is great when you're dealing with something like a character or something like that, where you need a full rig weighting and you need the arms to move in a certain way. But it's not very good if we're talking about a swing, because we only have one bone in here and we don't want it really to be weighted the bone is. So what we're going to do on this occasion is choose with empty groups. And there we go. Now this is actually weighted to this. So the next thing we want to do now is, if I come to my swing, you will see that now under the modifiers tab, I'm going to shut that up a minute. I'm going to pull this up. We have something called armature already put on there. So you can see now it's got an armature attached to this. Also, if we come down to this little green arrow here, you can see now we have the root bone and the swing bone attached to our swing, ready to go. Now, if we come to our actual bones, so I'm going to come to my bones just for now. I'm going to come over to where it says object mode, and I'm going to go to pose mode. If I grab this bone, you'll see it does nothing. Actually, nothing against the swing whatsoever. So the pose mode is basically how you are going to do your keys. Basically how you insert your keys, same as what we did on the basic animation, but we're going to be doing that with the actual bones. You can't insert keys in object mode, edit mode. The only way you can do it is in pose mode. Now let's go back to object mode. And what I'm going to do now is I want to weight this up. So let's quickly go into our swing now. We're going to press the tab button. The moment we press the tab button, you will see we have another option here, which is how much weight do you want to assign to each of these bones. Now the thing is, the root bone, as I told you, doesn't want any weight in it. So if we go to the root bone, we'll basically remove 100% or 1 of the weight on there. So we're going to click that. Then we're going to go to our swing bone, and basically we want to make sure that all of this swing has 100% of the weight on it. So in other words, if I press A and grab it all, and then come over to where it says assign 100%, click the assign button. And now if I go over to here, come down to where it says weight paint, you can see now that this bone here has 100%. This bone here has nothing. So the root bone has nothing and the swing bone has 100%. Now, while you're in weight paint, you can actually come over and actually paint the weights in as well. So there is that, but we're not going to discuss that right now. What we're just going to do is discuss the root bone and the swing bone and the weighting options that we just gave it. Once you see this, now you can go back to object mode like so. Now that means that if I come to pose mode now, so I'm just going to go to, click on my bones, go to pose mode. It means now when I grab this bone, the whole swing moves with it. It means when I grab this bone though, nothing happens. And the reason is, if I go back to object mode, whenever you make a root bone, all of the other bones should be parented to this root bone. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press tab. I'm going to grab this actual swing bone, grab my root bone, press Control P, and then keep offset. If I kept it connected, you'll see it'll move the bone, and I don't actually want to do that. What I want to do is press Control P and keep offset. Now, if I move this bone now, you will see nothing happens, but you will see there's an actual line there, and that means that this bone is connected. What that means is, though, if I come now to pose, and now I grab my root bone, everything's going to move with it, because this root bone, as I said, is the one that controls everything. It basically controls where it is in space and time, and it doesn't matter what you do with all the other bones. Wherever I put this, the animation will still move. So I'll show you that actually, what I mean by that on the next lesson. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to blend the 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so now let's come into this bone, and what we want to do is we basically want to set our timeline to 1. Let's set it to 1 like so, and whenever you're doing a swing or anything like that, you don't want it to start in the middle, obviously. You want it to start, so if I press R and X and pull it back this way, you want it to start over here. Now the other thing is, make sure that you're on normal and not global, because if I go over the top of it and I rotate this on global, so RX, you can see that that swing is going to go in the wrong way, because it's basically going straight, and we don't want it going straight. We want it going the way that the bone is actually facing. So that's why we're going to put this on normal. And then what we can do is now we can actually press RX and move it back to, let's say, something like here. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now what we need to do is we need to have it moving over to the other side. So if I put this, let's say, on 100, and then I'm going to press R, X, and move it over to here, like so, and then I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now it should move from here all the way down to here, like so, and then stop. Now we want it actually moving all the way back as well. Now at the moment we've still got this on 205, so let's just put this on 200. And what I'm going to do now, instead of again trying to position it, wherever I think it needs to be, I'm going to grab this and I'm going to press Shift D, bring it along, and just put it onto 200 like so. And now it should start actually going back. Now the thing is as well, if the swing isn't moving properly, what you want to do is you want to make sure that the interpolation, as we spoke about with the barrel, is on the right side. So in other words, if I go to interpolation and put this on constant, you know exactly it's just going to click between them. So you might want that if it's a clock or something like that. Now we don't actually want that. The one we want it on is linear. If we put it on Bezier as well, you will see there's also a reason why we don't use Bezier as well. You can see that, sorry, not Bezier, linear. I'll show you what linear looks like. So if I put it on linear, like so, you'll see as it comes back, slows down, and it looks really, really clunky. So we don't actually want it like that. What we want it on is the Bezier, and you'll see that the interpolation is perfect. It's perfectly weighted. You can see how it comes up, it has some weight to it, and then it goes actually back. And that is exactly what we want. As we've been doing this, we've not exactly been very accurate with this. So in other words, it might swing further backwards than it does forwards, and you might actually not want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to here. I'm going to press the N button, and what that'll do is it'll open up the transform panel. Now you can see that it's mainly the X that is moving. So you can see this is on 229. As I move this over, you'll see that that X moves backwards and forwards, and you can see now it goes to 229 here, and you can see in the center though it's only on 226. In other words, we're a little bit out on this. So the easiest way to do your swing actually is start your swing wherever you want it, come over to where the X is and press Ctrl C, so then it'll be exactly copied there. And then what you're going to do is you're going to come over to the 100 like so, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press minus Ctrl V, enter, and there you go. Now, the swing will be going as far back as it is forwards, and they're perfectly in line. The one thing, though, I did forget to do is you can see it's on minus 0.226. It shouldn't be. It should be 0.229. So I'm just going to click it again. I'm going to click minus, Control V, enter. And then what I want to do is now I want to reset this actual key. So basically I need to insert the key. So I can press I over here as well, or I can press I in the actual viewport. And now you'll see that this should move really, really nicely backwards and forwards. Like so. So there you go. That's our actual swing actually done. And once you've done that, what you can do is you can come to object mode and you can just hide these bones out the way. And then we can swing and let it swing. You can see just how nice it looks. Now, the thing is, we can actually as well, we could go in there and obviously alter how far this is swinging, because it's swinging quite a long way. And what we can also do, the best thing is, this is why we made our root bone. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on here and I'm going to press Alt H just to bring our bones back. So it's H to hide them, Alt H to bring them back. Now, the moment I come to pose mode, grab this bone, move it out over here. Then when I press spacebar, you'll see that this root bone, because it actually has no actual keys actually inserted, wherever I put it is where the actual bone is going to go. So in other words, where is the swing going to go? If I press Alt G now, it's going to actually put it right back into the place where it was. So that's really important that we actually have that on there. All right, everyone, so that's basically the swing exercise done. So what I can do now is I can put this back onto object mode and come over now and I can shut this down. Now let's open up our wheel turning like so. And in this exercise, what you're going to do is you're going to find out how to automatically put in movements without actually pressing the insert key, which is really, really handy if you've got a lot of movements to actually get through. So let's actually look at that now. So the first thing I'm going to do again is we'll base it over 200 like we did with the last exercise. So I'm going to put it on 1. And then what I'm going to do is I need, first of all, the root bone in here. And then I need another bone to actually move the wheel. Again, with the root bone will do nothing except kind of bring all the bones together. So if you've got a root bone, you really don't want to just use a root bone to move this wheel. You want a root bone and then an extra bone to actually move the wheel. So I hope that makes sense. So first of all, we need to get the root bone in the center. So I'm going to click on the wheel. I'm going to press tab. I'm going to come, grab the center of my wheel, press Shift S, cursor selected, press the tab button, and now I'm going to bring in my bone. So Shift A, bring in an armature, and there is my bone. I'm going to scale it up a little bit because the scale of it really doesn't make any difference to the wheel whatsoever. And then I'm just going to press R and Y 90, and you can see I've pulled it out here. I don't really want it pointing this way because it's the root bone. So I'm just going to press RZ 180, and you can see it's not moving correctly. The reason it's not moving correctly is because I'm still on normal, so I'm going to put it in global. Then I'm going to press RZ 180 and just spin it going the other way. Now what I can do now, I've got my root bone in there, I can just pull it out a little bit like so, make it a little bit bigger, and what that means is it's really, really easy for me to see and really easy for me to move this around if I need to. Now let's bring in another bone. Now it's important that we press the tab button, so we're in edit mode, then we'll press Shift A, and there is our new bone. Now I'm going to grab this bone, I'm going to press S, and then I'm going to press R, Y, 90, and put it into place. I'm going to pull it back a little bit like so. Now before we begin, again, the checks that we need to go through is grab your wheel, press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry, and now what we can do is we can come to our bones. Before we join them up, we just need to name them. So if I come in now and I grab this bone here, so I'm going to come down to my bone. Again, I'm going to call this a root bone, like so. Come to this bone, I'm going to call it wheel bone. So wheel bone, get rid of these things after it, like so. Press enter, and then finally I'm going to come down to my armature. I'm going to call it wheel. I'm going to drag that up then, put it in my wheel turning. I'm also going to save out my work, so I'm going to click File and Save. If you've not saved it out before, just click Save As and then save it out. like so. And now what we can do is I can just open this up. You can see everything's in here. The bones are named, as you can see. So if I open this up, you can see root bone, wheel bone, all named. You can see as well, because we're working on a new armature, if we come over to our actual armature, we just need to click names on again. You're probably going to have to do that every single time you bring an armature in. So just make sure that you've done that if you want those on. And now finally, we're going to join this bone up to this bone. Because again, it's the root bone. This is the bone that we want to control everything. So I'm going to grab this bone, shift click this bone, press Control B, and Control P, and always keep offset. So keep offset, and there we go. Now, if I move this bone, so grab this one, press G, you'll see that little, kind of line that goes between them. Finally, now let's join them all together. You'll notice at the moment, if I come to my modifiers tab, there is no armature on there. If I come to the little green icon, there's no actual bones on here as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my bones, grab my wheel, press Control P. I'm sorry, I got that the wrong way around. Grab my wheel, grab my bones, press Control P, and then what we're going to do is, again, we're going to put it on with empty groups because it's going to make it just far easier because it's just going to be one bone that's going to turn the whole wheel. So we put on empty groups like so. Grab my wheel now, and now you can see there's bones there. Grab my little spanner, and you can see there's an armature on there as well. All right, so on the next lesson here, then we'll get this wheel moving in a really nice, realistic way. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation. Now, let's put the weighting on these. So the first thing I'm going to do, I want to come to my wheel, I'm going to press Tab, I want to press A to grab everything. I want to come to my root bone, and I basically want to remove all of the weight from the root bone. Really important that you do that because if anything ever goes wrong, you know you've already done this, so you know it's not going to be down to the actual root bone. Next I'm going to do, go to the wheel bone. I'm going to click Assign with 100% on the actual wheel, and then if I press Tab now, I should, if I click on my bones, come to my object mode, go to Pose, grab this bone, and the wheel should move with it. Like so. And now if I grab my root bone, everything should move with it like so. All right, so far so good. Now let's click on our wheel bone. And what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to actually click on this button here. So you can see if I hover over this, it says auto keying. Now what this does is it basically does the keys for you. So now if I press RX90, already has a keyframe in there. If I can then come to 50, RX90, another keyframe in, and let's go to 100, RX90, and then finally 150, RX90, and 200, RX90. Press the space bar, and there we go. Everything is already keyed in for us. Now, I highly recommend, once you've actually done that, you turn off this automatic keying because the amount of times I've actually messed up my animation because I've left it on and just forgot to turn it off. And it's added keyframes in when I'm just, trying to speed up something or slow it down. I just add a load of keyframes and I have to go in and delete them all. Just make sure that you turn it off. Now, the other thing you'll notice, of course, is that the interpolation is incorrect. So let's actually go in and fix that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press spacebar, I'm going to right click, come to interpolation, and I'm going to put it onto, I think it'll be on linear on this one. Let's have a look. So linear, just restart, and there we go. All right, so if I press, come up to object mode, hide my bones, and there we go. There is a beautiful turning wheel, and you can see how quickly and easily it was to do that. All right, let's press spacebar, and then what we'll do is we'll come on over, I'll show up the wheel turning, and then what we're going to do is we're going to come now to our basic weighting on an actual tree. So what we're going to do on this one is we're actually going to weight it with something called bendy bones, which is something that you can use if you want something like tentacles or trees swaying or even a bendy arm like of Harry Potter or something like that. It's a really good technique to use if you want something like this. All right, so what we're going to do is first of all, we're going to bring in our first bone. So I'm going to press Shift A, bring in our armature. I'm going to go over to the right hand side then. I'm going to make sure I'm clicking on this little running man, and I'm going to put on names first of all. I'm going to put it in front, And I'm also going to put this on B bones instead, just so we can actually see what we're actually doing with this one. Next of all, what I want to show you is this at the moment. So you can see the armature is named armature. If I press F2 instead, we can actually change the name of the armature and we can call it tree rig or something like that. And there you go. You can see now on the right hand side, it's actually changed it. So I'm just going to drag that into there. We can also press F2 as well when we're actually dealing with bones instead of going over to the right hand side. So there's just that to take into account. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually grab this and I'm going to pull it down. So I'm going to make it smaller. I'm also going to press 1 so I'm in the front view like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press extrude Z to hold it along the Z axis. I'm going to pull it all the way up like so. And then what I'm going to do finally, I'm going to press E and Z and I'm going to pull up a really small one right at the top. So you should end up with a small one, and then all of this big one on here like so. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come to this top bone here and I'm going to press Alt and P and I'm just going to clear the parent. So now you should be able to grab this with G and it should be cleared off from this large bone here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this large bone. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come over to the right hand side here. I'm going to click on this actual bone here. And we have something that's called bendy bones. And this is what we're actually going to use to actually make this tree sway and all that good stuff. Now it is important on this one that you do have B bones on. So B bones, which is this over here, because if not, so if I put this back to octahedral, you'll see that when I come to my bendy bones and put the segments, so this one here, onto 10, you won't actually see anything happen. The only way you can actually see it happening is if you put it on B bone, and now you'll see that we've got all of these little bones all broken up like so. Now let's first of all, before we do anything else, let's just grab this bottom bone, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press Shift A, bring in another bone, and then all I'm going to do is press R, Y, 90, and bring this one round, and of course this one is going to be our actual root bone. So I'm going to grab this bone, I'm going to press F2, and I'm going to rename this to root bone like so, and then I'm going to grab the bottom bone, so I'm going to press F2 and I'm going to call this tree bottom bone like so. I'm going to grab these middle bones, F2, I'm going to call it tree bendy bone, and then finally the top, so I'm going to press F2 and I'm going to call this tree top bone like so. All right. Now what we can do is we can actually grab all of these. I can grab my root bone last. I can press Control P and I can keep offset. So this now, when I actually move this, you should see all of those lines actually connected to these parts, which is, again, we need the root bone to move this tree wherever we want to. So now what we want to do is you want to come to pose mode. And then what we're going to do is grab this middle bone. We're going to come over to the right hand side and we add something called add bone constraints. And the one we're going to do click is the stretch to. So we're going to click our stretch to. You'll notice it goes an actual different color. And the target, of course, is going to be our armature, which is object tree rig, as you can see now. The actual bone that we're actually looking for is going to be the top bone. So it's the tree top bone here. So this one up here should be the one that you're targeting. And now when you click on this top bone and you try and move, if you press G, you will notice that all of these bones actually start to stretch with this one. Although they're not actually moving in the right way yet because we've not set that up, but you will see that it can actually stretch out. So just so you know this now, you can actually use this for other things if you really want to have something bouncing up and down like this. So now let's click on our middle bone again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to the right hand side onto this little bone icon. And if we actually go all the way down, you will see that we've got a start handle and an end handle. And this is what we're actually going to change. And what we're going to change these to is we're going to change them to absolute. So we're just going to change them both to absolute like so. Now the start handle on these should be this tree bottom bone here. So if I click on this, we'll have tree bottom bone, and then the end one should of course be the top. So if I click on this now, we should have tree top bone like so. So now the moment of truth, if we come to our top bone now and we try and rotate it, so if I press R and Y, you can see that the whole thing starts to sway in the wind. And of course, if I press Alt R just to put that back, I can also move it as well like so. We have a lot of control now over here. Now if I grab this bottom bone, the root bone, everything should move along with it. So now we've done that, it's finally time to come to object mode, grab our actual bone, grab our tree, press Ctrl P, not the wrong way around, grab our tree, grab our bone, Ctrl P, and bring it with automatic weights, like so. And then what we can do is now we can come back to pose mode, grab this part here, and now you'll see that our tree looks as though it's swaying in the wind. We can press R and Y as well just to sway it like so. So very, very gently like so. And you can see it's a really, really nice effect. So now what we can do is we can actually come in to our actual timeline. We can set this up a little bit bent already. So what I would do is just bend it just slightly like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it on automatic here. So I'm just going to put this back to 1 like so. I'm going to put this on automatic. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on 40. And we've got it up to 200 or something like that. So then what I'm going to do is I want a bit of randomness in here as well. So I'm just going to sway it back the other way. I'm going to grab it then to this way, because I didn't actually set it. And then I'm going to press R and Y, sway it this way, like so. And then I'm going to come to, let's say, 100, something like that. And then sway it back the other way, or like so. And then let's come to 160. And then we'll sway it the other way. And if you notice, all I'm doing at the moment is just the rotation. I'm just going to sway it that way. And then finally, I just want this one to be exactly the same on the end one. Because basically, I want it to finish on the end, so it's a repeating animation. So if I grab this one now, press Shift D, and bring it all the way over to 200. And there we go. All right, so now what we should have is this thing slowly swaying like so. And there we go. Now what we want to do is we actually want to make it move a little bit as well. So got to be careful though when we actually make it move. We can't actually move it with this. So what we need to do is we need to move everything with this. So again, I'm going to come back to 1. And what I'm trying to do now is follow the way that the actual tree is going. So if I press G and just move it a little bit this way like so. And then if I come back to here, and then I press G and move it the other way like so. And then I come to 100. And then G, like so, and then come back to 160. And again, everything's been doing automatically, like so. And then finally, what I want to make sure, again, that I've copied this. So I want to make sure that I'm copying this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this, but there's 2 actually in there. One is the rotation and one is the location. So I'm just going to make sure that I grab them both, like so, and then press Shift D and bring them both over, like so. Slot them in there, and now what I should have is a full animation. So if I come in now, just put this on object mode, hide those out of the way with H. Whoops, let's bring it back with Alt H. Let's grab this part, hide it out of the way, and now let's press the space bar. And there you go. So we are getting a little bit of frame loss just because of the fact we've got some materials in here. If I put this onto our object mode instead and try it, we should actually get higher frame rate, which we're slightly higher frame rate. But there you go. You can see it's looking really, really a realistic, stylized way of actually doing that. All right, so I'm really happy with that. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to go back to material mode. And what I'm going to do is just bring back the rig. So Alt H, bring back the rig. And finally, what I want to do is I just want to make sure that let's have a look. Yes, if I move this, everything moves with it. And also in pose mode, if I move this, everything moves with it, just to check that. And then we know that this is actually done. All right, so what we'll do is now we'll just close out the basic weighting, and then we'll open up the next one, which is shape keys. And basically we've got this then set up for the actual next lesson. And what we're going to do with this one is we're going to make it actually into a real looking pumpkin. So we're going to have it going from a tiny seed into an actual pumpkin. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So we're actually on our actual pumpkin. Now I'm going to actually click on my pumpkin, and we're going to show you 2 things with this actual, maybe 2 lessons. We might get it done in 1, but we'll see. What I'm basically going to show you is how to actually use shape keys in your animation, and also how we can actually use colors, so we can actually change shaders as well with animation. So the first thing I want to do is I want to come over to my little triangle here, and basically you can see we've got one that says shape keys here. Now I'm going to click 1+, and I'm going to click it again and again. Now the first one we never actually touch, so we never actually touch that one at all. We just leave it. It's basically like the root bone. In this case it's the root root shape key. The next one we're going to do is we're going to have seed. So we'll call it seed. And then finally, we'll call the last one pumpkin, like so. All right, so let's first of all come to the seed one. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and turn this into a pumpkin seed. So if you've got an image or something, I will put an image down on the bottom right hand side here of what an actual pumpkin, growth actually looks like. And you'll see it's kind of really thin and small and kind of comes off of an actual a vine or something like that. So, and then it gets heavier and heavier. Finally, it goes down onto the floor, and then it has those, really broad pots of the pumpkin that actually come out. And when it first starts off as well, the actual pumpkin is green, it's not orange. So we also need to take that into account. All right, so what we'll do is we'll press tab. So we've got this one selected in our shape keys. We're going to press tab. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to change this. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to press Alt, Shift and click. And that then is going to give me a line going all the way around there. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put proportional editing on. And then I'm going to actually try and turn this now into more of a seed. So you can see now I've got it like this. I'm going to pull it down like so. And you can see now it's looking a lot more seed-like than where it was. I'm also going to make this a bit thinner as well. Now you can actually, just grab one face and you can bring it in as long as you're careful with it. So you can bring it in like so. And don't worry about anything at all apart from the fact that you really don't want to break the mesh. So you're not going to worry too much about the shape. All right, so that's pretty nice. You can see now when I press tab, it basically bounces back to what we had it before. And why is that? Well, what you've actually done now is you've actually created a shape key where now you can actually go in and move this on the fly. So for instance, if I've got my seed selected now and I come to value, you can see that I can change it into the actual seed, which is really, really great. Okay, so now we've got that. Now we want to make the actual pumpkin. So let's come to the actual pumpkin part. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come in this time with edge select, Alt, Shift and click, and just grab a few of these edges going round. Like so, like so, like so, and maybe like so, something like that. Still with proportional editing on now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring them in now, like so, press the tab button, and now what I can do is I can actually bring this up and change it into my actual pumpkin with, those those lumps that you see on pumpkins, so it actually looks a little bit more like it. Now, the one thing I want to do also, I just want to put this back again. I want to go back into it, and what I want to do is I just want to bring this in. So I can actually press Control R. I can't actually bring it in from there, as you can see. So for some reason, that's not actually working. But what I can do instead of that is I can grab all of these going around. So I'm going to press C to grab them all. So C in the middle. And then all I'm going to do is just press I and bring them in like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull them in. So I'm going to pull them in like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to check that out now. So if I bring that up, and there we go. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Normally they would have some sort of stem on here. This one hasn't got it on just to keep it simple for you. But you can see now that's exactly what we're looking for. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to put this back to 0 again. So we have the basis of our pumpkin. Now let's put the timeline over something like 300. We don't want it too long. We want it just long enough so we can actually learn something. And then what I want to do is I want to put this onto 0. No, not 0, sorry, 1. Always on 1. Let's then go to the shading panel. So you'll see that in the shading panel, we've got everything set up in here. It doesn't really matter what, most of these can actually be edited. So you can edit what I mean by edited is, you can actually insert a keyframe on most of these. So just take that into account. So the first thing I want to do is I just want to pull this over to the side, and I actually want to just bring in a timeline. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this down arrow. I'm going to come over and bring in my timeline. And now you can see that basically we can see our timeline, so we can move this backwards and forwards in the actual shadings panel, which is exactly what I want to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this first of all on 300. So if we can't click it, just remember, just type it in here, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my hue, my saturation, my value, and my FAC. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press I, and I, like so. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back then to 0, like so. And now what I want to do is I actually want to make this a color, which would be the seed. So for instance, it's quite a blue, a greenish color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mess around click it up one, and then you've got your green. Now, I do want to lower the saturation of this, and I also want to lower the FAC a little bit, so bring it down, bring the saturation down, and just play around with it until you're happy with how your seed is going to look. So I'm just trying to, I think something like that. I'm just going to take it up one, maybe something like that. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. So this kind of deep green color. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go down, I'm going to press I, and I, like so. And now what should happen is, as I move along, you will see that this will change from this nice green color to an orange color. So if I press spacebar now, you'll see it starting to change. And eventually, it should become that beautiful orange color of pumpkins. And there you go. There is the orange color. Now, we can also go in, if we're not happy with the color in the middle, which I'm kind of not, and basically turn it to any color that we want. So I'm just going to bring the saturation down. I'm going to also pull this down a little bit and just mess around. I'm not going to actually mess around with the value because that's really messing it up. I'm going to bring the hue down to 0.55 maybe. Let's try that. Let's try and bring the saturation up a little bit like so. And let's mess around with this value. Yeah, something like that. And then again, I, and I. And let's give that another try. So from here, it should get to the middle now and go to the color that I picked. It shouldn't be too bright of a green because that's not what I wanted. It should go to this greenish color, a bit like potato, and then actually turn into this really nice orange color that we're actually looking for. All right, so there you go. That's that part done. Now what we can do is we can go back to our layout. And what we want to do is we want to put this onto 1. And then what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm making it smaller from this part here. So what I want to do is click on the little sideways V again, come to 3D cursor. And what I want to do is I want to, first of all, I need to put this on 300 like so. And we'll do the end part first because that's the easiest part. So what I want to do is I want to turn this up. So if I turn this up to here, and then what I can do is I can hover over this value. I can press I. And then what I can do is then come back into my viewport. I can press I, location, rotation, and scale. All right, so now let's come back to 1. And now we want to basically make this into the seed. So what I want to do is I want to make it smaller. So if I make it smaller, you'll notice because we've made it smaller from that point, it gets smaller from here, like so. And then we'll start off at that size. We've got automatic on, so just remember that you've got this on. I mean, it should be okay on this part here, but just remember if you've got that on, just to turn that off if you don't want it on. Now what I want to do is I want to turn the pumpkin, so this part here, all the way down. So I'm going to turn it all the way down. I'm going to press I, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my seed. I'm going to turn this all the way up, like so. I'm going to press I, like so. All right, so now let's see where we are. So if I press spacebar now, we can see it starts getting bigger. Bigger, bigger, bigger. And you can see we have a problem. And the reason is for that is because we need our seed to change as we come up. So in other words, once we get to around about here, like so, we need our seed on this one to actually change. So if we put this down to 0 now, press the I button. And then as we come up now, you can see that it gets bigger. Then it starts to come out. Now, I don't like the fact that it starts coming out here because normally pumpkins, they grow really, really fat and then these kind of things come out. So we want to go back to our pumpkin now, put this down to 0 and press the I button. And now you'll see that as I come in and press spacebar, it starts to get bigger, changes to this really round, thick pumpkin. And then we start to have it where it actually starts to bulge out like so. So there you go. That is a way that you can actually create pumpkins. Now, I know there is more to it than that, which you could do with it. Instead of it actually getting bigger in that kind of way, you could use shape keys to actually enlarge it, which would probably look a lot more realistic than it just kind of growing from this part like so. It doesn't look very realistic at the moment. It needs to kind of topple over as well and move a little bit to get that realism in there and things like that. But this is basic shape keys in a nutshell, and I think actually you should have learned a lot from this actual part of the course. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that. What we'll do now is we'll just close that down. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to open this one up and we're going to actually create some multiple bones in this, which are going to be rotating round. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now on this one what we want to do is we want to work with multiple bones all moving at different angles and around at the same time, just to really pick up that complexity of building actual rigs. Alright, so what we're going to do first of all is we're going to make sure that your actual cursor is in the center. So you're going to grab your actual globe, you're going to press L on this one, do it in edge select just to make sure if there's any seams or anything like that, you're grabbing the whole of the actual sphere. And then what you're going to do is just going to press Shift S, cursor to selected. Alright, I'm going to press Tab, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my first bone. So I'm going to press Shift A, armature. I'm going to actually put this bone on names and I'm going to put it in front like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift A again, but I need to make sure I'm actually in edit mode. So edit mode, Shift A, and then all I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring this one down. So you can see that I can't bring it down at the moment because it's actually grabbing the whole thing. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab it like that through there, and then I'm going to bring it down to here and then rotate it around. So R, Y, 90, R, Z, 90, something like that. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, and as we've discussed many times now, this is actually going to be my actual root bone. Alright, so now we'll actually bring in another one. So I'm going to press Shift A, and then I'm going to press RY 90, and then Shift A, and then RY minus 90, and then finally Shift A, and then RX 90. And we should end up with bones like this, plus a 4 bones like this, plus a root bone like so. Alright, so now let's go and actually name these things. So first of all, I'm going to press Tab. I'm going to grab my actual armature. I'm going to press F2, and I'm going to call this globe rig. Enter, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag my globe rig into multiple bones one, like so. Open that up, and there we go, it's all in there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Tab. I'm going to come to the bottom one, press F2. I'm going to call this root bone, like so. Now we'll come to the middle one here, and what we'll do is press F2, and we'll call this sphere. And then I'll come to this one here, and I'll call this one the inner ring. So we have 3 rings here, so we'll call this inner ring. And don't forget to put, I need to put bone on here actually, so I'm just going to press F2. Always put bone on the end. Now with this one, I'll call it inner, so we'll call it inner bone, like so. This one we'll call middle bone, so middle bone. And of course you can call these whatever you want to call them. And then the top one we'll just call it outer, so F2 outer bone, like so. Alright, so now what we want to do is we just want to make sure first of all that all of these will be connected to the root bone. So I'm just going to grab each one of these, grab this last, press Ctrl P, and then keep offset. And now when I move this, we should have all of those actually coming from there. Because they're all in the center, by the way, you'll only see one line, so don't worry actually about that. If the lines, by the way, are annoying you, I think there's actually, where is it? I think it might be on here. Here we go. So we can see that we've got bones we can turn off. We've also got origins we can turn off. And we've got relationships lines. So you can actually turn those lines off if you don't want them on there. All right, so moving on. Now what we need to do is we need to obviously weight this. Now we're only going to weight this with no weights like we've done before. Not with weight painting or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, I'm going to grab my bones, I'm going to press Ctrl P, and I'm going to give it with empty groups again. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my actual mesh. I'm going to look first of all to make sure that there's the armature on. Now you can see on this one, so this is actually a good thing that I'm going to show you here, that we've actually got an armature on already. And this is because I brought this in from another scene. So when you go and check this, just make sure that you can see here that this is red, which means it's not actually working. So you can just actually come on and cross that off. Now the other problem you're going to have is that you can see here that I've got a lot of extra bones here. Now I can see that if I come all the way up to here, So you can see sphere, middle bone, inner bone, outer bone, root bone. That from the root bone here, so if I pull this down a little bit, so can I pull this down? Should be able to pull this down. There we go. These are all my bones. So you can see I've got my sphere all the way up to root. I need to basically get rid of all these. So I'm going to come to this one. I'm going to click the minus off, minus off, minus off, and the minus off. And there we go. Now, I'm not sure if in the course you will actually have this issue where you've still got the actual armature attached. I hope I take them off. I might leave this one on just so you're aware of that, so you can actually make sure, you know, you might have already put an armature on it. It might come in with an armature already on it, which you don't want or something like that. This is how you clear them all off. So now, when I press spacebar, nothing should actually move with this because there's no armature, there's no bones attached. All right, so now let's actually come in. And what we're going to do first is we'll click on our globe, and we'll come down to our root bone, which is this one here. We're going to press tab. We're going to grab everything. And then again, we're going to remove 100% of the weight. Now what we'll do is we'll come to our outer bone. So this one here. So this is this here. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to click assign 100% of the weight. The inner bone is going to be this one here. L, assign 100% of the weight. The middle bone is going to be this one here. L, assign 100% of the weight. And finally the sphere bone, which is this one here, click assign. Now we should have, if we come up now to weight paint, we should have now the sphere, the middle, the inner, the outer, and finally the root bone with nothing. So just have a quick check on that and it should look like that. And now finally we can go back to edit mode, which is what we're on. Now what we should be able to do now is grab any of these bones. So if I grab my armature, go into pose mode, grab this one for instance and say let's rotate it like so. You can see the outer one now is actually moving around like so, and that is exactly what we want. You can see we have got a bit of a stretch in there, and the reason for that is that when I turn this, so as you can see, if I go to my front view now, so 1, and I press R and Y and spin this, can you see how it's actually going out of line? Now that's really not something we want. And the reason for that is because this actual cursor is really not in the right place for this one. So let's actually fix that first. So we're going to go back to edit mode. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press tab, come back to my globe. I'm going to grab all of this going around here. I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and you'll see how it moves very, very slightly. And that is exactly what our issue is. Now, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to come back now to my bones. I'm going to grab this bone. And when I move this to start with, so if I press Shift S, selection to cursor to keep offset, it's going to put it in the middle. And that's really not what we want. So just put it like that. And then what you can do is you can come down to the bottom, Shift S again, and selection to cursor, keep offset. Now you'll see it goes in the middle, albeit it gets a bit smaller. And all you can do then is if you grab it, you can actually pull it out like so. Now when we actually come into pose mode, we should now, if I press R and Y, we should be able to move that perfectly. All right, so now let's check to see if we've got the same problem with the other one. So I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to press R and Y, and you can see exactly the same issue with this one. And let's try this one as well. So R and Y. And exactly the same issue with this one. So let's actually get those fixed. So I'm showing you so you actually understand if something's going wrong, how you can actually fix it, or good ways to actually fix these things. Okay, so let's go back into edit mode. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come now to my globe. I'm going to grab this one first. So the middle one, Shift S, cursor to selected. And I'm hoping that that actually moved. I think it's moved. So cursor to selected, like so. And let's grab my inner, which is this one here. So I'm going to press tab, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift S and selections cursor like so. I'm going to grab this bottom bit here, Shift S, selections cursor, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the whole thing and pull it out a little bit like so. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this one. So I'm going to grab this one here. So L, Shift S, cursor to selected, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press tab, grab this one, Shift S, selection to cursor, and then I'm going to grab the back of it here, Shift S, selection to cursor, grab it all, S, pull it out. All right, so the moment of truth, let's see if these all work now. So I'm going to go to pose mode. I'm going to check this one first. I think I know that this one works. So yep, that one's working fine. And then R and Y, working fine now. And then we can say R and Y, working fine. And finally then the actual globe, which is this front one. So we can press R and Y. We can see that one is also a little bit out. So what I'm going to do on that one is I'm going to do the same thing, pretty much what I did. You can see it's a tiny, tiny bit out. So I'm going to come to edit mode, come back, grab my actual globe like so, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press, actually I'm not going to do that because I think that this should be more in the middle with these, so I'm actually not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this one like so, and then I'm going to press 1, I'm going to press Shift S and selection to cursor like so. Now I think that's actually going to work. I'm going to grab the back of it, Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset, and then make it bigger, S, like so, and hoping that actually fixes it. So let's come now to pose mode, grab this one, R and Y, and there we go. Now it's moving perfectly. Let's see if it's actually moving the other way as well. So R and X, and there we go now. Yeah, I'm very, very happy with that. All right, so now that's fully set up, I'm going to actually come up to the top, save out my work, and then what we'll do on the next one is we'll actually get this rotating around. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. All right, let's set our time frame down to 1, and then what we'll do is we'll start now actually putting in a key. So I'm going to press I, location, rotation, and scale. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up to, we're on 300 at the moment, which is kind of going to make this a little bit difficult because you've got to basically break it down over 300. So we're better off actually putting it over 200 and having each frame on 50, because there's going to be 4 actual frames per revolution. So if I put this now onto 200, like so, and then we can go to frame 50, like so. Let's put it down 1, and then we can rotate it around. So RZ 90, like so, and it's going to automatically put a frame in, and then we can go to 100, and then RZ 90, and then 150, like so, RZ 90, and then finally 200, RZ 90. Now we do know that it's going to start off slow before it starts picking up any speed. Like so. So we don't actually want that. So what we want to do is right click, interpolation, and I think we want it on linear. Let's try on linear. So it should now just keep going around. Like so. All right, so I'm happy with how that looks. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this back on 1. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mess with this one. So if I press R and X, we should end up with this one going around like so. So let's start then. What we'll do is we'll press I, location, rotation, scale, and then we'll come to the 50 mark, and then we'll press R and X and 90, 100, RX 90, 150, RX 90, and then 200, like so, and then RX 90. And then what I'm going to do is, of course, right click, interpolation, put it on linear. All right, so now we should end up with something like this, which is looking really, really nice. And now we just go back to 1 again. And now, because we've done this one, let's do the middle one. So let's do this middle one, and I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press RZ90. Oops, I'm not going to do that because I need to put it on 50 first. There we go, and then RZ90, and then 100, and I'm basically just pressing RZ90 to get it right back to 200, so RZ90, like so. And now we should end up with something like this. And it's looking fairly complex. And they're all meeting in the middle. And it's looking really, really nice. All right, so now we've just got the outer ring left. So let's put it back to 1 again. So with the last one, let's go a little bit nuts with this one as well. So what we'll do is we'll grab this one. We'll basically press I, location, rotation, and scale. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to rotate it by, let's say R, X, and 90. So let's rotate it there. In fact, no, I don't. I need to put it on 50 first. So on 50, and then R, X, 90, and then 100, R, X, 90, 150, RX 90, and finally back to 200, RX and 90. All right, now let's come back to the 50 mark, and what we'll do is we'll also spin it a different way on this one. So what we'll do is we'll press RY90. So, no, yeah, RY90, RY90. We'll spin it that way, and then we'll come up to the 100 mark. And what we can't do here is if we press RY, you'll see that it's just going to spin it on there, so we don't really want that. So what I want to do is RX90, and then what will happen is we'll have this feeding into this one, and we don't really want that either. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to 150. I'm going to put it on RY90 like so, and then it should move like so. And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on here, interpolation mode. I'm going to grab them all actually and press A, right click, interpolation mode, and let's put it on Bezier. Just make sure, because that then what it'll do is it'll smooth everything out. So this is going to be a bit erratic, this one, but it's going to be smoothed out because of the interpolation mode. So now if we go back, press spacebar. And there we go. And you can see it's following on after each other. It's kind of erratic, this outer ring, which is exactly what I'm looking for, like so. All right, so now let's actually come up, put this onto object mode. Let's hide these out of the way. First of all, though, I just want to make sure it all moves with it. I'm just doing the last check before I do anything. I'm just going to grab this one, making sure that all moves with it. And the other thing is we could make sure that the whole of this moves with this, because there's no point just moving this. So what we'll do is before finishing, we'll actually come back to edit mode. We'll press tab. We'll come back to our globe. We'll go over to here. We'll come to our root then. I'm going to press tab. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the whole of this part, and then I'm going to set this to weight of 100, like so. Now if I press tab, come back to my pose mode. So I'm going to grab my bones, back to my pose mode. And now if I grab this, it should move the whole thing. So I should theoretically be able to put this here or over here, and it also carries on moving like so. And then I should be able to press Alt-G and put it right back to the beginning again. All right, so now let's actually... Oh, you can... yeah, that's exactly what I've worried about. You can see, because I've got this on, it's actually moved it over there. I'm just going to click that off, delete these out the way, and then I'm just going to press Alt-G and just put it back, and now it should just move as intended. All right, so now let's come up to object mode. I'm going to hide these out the way, so hide all the bones. And this is what you should be left with, a really, really nice rotating globe. All right, everyone, so that is that part done. So you can see now how we've brought up the complexity of actually adding bones, the complexity of moving bones around and things like that. So that is basically that actual part of the course done. So on the next one, what we're going to look at is our animated fish. This will be a shorter lesson. We're going to end it here because that one is a little bit different from all the stuff we've been doing before. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation. So we finished up on our globe, and the next one we're going to come to is our animated fish. So let's close that out and let's bring in our animated fish. Now within this scene, you can see that we have some water, we have our beautiful base and some stonework and things like that, and we've also got some lilies and things just to make a really nice scene. All right, so what we want to do is we basically want this fish to be in this part of the pond and swimming around, and we want it to be swimming in a natural way. So you could use this on any fish kind of things that you have. You can use it on certain types of animals. You can use these techniques for even birds and things that are flying around, or even butterflies. So let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring in a curve and set that up for me. So the first thing, let's press Shift A and we'll come down and we'll bring in a circle. Then I'm going to press 7. I'm going to go over the top, and I'm just going to first of all position my circle exactly where I want it. So the thing is, it needs to be under the water, of course, around about there. We can move this up and down once we've actually got our fish in there, but I think something like that depth is about right. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press tab. I'm going to press A to make sure I've grabbed all of these actual vertices here. I'm going to right click, and then what I'm going to do is subdivide. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull these over. So this is basically going to be the path for our fish. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, grab this vert here, and while I'm over the top, so I've pressed 7 to go over the top, I'm going to press G, and you'll find then that you should be able to move that out in a nice, smooth, actual way. So we're going to move it out over to here. And what you don't want to have happen with when any fish is like swimming around or anything like that, you really don't want it to have too much of a gradient. So you don't want it to be really, really sharp. So you can see this one here, it's a little bit sharp. So I'm going to actually try and smooth it off. Now, if you're having problems smoothing it off, like so, just come in, grab both the vertices that you want to, where you want it smoothing off, right click and click subdivide. And then what you can do is you can come in then and just smooth that off a little bit like so. So now you can see it's a really, really nice curve. It's going under the actual lily pads and things like that. All right, so that's the actual curve actually done, ready for our fish to follow that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to actually come to our fish and we're going to add in a displacement, because with displacement you actually can animate things like fire or fish or birds or moths and things like that. We can actually use the displacement to actually animate something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to our little spanner here, add in a modifier, and we're going to use displace like so. All right, and you'll see at the moment, it's made him kind of weird, but don't worry because we're going to fix that. So next of all, what we want to do is I want to put it onto new, and then what I want to do is rename this. So I want to call it fish swim large. Now, the reason I'm calling it large is because you can actually you can stack displacement. So in other words, you can have like large movements within the fish, but then you could also have very tiny, fast movements within the fish. It all depends really what you want. So as long as you've named this fish large, when we come to our texture map, which is over here, you will see that we've got fish large. If we bring in another displacement, so if we add in another displacement and call that something else, it will appear in here. So you can actually alter them both. You can see at the moment we've got a flame in there. Don't worry about that. So now what I want to do is I want to put this onto clouds. So we're looking for the one that says clouds, and you'll see it goes like that. And the reason is because the scale of this at the moment is way, way too small. So this displacement is actually working kind of going on the black and white within this actual image. If I turn this up to something like 1.66, you will see now that our fish is not looking right, but he's looking certainly better than what he did do before. Now, the reason he looks more like a guppy than a fish, or which is a fish, but a much smaller fish, is because we need to change the coordinates. If we put the coordinates on global instead, and let's set the direction to something like Y, now you'll see we've got our fish back. So what did we actually do there? Well, now, if we actually drag him along, you will see that there's a very, very tiny movement of him actually swimming side to side. That is exactly what we want. Now, of course, as well, you can mess around with our actual textures. So you might want to try some of these Octavia textures out, but I find for fish especially, cloud seems to be the best one. Now, we are going to go in here and we'll change a few of these up once we actually get this fish in. So the thing is now we need to actually have him swimming around this actual pond here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my fish, and I'm going, in fact, first of all, actually, I'm going to grab the water and I'm going to hide it out the way. Then I'm going to come in to where my actual path is, or a curve, what we're going to turn into a path. And I just need to make sure that the fish is not actually going to be going through this bit of mud here. So what I'll do is I'll grab it, I'll press 7 to go over the top, and then I'll press G, and I'll just move it out there. So he's not going to actually go through there. I'm just making sure that I'm happy with it. And then once I'm happy with it now, if you come over to the right-hand side, you will see that you have the curve option. But if you scroll down, you'll actually see that you've got one that says path animation. Now, at the moment, you can see that this is over so many frames, so 100 frames. In other words, if we put a point on here, it would go around this in 100 frames. So we want this higher. So let's put it on something like 300. And let's also set the end value of our actual time frame to 300 as well to match up like so. Now we want to put our fish against this. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to grab the actual path, pressing Control P, and we have one that says follow path. The moment you click that on, you will see that you have a line now to your actual fish. And if I press spacebar, you will see that the fish is trying to follow it. albeit it's in the wrong way. It doesn't look like it's doing anything right now. Now, what we need to do now is we need to put this back to 1, and we need to reset this fish to here. So I'm going to come into my actual curve. I'm going to grab this point here. I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my fish and I'm going to press Shift S, and I'm going to pick selection to cursor. And now our fish should follow this around. Now we have a few problems here. First of all, he's going to be going the wrong way, so we need to spin him round. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and now line him up with the actual curve. So if I press Alt and Z, let's line him up with the curve like so. And now when we press spacebar, we can see that he's following that curve like so. And he's actually swimming around, as you can see. If I double tap the A now, you can see it's kind of got that beautiful fish movement as he goes round. Now, the thing is, when you're doing something like this, it's sometimes a bit better if you make him a little bit smaller, because then the actual turns aren't as obvious. As you can see now, he's swimming in a much, much better way. But you can see why I was reluctant as well to make it such a sharp turn, because you really, really don't want sharp turns with this. Now then, let's discuss what we can actually do to, make him swim a little bit more. So first of all, we can come down to our actual strength of our displacement. If we put this on, let's say something like 50, you'll see that it's really, really crazy. But if we only put it up slightly, so 1.2, something like that, it does make the actual action of the fish much, much more. So now you can see it swimming around. Now the other thing is, I think actually with this, I need him swimming a little bit slower. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to my curve. I'm going to go over to my curve options. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on 400. And then what I'm going to do is change the timeline to also be on 400. And now you'll see he's swimming much, much slower and he's looking a lot more realistic. Now, the other thing is that we can do is we can grab our fish. I can press Shift D. I can make him much, much smaller, this fish. Make sure he's relatively close, like so. Like something like that. And then what I can do is I can come over back to my modifiers tab and I can change this to, let's say, 1.4, something like that. And then what I can do is now, if I press spacebar, you'll see that these fish, although they actually follow each other, they actually move in a different way. So this one will be moving more, because if we click on this fish, you'll see this is still set at 1.2 and this fish is set at 1.4. Again, the only thing you can't do, though, is the actual texture. The moment you change this texture, it will change. So if I put this on 0.1, it will change both of them. As you can see, now they're both actually moving in that certain way. Now, the other thing is you need to be careful that you don't set this too high, so you're not getting a lot of movement or anything like that. Now, if we bring back our water, so if I press Alt-H, in fact, I will go in and just hide this out of the way. So if I press H, hide it out of the way, and now we can look at our fish swimming around our actual pond, and you can see now they look pretty realistic. And obviously you can have a shoal of fish as well in there or something like that. All right, so that's a really, really easy way of animating fish with displacement. So we've learned another way of actually animating something based on an actual curve, which we turn into a path, and also based on displacement. So you can see now it's a real part of the kit of the whole, kind of Blender animations. All right, I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one, everyone. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3 rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off with our fish. That's now done. So if we close that one down, and let's open up the next one, which is called morphing. Now what we want to do with this one is we actually want to take these cute little guys and actually turn them from one to the other. So into a furball and then into a sheep, from a sheep to a furball to an actual rabbit. So that's the idea here. And this actually then will give you the skills to actually go ahead and modify things like barrels into crates or whatever, wherever your imagination might take you. All right, so the first thing I want to do then is just go through actually the shaders. So if we come over to the shading panel, the issue what you're going to have with these is you need to make sure that your shader is set up correctly. Now, if you look at this, it might look complicated, but as soon as I go through, you'll actually understand what it is. It's basically just 4 shaders brought into a mixed shader. So these two are mixed shaders. One is the bunny and the sheep. So what that allows us to do is swap between them. So for instance, if I come to this one and bring this up, you'll see it actually changes over to the sheep. What this allows us to do then is, as we're morphing, we're also able to change the textures on the fly at the same time, because you can actually animate textures as well. So now that's explained, we will be coming and covering this a lot more once we've actually finished the morphing, but for now, let's actually do the morphing. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a sphere. I'm going to make sure that each of these has the orientation in the center, which yours should. I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and I'm going to press Shift A and bring in a UV sphere. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, like so. And what I'm also going to do with this UV sphere is I'm going to actually subdivide it. So I'm going to come over to my modifiers tab. I'm going to come down to where it says subdivision. I'm going to bring it up 1, 2, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control A just to actually apply that subdivision on there. And then I'm going to right click and shade smooth. Alright, so for now, we've actually got a sphere in, and we've got our rabbit, and we've got our sheep. So now let's actually come in and think about morphing them. The first thing I want to do, though, is actually bring our sheep over to our rabbit. So while we've got this cursor here, I'm just going to press Shift S, selection to cursor, and there we go. We've got our sheep over there as well. I'm just going to pull him down just a little bit, just so he fits a little bit better within there as well. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to join the sheep and the rabbit together, but I'm going to grab the sheep first, then the rabbit, because that actually has the right material on, and then I'm just going to press Ctrl J like so. Now I'm just going to come over. In fact, I won't do that, but I need to actually take off this bottom actual material, because we only want one material on here, because then that will make it much easier for us to work with. Alright, now what we want to do is we want to come over, now we've joined them up, come to our modifiers tab, and what we're going to do is going to add in a shrink wrap. So come down to where it says shrink wrap, bring that in, and the target wants to be this actual sphere. So the moment I click on this sphere, you'll see what happens. Everything disappears. Now if I hide the sphere, you'll see, whoops, I didn't hide the sphere. Let me just grab the sphere. If I hide it out of the way, here is our actual sheep and our bunny turned into an actual ball, which looks kind of cool. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on my sheep and my bunny, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over, click this little down arrow, and what you want to do is you want to apply it as an actual shape key. So apply as shape key. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press Alt H, and I'm actually, you can see that we've got this line appeared here, and the reason for that is because it's a bezier and it wants putting in with our animated fish like so. So that's actually hidden out of the way. Now this sphere here, we can actually delete it. We don't actually need it anymore, and you will now be able to come to your sheep and rabbit and come down to where this is here, so this shape key here, and then what you should be able to do now is if I scroll down, you can see I've clicked on my shrink wrap, so you'll have the shrink wrap in with your shape keys. The moment I bring this up, you can see that they both actually start turning into a lovely sphere. Now what I want to do is I want to add another couple of shape keys. So the first one I'm going to add in is plus. I'm going to call this rabbit or bunny, whichever one you want to call it, like so. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press tab, come to my rabbit, which his ears are here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make him really small without proportional editing on, really small, so he disappears into the actual sheep. I'm also going to pull him back a little bit so he's actually really in there so we can't actually see him at all. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press tab and you'll see he actually appears. The moment then I put this up, you'll see he actually disappears and reappears like so. Okay, so now we're going to click on one more, and you guessed it, we're going to call this one sheep. And we're going to do the same thing with this guy. So I'm going to grab the sheep this time. I'm going to press S, pull him in like so, really small. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull him back into place so he's actually in our rabbit. So you can't see the sheep or the rabbit. The moment I actually click the tab button again, you'll see he appears and then he disappears like so. All right, so now we're ready to actually start animating this. So if I come over and put this on 1, we can actually start with there. Let's actually bring down our sheep. So I'm going to come to our sheep. I'm going to bring him all the way in like so. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make basically a keyframe for each of these. So if I come to this, I can value this. I can value it over here. And all I'm doing is pressing the I button down all of these. Now, at the moment, we've got it over 400, which is fine. We will shorten it down as we go on. But the first one I'm going to do is 100. Now what I want him to do is I want him to turn into a fur ball and then swap with the sheep and turn into the sheep. So that's what we're trying to do here. So what I need to do is I need to come to the shrink wrap and I need to bring that down, up like so. And then I need to come to my sheep and I need to bring him down like so. And you should end up with something like this, which is a mixture of the rabbit and the actual sheep. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to press I, and I on all of those. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the 200. Like so. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this back into the sheep. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up. Like so. No, not on the sheep, sorry. I'm going to bring that down. I'm going to bring the shrink wrap down. So the shrink wrap down like so. And then the rabbit, I'm also going to bring up like so. And now I should be able to press I, and I. Now let's see what that actually looks like. So you can see that's morphing from the rabbit to the sheep. All right, so I hope you're happy with that because it's pretty nice, but we can do better than that. So what we're going to do now is the other way. So we're going to morph him back into a rabbit. Now, I'm not sure. I think we might be able to grab this one and bring it up. So let's see if we can actually bring that up and put it on 300. Let's just have a look what that does. I think that'll work. And then I just need to morph him back into the rabbit. So now if I bring this one, press Shift D, bring it all the way up to 400, should then morph back into the rabbit, like so. So we've got rabbit to sheep. And there we go. Really, really nice. Now, I'm happy with that. The one thing I do need to do now is I need to go in now and alter the basic textures of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on 1 again. I'm going to go to my shading panel now. I'm going to open that up. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to delete this actual material off because this was just really to show you what the sheep should look like. So if I minus this off now, we should just be left with this. All right, so you can see on mine, I've got my timeline over here. If you've not got your timeline on here, just click on here and put it on your actual timeline like so. And then what you can do is you can lift this up if you needed to, if you need to view what you're looking at. I don't think I actually need that up so far, so I'm just going to pull it down. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit to it. All right, so what we want to do is we want to put this basically, well, first of all, we want to make this smaller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab them all with A. I'm going to bring them down to around about 200, I think, something around 200. So I'm just going to zoom in and make sure that these are on 200. So if I press S and pull them out, and there you go. So now we can actually set the end to 200. And now you'll find that that much should be much quicker, like so. All right, this just to make it a little bit easier for us. So what I'm going to do now is, at the moment, I'm going to keep this on basically like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to go to each of these. So I've got these facts here. So I'm going to press I, and I. And then I'm going to come back to, I think I'm going to leave that on there. I'm going to put it on 1 again. I'm going to press I, and I. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the 50 mark. So just back 1. And I want to change it basically to the fur ball of the sheep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this one up. There you go. There's our sheep. And I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one as is. Yeah, that's the sheep. So I'm going to bring it all the way up like so. And then I'm going to press I, and I. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to 55. Like so. And what I want to do is I want to basically have my sheep in there. So I want this down at, let's have a look. I want it on, I'm thinking I want it on that. That's what I want it on. And then I want to turn that up to the actual sheep. Yeah, that's how I want it. So I, and I. Now, let's see what that actually looks like in real time. So it should start turning into the sheep, like so. And now we want to turn it back into the actual rabbit. So on here, it's absolutely fine. We don't need to change anything at all on here because we're already at the sheep. So now what we want to do is we want to come to 145 and basically just swap them over. So 145. And what I want to do at this point is click I, and I. And then 150. So I'm going to put this on 150. I basically want to turn it the other way now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, first of all, put this to the fur ball. I'm going to bring this fur ball down to blue then. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click I, and I. And then finally I'm going to go to 155. And I basically want to turn this from the fur ball to the rabbit. So I'm going to click that up, click that down, I, and I, like so. And now we should end up with it swapping between them both like so. Really, really nice way of actually morphing things. I'm just going to check actually and see if I grab them all, right click and put it onto Bezier. I just want to see if actually that makes any difference. So I'm just going to see if it makes it a bit smoother. Okay, so I'm going to actually try and put it onto linear. Yeah, that's definitely altered it. So I just want to see if that's actually smoother. Yeah, I'm not sure which one I like best, but either way, they're still pretty nice. All right, so basically that covers the whole of the actual morphing. So I'm just going to set this back to once so it just looks nice when we actually open it. And then what we'll do now is we'll close that down. And on the next one, we're actually going to be working on tank tracks. So I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you got a lot out of it. And I'll see you on the next one, everyone. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now let's close the morphing down and come to our tank tracks, and you'll see that when you open up this one that we've got all of our terrain here where we're going to make our tank tracks go over. This was done just using a displacement on a plane. It's actually important how bumpy you actually have this, because that then will have an effect on how much your tank tracks actually do dig into the sand or whatever terrain you're looking at, because of course it's based on vertices. So in other words, this is trying to stick to this terrain. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm just going to show you how that works. So if we come to our actual wheel here, so we've got tank tracks going around here. So if we come to this wheel, I'm just going to press Shift D and just bring it out a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just now coming to show you that this point here is very important. So you need to have your orientation down the bottom. The way you do that is you just press Tab, you go underneath it, grab the edge there, and then all you would do is Shift S, cursor selected, and then you just right click, set origin to 3D cursor. So then you can set that there. All right, so how do we do it? Well, what we do is we come to our actual wheel. We're going to come to over here and you'll see one that's constraints, add object constraint. And the one you're going to put on is a shrink wrap. And the actual target is, of course, going to be our actual terrain. And then what you want to do is you want to actually change this where it says nearest surface point and change it to target normal project. And the reason I change that is because then I have actually some control. So now if I move my wheel out, you will see that if I move my wheel up and down now, like so, you can see here where it's actually going into the sand. So if I press dot just to zoom in. So now what you can do is you can actually press tab. You can grab the whole thing. And when I bring the whole thing up now, you'll see that this still won't change. So if I bring it up in edit mode, you'll see that our orientation stays there. The moment I press tab now, it will be up here instead. Now you will see that the wheel still tries and follows this, but it's not actually stuck in the ground like that, which means now we can bring this down and actually control how far we actually want that sat on top of the ground. So that's why that's so important. All right, so we've got our wheel basically set up. We're happy with where it is. The other thing, of course, to remember is that your tank tracks are going to be underneath here, so you need to give it a little bit of a leeway on there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to close this off. I'm going to bring my wheel back then and just put it into place. So now we know how that works. We've got our tank track here, as you can see. So what I'm going to do now is just going to delete this. So if I delete this, you can see now when I click on my wheel, my orientation is there. And all I'm going to do is I'm basically going to make another wheel. So I'm going to press Shift D. And you could make, 5 wheels and have it as a tank track. But what we'll do is we'll make it a little bit different just to show you how this actually works. So if I press 7 now to go over the top, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press S and Y, bring this in so it's the same size as the other one. And basically you want it as close as you can. So you don't really want a big gap in here. So you don't want this over here or something like that. And the reason is because obviously they wouldn't work. Tank tracks simply have to have something that actually is, the tank track is able to rest on. So it's very important that we put them relatively close together like so. All right, so I'm not going to join them up. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull them over here. And the reason I'm going to do that is because then if I press 1, I can actually see what I'm doing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and of course it's going to put it in between both of these orientations here. And then I'm going to bring in a curve, and it's going to be a circle. Now I'm going to spin that round, so RX 90, spin it round, and I'm going to lift it up like so. Now, the other thing is when I brought a circle in, you will know that this circle will only have 4 points. So if I come to this circle and press the tab button, you can see it's only got 4 points. Now, you might want to work with these 4, but what I find is just to grab the whole thing, right click, and then all I'm going to do is subdivide like so. And I find that just much easier to work with. Now, what I also find easier to work with, first of all, is when I grab my circle now, I'm going to bring on proportional editing. And then what I'm going to do is press Shift Space Bar, and then I've got my move tool, and I'm able to move this into place. So the first thing I tend to do is I tend to just get this one into place, and then I get this one into place like so. And then I think about how to, you know, kind of move these around. Now, what I tend to do is I will come in and just delete these off. So I've got grab both of these vertices, press delete vertices, and you can see already that makes it much easier. Now turn your proportional editing off, and what we can do now is we have a lot more finesse and control over this. So what you want to do is you want to get this as close as possible. Well, not as close as possible. You want to leave a band around there so that your actual track can actually go in there. All right, then what I'm going to do is pull this one up. I'm going to bring it down then like so, and you can see now we've got kind of a nice flow. It just wants to probably come up a little bit more so it's got that nice flow. Now let's work on this one as well. So we're going to get a nice flow on this one. So you can see that's looking quite nice. And then on this one, what I'll do is I'll just delete it. So if I delete vertices, and now you can see we've nearly got that flat because we want this to be relatively flat because our wheels are relatively flat. So if I grab, let's say this one now and pull this up, you can see now I can actually get that to be relatively flat. So I can bring this over like so, and then I can also bring this one up, and there we go. Now we can see we're getting somewhere like so, and let's bring it down a little bit. Let's bring it across. Let's have a look at that. And yeah, that should do. We don't want to, you know, play around with this for too long. So I'm just trying to show you how to actually do this. All right. So then once you've got this, we've got basically the wheels. We've got our circle that our tank tracks are going to follow. So now what we need to do is we need to actually put on, I think actually, yeah, we can bring it over to our actual sand. So I'm just going to bring it over to my sand here. I'm going to press dot again just to zoom in. And then I'm just going to, I think, put it there. What I'll do now is, now I've got it all, I'll press Shift S again. I'm going to do cursor to selected like so. And what I'm going to bring in now is an empty. So Shift A, bring in a empty. Now empties, if I press 1, are really, really important because what it enables it to do is it enables things to follow along. So you can actually do a lot of animations following an actual empty. And it's called an empty because it will not appear in the render. So for these tank tracks, we're going to actually have them, you could have them following a cube even, but it's better to use an empty because then it's invisible to the render and you don't actually have to worry about it. So what we're going to do now is if I grab both of these and I attach them to my empty. So if I grab my empty last, so this empty here, press Ctrl P and come down to Object. And now you can see I've got some lines. Now wherever I move that empty, of course, these actual wheels are going to go along with it. Next of all, what I want to do now is I want to put these wheels down to the actual floor. So the way I'm going to do that, as we've talked about, we'll come to Object Constraint, go to Shrink Wrap. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this down to the last one, which is Target Normal Projection. And then I'm going to put the target onto this actual floor, which is the ground. Same on the other one. Don't worry if your curve's over there. It doesn't really matter because we're going to sort that out in a minute. So Shrink Wrap. Bottom one, target, floor, like so. All right, so now let's pull this circle down. So if I press 1, I want to pull it down. I'm going to press Z just to make sure that I'm round it again. So I'm going to pull it all the way down, like so. Z again, solid, and there we go. Now that's looking pretty nice. We can bring them down. We've got control over this if we need to, as we know. And now what we want to do is we want to put the circle, first of all, more in the middle. Because you can see these have kind of moved out a little bit. So let's pull this over here. like so. And there you go. Now your circle's more in the middle. Now what you need to do is you need to grab your first wheel, grab your actual circle. So we're shift selecting this circle, and then we're going to press tab. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to attach these 3 points here to my actual wheel. So if I grab these 3 points, so this one down here, and all I'm going to do then is press Control H, and you're going to see one that says hook to selected object. Click that on, and then you're going to press tab, grab your next wheel, grab your actual circle, press tab, and we're going to grab these 2 now. And what we're going to do is exactly the same thing. So Control H, hook to selected objects, like so. All right, so now what happens is if I move this empty, you should see that the actual tank tracks and the wheels all move along independently, like so. That's exactly what we want to do here. All right, so what we'll do then on the next lesson is we'll actually come and get our tank tracks actually on here, and then it should all move around together over this terrain. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so let's come out and grab our actual tank tracks. I'm going to move those over, like so. And we're going to have to mess around with these a little bit. And the other thing I'm going to do is if I press tab, you will see that I have subdivided my tank tracks up. And the reason I've done that is because they're obviously going to be bending around, and if you don't, they're actually going to end up with a lot of stretching, and that might not be something that you actually want. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually bring in an array modifier on my tank track. So I'm also going to press Control A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry, and then add, not add constraint, go to my modifiers tab, add in an array. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my array to fit curve. So fit curve like so. And the curve, of course, is going to be our actual circle like so. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to actually bring in another modifier, which will be a curve modifier. So come down, bring in a curve. And the curve, of course, is going to be our Bezier curve like so. And you can see already that is looking pretty nice. Now, the thing is, you can see we've got some issues in here. One of them is that it's way too big at the moment. Now, we don't actually want to shrink it, and what we want to do is just bring it down like so. And then what you'll find is that it actually goes around it like so. We need to move it over as well, of course, because it's a little bit too far over. And we might need to make it a little bit smaller now. So if I bring it down, I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller. And just play around with it a little bit, just getting it into the right place, as you can see. So I'm just going to pull it out just a little bit. Now you are free to move your curve. So if I come to my curve, for instance, and click on my curve here, as you can see, we are free to actually bring this in a little bit still. Don't worry about that. We are actually able to do that. So you can make it fit, you know, a little bit better if you need to. And the other thing is now you can see that we're not quite fitting this. And the reason it's not fitting the actual curve at the moment is because all I need to do now, because I've moved this around, is press Control A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry, and now it will actually fit perfectly. Okay, so there we go. Now, if we want to move this now, if I move this, for instance, it's not actually going to do anything because at the moment, our actual curve isn't really moving with this. The only reason the curve's moving is because it's attached to these wheels. So what you need to do is instead is you need to grab your Bezier, you need to grab then your empty, press Control P, and then you're going to click Object. And what that's going to do now is it's going to parent up the actual Bezier, as you can see, to our tank wheels and our actual curve. So now if I come to my curve and I move it, you will see that we've got tank tracks that actually move up and down. Now the problem we can see is they're moving the wrong way, and that's not something that we want. So what I want to do now is I just want to go into my curve. I want to press tab. I want to press A, and then all I'm going to do is right click, and you're going to have one if you come down which says switch direction. So just click that on, switch direction, press the tab button, and now when I move them, everything should move perfectly. And again, remember, you have got control over how close to this floor that your tank tracks move. But that in a nutshell, what we can do now is I can put this on 1, for instance, so, and then press I, location, rotation, scale, and then let's put it on 200, like so, and let's move it all the way over here, like so, and then let's press I, location, rotation, scale, And now let's go. And there you go. You can see you've got moving tank tracks that move perfectly with the actual terrain. You can see that, as I said, if your terrain is really jumps up, what will happen is the more wheels you've actually got in, so the more tank-like it is, not wally for instance, the better it's actually going to be at moving over things, because each of these wheels would be smaller and they'll have a much more surface area that's connected to the actual floor. Alright everyone, so that's that one done. So what I want to do now is, I just want to tidy this up. I want to put this into my actual tank tracks. I want to put my also my curve in there and just make sure everything's in there. I just want to make sure that it's still working, which it is. And then what I want to do is I want to close this down now. I want to open up now my fire, light and flicker. And this is the one that we will be doing on the next lesson. I'm also going to go up and save it. And basically, I hope you learned a lot from that. Tank tracks are quite complex. It's something that we needed to put in this actual guide if it's going to be, you know, a full course on animation and rigging. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. And now, before we actually move on to our next bit, what I want to do is I want to play you a short video, because when we move on to our fire and light flicker, you need to know a little bit about materials and nodes. Now, if you don't want to know about fire and flicker, then don't bother actually watching this and just move on to, you know, moths and lights if that's what you want to do, and you can come back later if you want to. But this then here is the materials and maps introduction. So enjoy. Welcome everyone to this short introduction on importing texture maps and creating materials within Blender. Here we'll be going through basic material setups and easy ways to import your texture maps all within Blender. Then we'll be moving on to an explanation of what maps do and why they're important. So with all that said, let's get started. So in this basic scene that I've set up, you will see that I've got these three objects and they're all UV unwrapped. So now let's come to our first object, and let's say we've already marked our seams, as you can see. Now let's come up to edit first of all, and what we're going to bring in is a add-on called Node Wrangler, and this is going to make it very easy to set up materials within your scene. So let's come to edit, come down to preferences, come over to where it says add-ons, and then we're going to search for Node, N-O-D-E, and you'll see one called Node Wrangler. Make sure that's ticked on, and then let's close this down. Now what I want to do is actually create our material. So if we come over to the right hand side, you'll see this little football kind of icon. Let's click on the plus, and then what that actually does is create a new material, and let's click new and give it a name. So let's call this wood. And because I've already created a wood, it will come up as wood.001. If you've got a 001, it will come up as wood.002, and so on. You'll notice as well that this has come in as a principled BSDF, and this basically is the magical node shader within Blender that makes it easy to import all your maps and things like that. So now we've got this, what we need to do now is we need to head on over to our shading panel, which is this button here. Once in the shading panel, you'll see basic setup, same as what we had in the modeling panel. And now if I zoom out of here a little bit, you'll see that we've actually got a basic setup already. So we've got our material output, and of course this is where all the nodes end up in the end. Then we've got our principled, which is what I told you about, is the magic kind of Blender node. And if we zoom in a little bit, you'll see we've got all of these things where we can plug things in, or we can mess around with these without actually a map plugged in. So now let's come and click on our principled BSDF, and what we're going to press is Control, Shift and T. And that then will open up the file of where you want to actually find your map. So make sure you store them in a place where you know where they are. Go and find them, and then you should end up with 5 maps. Normally it's 5 maps that actually you can download. One is the base color, the next one down is metallic, the next one down is roughness, the next one down is height, and then you've got normal. They're normally the basic 5 maps. So now what we need to do is we need to come to the first one and shift select the bottom one, and then that'll select them all. And then come over to where it says Principled Texture Setup and click that on. And there you go. They've all actually come in. And you'll notice Blender has automatically set everything up for us. And this is part of what the Node Wrangler actually does. Now if we zoom in a little bit so we can see what we're doing, and now we can actually go through some of these nodes. over here. So let's zoom into here as well. And the first one we've got is texture coordinates. Now, basically this node tells Blender whereabouts to place this texture on this object. So you notice at the moment, it's basically plugged in from the UV. Now, if we quickly just go over to the UV and I grab everything, you can see this is our UV map, and this is how basically this texture is placed on this. So for instance, you can see that this one has been turned round, so it's going the correct way. Now let's go back over to our shading panel, and if we plug in the generated instead to the vector, let it load up, and you'll see now that Blender is trying to generate how this texture is actually gonna go onto this object. This is useful for when you're creating textures within Blender itself without maps, but useless if you're actually bringing in your own map. So let's put it back on UV. Next one across is called mapping, and this basically is how this texture is mapped onto this object. So you can see here that we can actually move the location of our actual texture, and this basically is kind of moving the UV map. Now if we come, we can also scale this up as well, as you can see, so you can scale it smaller and bigger, and it gives you a lot of control within actually the shader to mess around with the scale and things like that. Normally I would actually do this in the UV map, but if there's any small details that I want to make, you know, a little bit smaller or something like that, I will do it within the shader. Moving across, you can see that all of these nodes over here, which are our maps, are plugged into our mapping node. So let's come to the first one. The first one is color. And basically down on the right hand side here, I'm going to be showing you exactly what they mean. And then if you want more information, you can go onto the Blender website and find all of the rest of the information out about all of these maps that we're talking about. So as I say, the first one is the color. And if we unplug that, it's basically what we can see is it's just the base color. Now sometimes you will get colors where they come in with ambient occlusion, and I'm going to talk about ambient occlusion just in a few minutes. So if we plug this in, we can see we can actually alter the color with other nodes that we can kind of slide into here. So I'm quickly going to show you that. So if we press Shift A, do a search, and we'll just bring in a gamma, which is just going to lighten or darken our actual color. Now I've put that in there, and you can see if I bring that down or bring it up, I can make it much darker or much lighter. So that's something that we can actually do, and the node wrangler enables us to bring in a new node and just drop it in there. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to delete that and I'm going to plug that in. Now to go on to the next map is metallic, so I'm just going to head on over where I've actually brought in a metallic texture. So here we are in our setup now with our actual metal texture and material. So if we zoom in now, we can see that we have the next one down, which is metallic, and we can see that if we come and actually unplug that, you'll see that not a lot happens, and this is because this metallic is very closely based on the metallic that's already there, which is 0. It's quite a dull metal. Now if we come in and we turn up our metallic, you can see that it goes really metallic like so. And you don't have to actually use a map to make something metallic. All you need to do is turn up this metallic. Now normally when we're doing things like using this slider here and no map, either something is metallic, so if I turn this down, or it isn't, like so. We don't really have anything in between when we're not actually using a map. So if we plug this back in now to our metallic and let it load up, and there you go. Now the next one down is roughness, and roughness is basically, if you think of a sheet of glass, when you look at it, it's not completely see-through. You might have certain scratches on there, you might have things like smears, hand marks, things like that, and basically that is what the roughness map does. Basically the roughness is determined by this map. So if I unplug this map, you can see we've got a lot of kind of shinier parts and duller parts on here. So let's unplug this, and then you'll see that it's all one kind of shine. You can also see if I come in and actually turn the roughness up or turn it down, I can make something like ice, or I can make something very dull. And this is why we use this map, because it gives us a lot of control of how much smearing and things like that, and makes it look a lot more realistic. So now let's move over back to our wood, and what we'll do is now we'll come down and look at our normal map. So if I double tap the A quickly, that'll just unhighlight this, and then we can just zoom in a little bit and look what this normal map does. As you can see, the normal map always plugs into a normal map node, and then we can mess around with the strength. So if I turn this strength right up, you can see now we've got a lot more pushing through of that actual texture. Now, just be very careful when using this node. You can turn it up too high, and it will look, it won't look very real, in other words. So try and just get it somewhere where you're really happy with it and it still looks realistic. For instance, you do get some wood which looks like this, where it's really kind of elevated from the base, but I wouldn't go again too high with this. Okay, so that's the normal map, and now let's move to the displacement map. For the displacement map, I'm actually going to bring in a new material now, so I'll head on over to that one. So here we are with our cobblestone texture, which we're going to use for our displacement example. So what displacement does is it basically gives this texture, it basically pushes it out. It's like using tessellation, as you'll see shortly. Well, the one thing is, if you're using this displacement map, you really need to know two things. First of all, it doesn't work in Eevee. Second of all, it really needs a lot more geometry than what you would normally have. So here we can see we've got a flat plane, and we can see that they're slightly pushed up, and you can still see that this is basically a 3D texture. So how do we create displacement on this? First of all, what we're going to do is we're going to come over to our little spanner. So first of all, what we're going to do, we're actually going to subdivide this a couple of times. So let's press tab, and what we're going to do is right click and subdivide. Right click, subdivide. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to press tab, and we're going to bring in a modifier. And what we've done now is basically increase the geometry a lot. So let's come over to add modifier. We're going to come down to where it says multi-resolution. I'm going to subdivide, subdivide, and again, 4 times. And now if you press tab, you'll see that it still actually looks like this. So you can't really see all the subdivisions on here. But when we finish this, I'll actually apply it, and then you'll be able to see them. Next of all, what we need to do now is we need to put this on cycles. So if we come over here and we change it from Eevee and we put it on cycles, and then what we can do is we can come down now to our material, which is this button here. Scroll down and you'll see one where it says settings, and under settings you'll have one that says surface. And what you need to do now is change this. It should say bump only. Change this to displacement and bump. Once you've done that, then all you need to do is go to your cycles shader, which is this button here, and there we go. You can see now how actually realistic that looks. And now you can actually mess around with these, so we can really bump up the scale, as you can see, and we can also change the mid-level like so. So it really pushes it out, or you can really pull it in as well. Okay, so that's a bit of an explanation on there. Now, as I said, I will move over now to the actual spanner where our modifier's on. I'm going to press Ctrl A to apply that. I'm going to press Tab, and now you can see just how much geometry that actually took. Now, you can get away with a little bit less geometry. So if I press Ctrl Z and just bring it back, and just bring it down 1. So if I bring this down 1, like so, and you can see that it's still looking quite good. But if we put the viewport level up a little bit, it's nowhere near the level of this. So if I put it on 3, press Ctrl A, press the tab button, you can see now there's not so much geometry, but we're still getting a pretty decent effect. Okay, so the last thing I want to show you is if we come back to our material shader and we put this back on Eevee. So if we come to our computer icon, put it back on Eevee, and now we'll just scroll around and zoom in to this wood. Now, what does ambient occlusion do? So I'll put a brief explanation down the right hand side of what actually ambient occlusion is, but we can actually enable it by coming over to our computer, putting this on Eevee, and you'll have one that says ambient occlusion. When you click this on, you can see already that we really get much more shading on here, much more realism and things like that. Now, as I said, you can get textures where they have ambient occlusion already built in, but I find actually doing it this way generally gives you a better result. Now, the other thing you can do is you can mess around with the ambient occlusion and really bring it up or down, mess around with factors and things like that, and really get kind of the shadows that you really want on the surface of your actual object. So that concludes the material and texture introduction part of the course, and I hope you all got a lot out of it and have a much better understanding of maps and materials within Blender. So with that said, let's get on with the show. Welcome back everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and what we'll do actually on the next lesson now is we'll actually start on our fire and light flicker, and I'll see you on the next one everyone. Thanks a lot, bye bye. Now the thing is, I've got this set up just so you can see what it's actually doing. So if I press the spacebar at the moment, you will see, again, it's based on an empty, and you can see that this kind of wobbles. Now the good thing is here, if we come to our materials panel, press the spacebar, you can see exactly what we're doing here. So if you can see, we've basically got three lots of colors in here. And if we also put this onto our Eevee renderer, you can see that we've actually got some glow here. If we come in and we actually put this onto blue, like so, now you can see we've got some real glow there. Now you can see the one thing missing on here is where the light is actually not flickering. I'm going to actually do that as well. So this is basically set up so you can see if you actually want to, do this part of the actual course, because we're actually just going to quickly recreate this. It will only take a lesson or two, so don't worry, it's not a long process or anything like that, but it is using a few of the nodes to actually get the materials in and things, but I feel like it's something that we need to cover. All right, everyone, so let's get started with that. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to put this back onto my object mode. I'm going to come in, I'm going to delete everything out. I'm hoping that, yeah, there we go. I left my actual empty in here. So I've got flame, driver, don't want that. Now let's put this cursor in the center. So I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected right in the center, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift A, and we're going to bring in a ecosphere. So if you come down, you've got one that says ecosphere, like so. I'm going to leave it pretty much the size it is. We don't need to change or anything like that because I'm not actually working to a scale, just to show you what we're doing. Obviously, when you've got a a bezier or a torch or something like that, you will need to scale it up. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to grab the very top of it, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put proportional editing on, press 1 on the number pad, and then just bring it up like so. Make it a little bit smaller, and there we go. You can see we've got that nice flame actual shape. Now let's press the tab button, and what we're going to do is we're going to Control A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry, right click, and what we're going to do is shade smooth, and then I'm going to bring in a subdivision surface. So add modifier, come down, subdivision surface, and then put it on 2 or something like that. Now, as we've done before, we're actually going to bring now in a displacement modifier. So add modifier, let's bring in a displace, and we'll click new, and this time we'll just simply call it flame, like so. And don't worry if yours has gone like that, we will fix it. Like we did with the fish, it sometimes makes it look a bit weird. And now where the actual first part of the magic happens is the actual coordinates. If we put the coordinates onto actual object, and then if we bring in another empty, so if we press Shift A, bring in a empty, so bring in an empty like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually move this up to something like here. I'm going to grab then my actual flame. I'm going to put the empty, the object as my actual empty. Now, if I move this empty up and down, nothing happens yet. And that's just simply because we haven't actually put in our displacement. So what are we going to displace this with? What else I want to do is I want to actually put both the ecosphere and the empty into my actual fire and light flicker. So drop those in there. And let's call this empty flame movement, like so. All right, so everything's pretty much set up. Let's also call this flame so we know what this is, like so. And now let's come back to our actual flame. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go now into our displacement. So we're going to click on our displacement, this little texture icon over here. Now what we'll do is we'll actually come and we'll put this on Veroni. So if I come down, we've got one called Veroni, and you'll end up with something like this. And then all you want to do is you want to come down and change the size to about 1.4, something like that. Maybe a little bit less. Let's have a look. 1.3, maybe something like that. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to come down to where it says color, and we're going to change the contrast to 0.3. And there we go. Now, what if we actually move this actual flame now, you'll see that we actually have flame, which is really, really nice. All right, so now we've got that. And now what we're going to do is we're actually not going to animate this going up and down. We're actually going to let Blender animate this going up and down by using drivers Now, drivers is basically a way to tell Blender to use a mathematical expression to move it up and down. Now you can use this in textures, you can basically use it in bones, you can use it on everything. It's just an easy way for something to go, you know, so far, so fast, and then reset again. And that's why we're actually using them, rather than trying to keyframe every single part of this actual empty going up and where do we want it going up to and things like that. It actually gives you a lot more control, and you can change it on the fly without actually having to go in and change all of those individual keyframes. So that's why we're actually going to use it. And the way we're going to do it is we're actually going to click on our actual empty. We're going to come over to this little yellow box over here, click on this, and the one that I want to change is this Z. So you can see already my Z's actually moved. If I come in and I press, let's see, hashtag, where's my hashtag button? Not that one. Is it this? No. All right, found my hashtag. And then what I'm going to do is type in frame, like so, and then dash, and then 10, and then press enter. Now you'll see that if I press spacebar, that this will go up like so, and then when it'll happen is it'll get to 200 and then it will restart again. So there you go, you can see it restarting again. All right, so the next thing then is we can discuss that, for instance, if I want to come in and change this now, you'll see I can't see it, but if I actually click on it, then you can see that I can actually change this to something like 5. Sorry, not 56, 5 or something like that. And now if I press spacebar, you can see it's moving much, much faster. So you have got control of how fast this actually moves, how far it moves and things like that. So now we've got our flame set up, let's bring in some actual materials. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to, well, I'm going to click on my flame first, come over to my materials panel, click the down arrow, and I'm going to call it flame. We'll call it flame red. So flame and red, like so. And then what we'll do is we'll come over to our shading panel, and I'm going to actually pull this over like so, just so I've got a little bit more room in here. And also, if I've got this on here, I don't really want this here, so all I'm going to do is press the end button just to close that off. Then I'm going to lift this up. Now let's bring in a new, so let's press Shift A, and what we'll do is we'll look for, first of all, in fact, we've probably, if I zoom out, yes, we have. We've already got a material output there. We need our material output because that's obviously the output for the actual material. I'm going to delete the principled. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a emission. So Shift A, emission, like so. And then I'm going to bring in a, we're going to bring in a noise texture to kind of make it so that the flame looks as though it's actually moving. And the one I'm going to bring in, if you come to textures, you will see that you've got all of these noise textures. The one I want to bring in is called Veroni texture, so I'm going to bring that in, and then I'm going to press Shift A. I'm going to bring in a color ramp just to give us control over the actual colors. So let's actually look for it. So we're going to put color, and there should be one that says color ramp. All right, now I'm going to duplicate this with Shift D, like so. So now what we're going to do is we're going to plug everything in. So you can see that we need to plug it from the distance into the fact of our color ramp. Let's just pull this a little bit over. And then the color goes into the fact of this one. And finally, then the color goes into our emission. I'm also going to plug our emission into our service so we can actually see what's going on. Now, the thing is we want to put this one, this color ramp here on constant. So if you come down, you'll see you've got one on constant. And now if we pull this down a little bit, so if I grab this arrow over here, pull it down, these are actually what we're going to use for not our color. These are going to be the ones that represent the actual parts in between where you can't actually see them. So in other words, these parts are actually going to be invisible. So I've got control now of how I want my flame to be. Basically, these are going to be the hard edges that make up the flame. And as it's moving now, you can see that at the moment, these aren't moving, but you do have an idea when these are moving up and down, how it's going to create that kind of flame effect, which is what we're looking for. So now let's actually make it transparent. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to put my emission down here, and I'm going to bring in a mix shader. So search mix shader, and I'm going to drop this here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug my emission into here. I'm going to plug the mix shader then into the material output. And then finally, I'm going to plug the color ramp into the FAC. I'm going to disconnect it from here as well. So basically, you've got this sort of setup. Now, what we want to make this transparent is obviously a transparent node. So I'm going to press Shift A, bring in a transparent. So TRA, transparent, BSDF, like so. And then just plug that into your actual shader, like so. Now, over on the right-hand side of where your actual material is, if you scroll down, you've got one that says settings, and you just want to put this blend mode onto alpha clip. And then finally, you just want to invert this now. So I need to bring in an invert. So Shift A, search, invert, like so. And I'm just going to drop that in there like so. All right, so on this lesson now, we should be left with actually this. You can actually see through there now. And at the moment, we've got no color on, but you can actually get an idea what we're actually trying to do here. What we're going to do is we're going to create 3 types of flames. We're going to combine them. And then finally, we're going to have them moving up and down, basically, along with a few more drivers. And then finally, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a point light, and we're going to have that point light flickering to give the effect of an actual flame. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now, the first thing that I want to do is I want to bring in a texture and coordinates. So if I come over to my actual Veroni texture and I press Ctrl T, you will see then we get texture coordinates and mapping, exactly what I want. And basically this allows you to change where this texture is in space and time. If I move this, as you can see now, we can actually move the actual texture along and things like this. And this is a very powerful way actually then of actually changing our texture a little bit like we did with the pumpkin, but this is taking it one step further. You can also see that we can base it on the normal. So the way that the the mesh is facing, or we can base it on the UV. We can even base it on the camera, and that's taking it to that, kind of next level. All right, so the other thing I want to do is I want to change the scale of the Veroni. I want to put this on something like 8, like so, and there we go. That's looking much more like fire. And now what we're going to do is, if we actually zoom out, what I want to do is I want to create a frame around these actual 3 here. So I'm just going to pull my texture coordinates a little bit away. I'm going to actually unplug this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all 3 of these like so. I'm going to press the N button then, and you'll see that within the node wrangler, if I click on this, we can actually frame the selected. So I can add in an actual frame. And I can also change the name of it. So if I come up now to the actual node, you can see that the label and the frame have an actual name. So if I put in something like main flames or large flames, let's see, like so, you can see now we've got a name called actual large frame. So this is really good because then it means I can actually make another 3 of these. 2 more of these. So if I grab this, press Shift D, I can bring it up. And then Shift D again, bring it up like so. And then I can come into this one, grab it, and change the large flames to small flames like so. And then what I can do is I can grab each 3 of these. I can press Shift D, drag them, and drop them in there. And actually, I need to bring this down because I didn't think it would actually do it like that. So I'm going to grab all 3 of these now. I'm going to try. Yeah, not actually bring them into there. So I need to take this frame off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and remove that frame by grabbing it and just pressing delete. And then what I'll do is I'll make another couple of frames. So you can see here I've got main large flames. So what I'll do is I'll bring this down. Oops, I'll bring this one. Let me grab it. Now I should be able to move it like so. And then what I'll do is I should be able to grab these 3 and drop those into there, and you can see that move then. All right, so now we've got it. Now we should be able to move this along like so. All right, so a little bit fiddly. I made that a little bit too hard for myself, but anyway, we got there in the end. I'm also going to grab this one as well and move these up so they're just underneath, so they're nice and neat. All right, so at the moment you can see that we can see through this, and the reason is because we need to reconnect our actual texture coordinates up. So I'm going to bring this into the vector of the large flames. I'm also then going to bring it into the vector of the small flames, and basically what it means is that these will be in the same space and time as each other. I'm also then going to grab all these and just move them over very slightly, and I think as well what we should do is just unplug this. So I'm going to unplug this one as well because we need to mix these together in some way. So what I'm going to bring in is I'm going to bring in a mix shader. So mix, Actually, will it be a mix shader or a mix RGB? Yeah, we'll bring in a mix RGB instead. So we've got a mix RGB there. And then what I'm going to do is you can see the small flames here. Very important that you do this. The small flames should be underneath. So they should come down to this one here. And then the actual large flames should come to the top of this one here like so. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually plug this, so this mix shader, into my actual fact now. And finally now what I want to do is I just want to duplicate this this one here, so this small flame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it going all the way around like so, and then I'm just going to press Shift D, and that then means that the actual the frame will come with it as well, which is exactly what we want. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to name this to mid flame. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to call it mid. So mid flames, like so. Okay, and before actually doing that, what I want to do is I want to come back down to my large flames, and I'm going to actually set this I'm going to leave this actually on 8, and what I want to do is I want to set the small flames to 16. So I'm going to change the scale up to 16, and then I've got my mid flames, which I'm going to change this to something like 4. Yeah, let's change it to 4, something like that. Now let's bring in another mix RGB. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D, and I'm going to bring this over to here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this into the bottom of here, and then put this into the top of here, and then finally grab this mix RGB and then drop that into the bottom of there. So you can see now we've got 3. We've got main flames, small flames, and large flames. And we've got the 2 bottom ones mixed into the mixed RGB. And then this mixed RGB is mixed in with the mid flame. So basically we've combined all 3 of these actual flames, which gives us a ton of control over how this fire actually is going to look, what color it's going to be, for instance. Because the reason we've done that is because if you look at any fire, you've got kind of the red, which is the you know, the very coldish part of the fire. You've got then the yellow, which is a bit warmer, and finally you've got the white, which is the red hot part of it. So that's why we've actually done it in this way. And before we go on, this doesn't actually look right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to swap these around. So I need to grab this one and put that into the top, and then that one will go into the bottom. Okay, that's looking much better. Now let's come in and change the mix to soft light. So we're going to go up soft light. Here it is. I'm going to do the same one on this one. So soft light, and then I'm going to put the FAC up to 1, and I'm going to do the same on this one as well. And now let's just make sure that everything's connected, so we can see that we've got our texture coordinates needs connecting up to our vector on this one as well. And there we go. And now what we really need to do is have a look at the thickness of each of these parts. So we've got mid flames, and you can see as I bring this down or up, we can actually control that. We've got the small flames then. If I bring this down again, you can see we control that. But the problem is if I do this now, I'm not really going to see you know, what I'm actually doing. But it's good that you actually understand how we actually control these before actually going ahead. So the first thing we want to do is actually get these things moving, and then finally we can actually bring in some colors, and you'll understand, okay, I want my small flames to be this big, and you actually understand how this whole of this setup actually works. So let's first of all bring in a gradient texture. So Shift A, let's look for a gradient. Like so. So gradient texture, let's drop that in there. Let's also then bring in a mix RGB, sorry. So mix RGB, let's drop that in there. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to plug in the color from the gradient into the top of our mixed RGB, and then take the large flame, so where the color is. So we're going to pull the color and drop that into our mix RGB like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the color from which was originally in this one and just swap it with this one here, like so. All right. Now we should have an actual gradient that goes up, and basically it should get lighter or darker as it actually tapers off. All right, so what do I mean by that? Well, if I come into my gradient, I'm just going to pull this down here along with this. I'm going to grab my texture gradient. I'm going to press Ctrl T. And basically I want to bring in a mapping and texture coordinates. Now if I come in and I change the Y, I think it'll be, let's have a look, change the Y. And then if I bring the X up, let's have a look, or bring it down, we can see now that we should end up with some control over how this actually is. Now the problem here is that you can see that this should be on -90, so -90 turn it round, and then let's try bringing this up now. And there we go. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So you can see what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it thicker at the bottom, and as it goes up to the top, it actually starts to disappear like actual flames do. So flames are really thick down the bottom, but as they go up to the top, they're really thin, spindly, and then they eventually disappear. And that's the kind of result that we're trying to actually get. Now, let's actually get this moving. So how we're going to do that is we're going to come into, and we're going to add in a driver. So let's come to our large flames first. Now, the thing is, we're going to add them to the Z-axis, but you might actually need to rotate them round, where you would put frame, and then you would put minus 30 or minus 60 or whatever it is, if it's going the wrong way around. So let's do the first one first. So if I come into the Z, I'm going to press my hashtag. I'm going to press frame for the driver. And then I'm going to press / and then let's try, first of all, 30, something like that. Now, if I press spacebar now, you can see that it looks as though my flame's actually going the wrong way, which is what I said. But now if I press minus 30, like so, now you can see my flame's going the right way. So you're looking basically for the flame going up, and you know now that each time we do this, it's basically going to be minus, not just 30. So just take that into account. And yours might be the other way around, so just keep it on 30. All right, everyone, so you can see now how we've got the large flames moving. So what we need to do now on the next lesson is we need to get the other actual small flames and the mid flames actually moving as well. And then we can actually bring in some color. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left you off. Alright, so let's get our small flames moving now. So if we come again to the location on the Z, I'm going to press hashtag, and I'm going to click on frame, and I'm going to press / and then minus, and we'll put this onto 60, like so. Now what we'll do is we'll come to our mid flames, same thing again. So I'm going to click on the Z. I'm going to click hashtag frame minus, / minus and 15, like so. And now press spacebar. You should end up with something like this, which you can see now is really, really nice. You can already see exactly how this is actually going to work out. Now, the other thing is, if, again, you can come down and change your gradient. So just don't forget, you've got a gradient on here where you can move it up if you want your flames not to be quite so thick down the bottom. I think I'm really happy with mine. So the next thing we need to do now is we need to actually bring in our colors, and then finally we can bring in our light flicker on top of that. Don't forget as well, we can also speed up how fast these are actually moving, because it's based on our actual, where is it? There it is. This here. So this is also, remember, had a driver as well. So if we want to change that, we just need to come to here, and you can change your driver from here like so. All right, so now let's go back to our flame and let's bring in some colors then. So let's come over first of all to our emission shader. Let's put it on a nice red or orangey red or something like that. And then what we'll do is we'll put the strength of it up to 6 or something. And you can see, am I happy with that color? I don't think so. I think I need to make it a little bit orangey. Yeah, something a little bit more like fire. Yeah, something like that maybe. All right, we'll start with that. And then as we work through them, we'll be able to change them on the fly. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to grab my ecosphere. So I'm just going to press Shift D. I'm going to rotate it. So RZ, rotate it round. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in, press the tab button. I'm actually going to just make this a little bit different. So I'm just going to press G, bring it in like so. And this one's basically going to be the hottest part of my actual flame. So I'm just moving it around like so. And then what I'm going to do now is press tab. I'm going to come down. I'm going to change this color to maybe you can see there. I need to actually duplicate the actual material as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over. I'm going to come to where it says flame red, and I need to change this to another one. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the plus. I'm going to call this flame white. So flame white, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. So if I come down to this, it'll say copy material, And then if I come to this, you can see paste material in. Now we should be able to, if I give it this color. So if I come to this one and just minus off this flame red, and there we go. And now if I come in and I put this on white, we should end up actually. Okay, I remember now. There's actually an issue where we need to, it takes a little bit of time actually to update for some reason. So I'm just going to unplug this. And there we go, it actually updated. Now, the thing is, why did it take so long to update? And the reason is because what I actually did in the end is I actually minused it off. So basically what I did was I came to where it said flame white, I took it off, and then what I did was I re-put it back on. So I actually come down to the little arrow here, and I think it's just a little bit of a bug actually in Blender. And then I'm just going to put it on flame white like so, and now you can see it's actually working. So now let's move it over like so, and if I press spacebar now, there we go. If I double tap the A as well, you've got an even better view of what it's actually going to look like. Now, the other thing is the red one, I don't actually want going as high. So if I click on the red, so you can see this is flame white, and let's try and hide that one out of the way. Let's click on the flame red. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring back the actual gradient. So if you come down to here, where your gradient is, I'm actually then going to pull this back. So you can see here, we can pull it up or we can pull it back like so. If I press Alt H now to bring back this flame, now you can see it's looking a little bit better. All right, so now let's make one more. You can also see that they're kind of moving a little bit the same. If you want to change that as well, what you can do is you can come in to your mapping, click on it and just put in something like, let's put this on 60 or something like that. And now if I press spacebar, now you can see they're actually moving very different. If I double tap the A now, there you go. All right, so I'm happy with that. Now let's bring in one more then, and we'll have this on a, maybe either a real dark red or something like that. So I'm going to grab this one, I'm going to press Shift D, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it in, make it smaller, like so, and I'm going to bring it down, like so. All right, now what I want to do is I'm actually going to pull this up as well. So I'm going to grab the center of it, I'm going to press Shift Space Bar, bring in the move tool, and then just move it up, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this again. So we've got flame white, we've got flame, where is it? Flame red, let's hide that. Yeah, flame red. So let's have a flame yellow as well. So let's press Alt H. Let's come back then to the center one. So I want to come back to my center one, which is this one here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new one. So new, and we'll call it flame yellow. Like so. And also I want to be able to change these as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also sort this out, because at the moment it's really hard to select them and I really don't want that. So I'm just gonna put all these up just so it's nice and neat for when we come back in, like so. And it shouldn't take too long, and it's just an easier way then of dealing with it. Now the flame, we should have then the flame. So we've got flame 1, flame 2, and then we've got flame 3, which are okay. So let me just see. So flame red, flame white, and then we've got the flame yellow. So I'm just gonna, again, minus this off, and then I'm just gonna paste this in. So paste material in, and then all I'm going to do, I'm gonna come back to this now. I'm gonna make it a yellow color. Now it's not gonna change, of course, we know why. So if I minus that off now, and then bring it back in, so I'll click the down arrow, flame, and then we're gonna put it onto flame yellow. There we go. Now if I press Alt H, now everything comes in, double tap the A, there we go, we have flames. All right, so these ones on the outside, they're probably going the wrong way around at the moment. So the white ones should be the ones that are on the inside, and the yellow ones should be the ones on the outside. So let's change those around. So if I grab, I think it's this one here. Yes, it is. And then I'm going to press space, and I'm just going to bring these out a little bit, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the inside. I think it's that one. Yes, it is. And then come to the top one and then bring that out. And there we go. Now it's looking a lot more like an actual flame. All right, so I'm really happy with how that flame actually looks. Now the one thing that we need in is our flame flicker. So let's come back to modeling now. I'm going to press the tab button. And what I want to do is I want to bring in an actual point light. So I'm going to press Shift A. I'm going to come down. I'm going to bring in a point light. Let's move that over then. And you'll see that once I put on this, which because it's on Eevee, if I put this on now you can actually see our point light, but we don't actually get a lot of light off it at the moment because we need to actually bring it out a little bit. So if I come to my light settings over here, we've got a point light, and what I want to do is I want to turn up the power first of all, I want to turn up the color. So we want it on something that's kind of yellowy, orangey, something like that. Let's turn it up a little bit more. And that's also as well, you can turn up the radius, which gives you that kind of now, this movement. Now, if I move this now, you can see that we can put it over here now. Now, the thing is, when you put it, you don't actually want it over because it will basically destroy your light. So you don't want that. So what you want is something like that. Okay, so now we've got our point line, Tim. What we want to make sure is that, first of all, you're on Eevee. Let's set the screen space reflections on, and let's also turn on our actual render, and you should end up with something like this. Now, this might not be bright enough at this moment, believe it or not, so we'll just actually find out if it is. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my animation. I'm going to come back then to my actual light here, and then what I'm going to do now, I'm going to set it on number 1, so frame 1. I'm going to press I, hovering over the actual power, and then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come all the way over to 200. I'm going to press I again, and that basically is just going to duplicate it over there. Next of all, now what I want to do is click on my actual point. You see we've got one that says power here. And now if I come over to this little arrow down here, I want to put it onto graph editor. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press N, and you'll see now that we've got actually all of these options here. The one we want is the actual modifier. Now don't worry, you won't actually be able to see anything yet. And the reason you can't see anything yet is because of the fact that this is around 200. So if I come and scroll up, you will see that we should, if we zoom in around, what is it, 270. Let's go to 270. There we go. So there is our actual graph here. Now, the thing is, when I first did this, I couldn't actually see where the actual line was. But now I know that we have to actually move up to around where it is. So like so, I want to bring these in a little bit. So I've actually got a better idea of what I'm actually looking at here. And the way to do that is simply come over to the right-hand side, and you can actually bring this down now much, much closer together, which is going to make it so you can actually see much easier now what you're actually doing, because you can see these are much, much closer together. Let's bring them down even more, and now we've actually got a good idea. All right, so let's bring in that modifier. So click on modifier. Let's bring in the noise, and you'll see already now that we've got something happening. Now, what you want to do is you want to turn up the strength of the noise, and as you turn that up, you can see now that we're going to be bouncing around between 250-ish to around 300. So now if I put this on, press the space bar, now you end up with that beautiful flame flicker. Now, obviously, you can make this a lot more extreme. You can make this a lot brighter, for instance. All we need to do then is if we go back to frame 1 and we put this on something like 500, for instance. Oh, the other thing is I need to put this onto rendered view. There we go. Now we can actually see much, much better what that's doing. Now, let's put this on something like 1000 on this frame, and let's turn it up. So press I. And you can see we've got a big jump there, and the reason is because we put it on frame 77, which is not something I want. So I'm going to press Ctrl Z. I'm going to come to frame 1. But at least you get an idea of understanding how this actually works. And let's put it on 2000, like so. Let's press the I button, and then let's come to frame 200. And again, we'll put it on frame 200. So let's just move this up. Let's put it on to 2000. Like so. Let's press the I button, and now I'm going to have to scroll all the way up now to see exactly where we are. So it's somewhere around here, and now if I press this, you can see you've got that tiny flicker, but at the moment I turn this up, so let's turn this up even higher, like so. And now you can see it's very, very hard to see actually, but we can actually accentuate. Once you've got a few more actual walls around here, you'll be able to see it much, much more. But the higher I move this up and the more I pull this down, so let's pull this down just a little bit to 0.7. And now you can see it flickering away like so. And that's exactly what we want. It only needs to be subtle. Of course, you can make this much, much more pronounced like so. You can make it flicker much, much more like that. All right, so that's basically it for that one. Let's go now back to modeling, and let's have one more last look at this. And there's your light flickering away with your actual flame. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you learned a lot from that. Bit of a long one, this one, but we got there in the end. So the next one we're going to be covering is moths and lights, and we'll see how we go with that one. All right, thanks a lot, everyone. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so let's go to the next one, which is our morphs and light. So if we click on that, we will see that we have one light and we have a morph. Our light is actually split off away from our morph, and this means that we can actually animate this light, so you know it's moving backwards and forwards or something like that. That's the same animation as what we went through in our swing animation. So this one here you could use. Did I actually click on? No, I clicked on them both. Let's just click that one off. This swing animation is pretty much the same thing as what you could do on this light. So let's close that down. All right, so let's first of all get our morphs actually flapping their wings. So first of all, I'm going to go into my morph. You can see at the moment that the actual orientation is around the actual center. Now this morph just has a real basic just a material on it, so it's just very basic, but you can make it a bit more complex if you're doing your own, you know, make some better materials and things like that. All right, so let's come in then, and what we're going to do first of all, we want to give this actually a shape key. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to the right hand side where my little triangle is. I'm going to click it twice. So first one is the base, and then the second one is what we can actually alter. So let's come in. And what we'll do is we'll grab this full wing. I'm going to press R and Y, and I don't want to pull it from there. What I want to pull it from is this point here. So what I'm going to do is first of all, Shift S, cursor selected, and then I'm going to grab my wing again. But now if I pull it, you'll see it still pulls from here. I don't want that, so I'm going to press the little sideways V, and I'm going to go to 3D cursor. Then what I'm going to do now is I press R and Y, and I can bring it up. Then I'm going to go across to the left hand side and down the bottom where it says rotate. Just open this if it's not open. And what I want to do is I want to copy this. So I'm going to click it, Control C, copy it, and then let's come to the next wing. I'm going to press L and then R and Y. Put it up like so, and then I'm going to press Control V, and I'm just going to get rid of this minus. So if I minus, then it's going to be exactly the same as this one. And there we go. Now if I press Tab, you'll see that we have control over these wings, which is really, really nice. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to come in and we need to give this some noise to make them actually flap. So let's do that now. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come to Layout, and I'm going to make sure that this is on 1. So make sure it's on 1. Press dot to zoom into your morph again. And then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in and put the value, keep it on 0. So I'm going to press I, put an insert key, come to 200. And then let's put in another key, so I. And now finally we can go over to our animation. And then what I want to do now is I want to actually animate these. So you can see here it is. Now if you don't see it, it's probably going to be up here somewhere. So just be aware that it's not on, 0 or anything like that. So while, from the fire flicker that we did before with the lights and stuff, so just make sure that you scroll down to 0 and then you should see it there. Now, because this is set up from the fire flicker, you should already have on the right-hand side your modifiers. So we're going to bring in a noise. And you can see as soon as we bring that in, we will end up, you can see a tiny, tiny flicker. Now, all we need to do is just turn up the strength of this. And then what'll happen is you'll end up with the flapping wings of an actual moth. Good stuff, right? Now, first, let's actually turn the interpolation to Bezier, I think it'll be, which makes it a bit more fluid than what it was before. And now, basically, we've got our moth. So all we need to do now, I'm just making sure it goes all the way through, which it should do. All we need to do now is basically turn this into a load of moths going around a light. So how am I going to do that? Well, first of all, I'm going to go back to modeling now. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to come to my actual light and I'm going to turn this into an emitter. So if I come over here, let's click plus, and there you go. You can see that we can actually use this. If I press spacebar, you can see that we can actually use this as an emitter. So we want these basically bouncing balls to be our moths. So let's actually sort that out now. So the first thing I'm going to do is rename this. So I'll call it moth or moths. Like so. And when I'm renaming them, I always rename this as well. So I'm going to put this as moths. And this is because sometimes when you click this down now, you'll see now that it's called moths. And we've got one called particle settings. And I do this just to make sure that everything's going to work correctly. I also make sure that this little shield is ticked on. And that is because, let's say I save Blender out and I don't have this emission there. I do that to make sure that I keep the emission regardless if there's one in the actual scene. This means then if I want to actually send through this emitter to another blend file, I'm able to do that. So that's another reason why I do that. I'm actually going to come up and actually save that out as well. Alright, so now let's come in and let's alter a few of these options. I'm going to pull this up all the way up here just so I can actually see what I'm doing. And the first one I'm going to alter is this number. I'm going to put it on 50 just to make sure there's nowhere near as many moths as that. I'm also going to come down. I'm going to put the start frame on 1 and the end frame on 1. And then basically the lifetime on something like 1,000. And this makes sure then that these will stay around for as long as we need them to. All right, so the next thing then I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to put, where is it? Display as. And then what I want to do is where it says rendered, I want to change this from Halo and I want to have this on object. And my object is going to be my actual moth, like so. And now when I press spacebar, when it restarts, you'll see that these actual moths, they start bouncing up and down like that, which is something that we don't want. So what I want to do now is I want to scroll up and I want to come to where it says physics types and I want to put this onto voids and I want to make sure then that this is set up correctly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the mass on 0.085 and then I'm going to put it on to 11.7 on here and then going to put it onto the minimum air distance is going to be 0.171, 0.458. And we're just going to put these in for now. And then once we've done them, we can go through them and have a look at what they actually do. All right, so something like that. And then the air personal is going to be on 0. And now if I press spacebar, there we go. We're actually starting to have something happen. Now, the other thing is as well that you can see that they're way too small at the moment. So we need to make them much bigger than they are. You can also see that they're flying off all over the place. And that's not something we want. And the reason that is happening is because this emitter at the moment, we haven't actually told it what we want to do with it. In other words, we've got something here called void brain and we've not told it what we want to do. So what we want to do with this first of all is we want to minus both of these off. I want to click the plus and I want it to be follow the leader. Now the leader is going to be this lamp like so. Now when I press spacebar, you will see that all of these are flying around here like so. Now all we need to do now is actually make sure that the scale of these things is much bigger than what it was. Double tap the A and there we go. You have moths flying around the light. Now the best thing is about this of course is that you can change how fast they go, and also as this light actually swings you will see that the moths will just literally follow where the light actually swings. So in other words, if I'm rotating this like so if I rotate it like so, you can see the moths are actually sticking to it. All right, so you will notice at the moment it looks really nice, but there is a problem. Whenever we try and move this, you will see that they just literally stick to the actual movement of it, basically actually movement of it. So what we need to do is actually show you another way of doing this. So what I can do is I can press Shift A. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just grab this, I'll press Shift D and just make a duplicate of it. You can see now that they fly to the other one, which is really great because then what that means is now I can actually move this one and they won't actually stick to it. So that means now we can actually use this. So how do we use it? Well, first of all, if I grab it and I make it a little bit smaller, like so, and then I move it actually into this other one. So if I press spacebar and move it into the other one, like so, and just hide it in there, that now means that I can actually have them attached to this one here. So this lamp here. If I bring this down now, come into my moth light and call it, so let's call it lamp follow, like so, and then take the emitter off of this. So if I take the emitter off, so if I come back to my emitter, which is going to be on here, and then remove it off of here, then this should now be on the one on the inside. In other words, if I move this now, you will see that they actually fly over towards this, but they're still coming out of this emitter. So basically you can have your emitter to whatever you want to be. So that means now when I put this back on here and I move this, for instance, with let's say a bones or something like that. So if I press pause and I put it over here, let's just get it in place and we'll just do a quick movement of it. I'm just going to put it in place like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move it from here. So I'm going to grab, let's say, Alt-Shift-Click, Alt-Shift-Click, Shift-S, cursor selected, and now I'll just move it from here. So I'll just put it onto layout, just to quickly show you. I'll have it on to 1, press dot, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press R, Y, and I want to move it from there, of course, so a little sideways V, 3D cursor, R, Y, and then I'm going to move it to 100, and then R, Y. I need to actually put it, so what I'll do is I'll press I, location, rotation, scale, bring it to 1, and then R, Y, like so, and then I, location, rotation, scale, and then what we'll do is we'll just bring this one over now to 200. So if I bring this over here, Shift D, bring it over here, like so, and now let's press spacebar, and there you go. You'll see it moves, double tap the A, and the moss actually follow it along, even though it's actually moving. So what you could do then is from there is, you basically put your emitter inside this one. Now I'll show you one more thing just before we finish this lesson. If we come over to our particle systems and we come down to viewport render, you will see we can hide our emitter. If you come to render, you can also hide the emitter like so. So now we've hid that emitter. That means that I can grab this one. So this one here, need to press a little sideways V again, come to individual origins, and then what I can do is I can make it a tiny bit smaller and bring it in to this one like so. So let's put it inside this one, like so, small enough, like so. And basically this could be a sphere or anything like that. And now if I hide this emitter, so I'm just going to click on this and we'll just hide it. So object, where is it? Show emitter, hide emitter, double tap the A, press the space bar, and there you go. And that is how you get flying moths. All right, everyone. So let's come up, let's save it out. And then on the next one, we're actually on to clouds. So we'll pull up clouds. And these are really great if you want some, stylized clouds coming out of chimneys and things like that, but you really don't want to use simulation because simulations in Blender are notoriously hard to use, and they also require a lot of, GPU, CPU power. So this is another way around of getting some really nice clouds without using so much of that. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and here we are in clouds. Now mainly this will be looking at how to create smoke. Basically that's what we're actually going to be doing here. And just exactly what is this thing I have on the screen here? Well, if you press Shift A and you come down, you have something called Meta Ball, and if you click on the one that says Ball, this is exactly what it is. So this is the best thing because this can actually change in shape, and it's also really good because it actually sticks together with each other. So let's just delete that out of the way, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this over to the side, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring in another plane. So I'm going to press Shift A, I'm going to bring in a plane, and just imagine that this is the top of a roof or something like that. I'm going to bring it a little bit smaller, so you've got a chimney stack here, and these will be coming out of it. So let's click on this plane. And what we're going to do is we're going to go over to, again, our physics panel. Just before I do that, though, I'm actually going to put my emitter. In fact, I'll call it cloud or smoke. Let's call it smoke emitter, like so. I'm going to grab that, drop it in my clouds, open up my clouds now, and you can see this one's already named. This is the plane here, so everything is named now. Now, let's come to our emitter then. Let's come over and click the plus button, and we're going to call this smoke, like so. Again, I'm going to rename it on here to smoke, like so. And I'm going to click that little shield icon as we've discussed before. And at the moment when I press it, you'll just see a load of balls come out of the emitter and just drop on the floor. Now, what I want to do is I want to change the frame start to -200, and I want to change the end to 200. Now, the reason I'm doing that is, as you see, as it gets to the end, we've still actually got balls there, Rather than if I change this to frame start 1, you will see that as I put it here, it takes time for them to build up. Once it gets to the end here, they'll stop, and then it'll take time for them to build up again, as you see there. We don't really want that because we want our clouds to kind of mingle into each other when it's starting again. So that is why we're putting it on minus 200, because that then gives the cloud start time to actually start. Even though it starts at 0 again, it's still starting off down here, which we just don't see. So all we see is the clouds kind of midway through at frame 1 or something like that. And that is a real handy tip if you want to have a emitter that seems to be constant, because the problem with emitters is that they always start their life basically at frame 1. So you could have, let's say, a flame. The flame will get bigger, bigger, bigger as the frames are going through, but it will always start at 0. So it will be nothing there at frame 0. So that's why we actually put that at minus 200. Next, what I want to do is I want to put the lifetime at 195. So just before this actual 200 for now. And the lifetime randomness, I'm going to set to 0.116. All right, something like that. So at the moment, not a lot of change. Let's come down to the velocity, which is how fast these are spouting out of our emitter. And let's change the normal to 0.8, something like that, because we kind of want them to flow up into the air. We don't want them to be like a fountain or something like that. Now, how do we get them to float into the air? Well, it's kind of similar what we did with the ball all the way over our basic animation. If we come down, you will have one that says field weights, and we're just going to put the gravity onto 0. Now, when we press space, you will see that as this thing restarts, all of the balls then will just float in the air really, really nicely. Now, that's kind of what we want already. The thing is, we want to change these to be this meatball, and also we want to be able to control the direction that they're going in as well. So let's do that now. So you can see if we scroll up here, this is where the aligned objects are. So if I press play and I move this, let's say a little bit to the side like so, you will see now that they're actually in a stream. I'm actually gonna put this on 0 and I'm gonna actually turn it the other way. So I'm gonna actually have them going that way. Now, it doesn't want to be too much. It just wants to be, kind of slightly like so. Yeah, something like that looks absolutely fine. So you can see if this was a chimney, you can see that they're going to go up all the way up to here before they actually start disappearing. Now, this is the lifetime of how long our actual particles are going to last. So you can make this a lot less if you put this on 50 or something like that. And now you'll see that they should die off a lot sooner. So this actually controls how long your stream of smoke is. So let's put it to, I don't know, 150, something like that. Now, the problem is why I put it to 195 is because it's actually based over 200 frames. So in other words, when this thing starts again, you'll see that it doesn't, yeah, you can see it just swaps over there. That is why we actually put this then at minus 200. Can you see it's just a slight swap over here? And that's exactly what we're looking for. All right, so we've got that so far. Now what we need to do is we also need to make sure that this meatball is actually being used with, this particle system, which actually really brings it to life. Now, something else we haven't spoke about so far is children. Now, if you want a lot more particles, basically what you can do is you can actually add children. And what that does is it makes more of these onto each of the particles we've already got. In other words, it's actually better to use this rather than just turning this up to like 100,000. It's actually better and easier on Blender and your GPU if you use children instead. So if we click this on simple and I put the display amount to 2 or something like that, now when it renders, there'll actually be slightly more of these actual particles than what there was before, as you can see now. Alright, so now for the moment of truth, let's go up to our renders panel, which is this one here, change it from halo, and what we're going to do is put it on object, and the object is going to be our actual meatball. So now if I press on my meatball, I will have to probably wait to get till it gets to the end, and I'll probably have to scale it up as well. It's probably going to be a bit small, so let's wait till it gets to the end. You can see they're really, really tiny there, but the moment I start actually to scale these up, And there we go. And you can see that is moving like actual clouds. Now we do have one problem in that we can see like it's a weird kind of color. It's just based on pretty much how the light's shining on it, and that's not something we want. So we do actually want to give this some color, and then what it'll do is really accentuate how these clouds actually look. But you can also change the randomness of the scale. So for instance, we can put that up like so, and then turn this up, and there you go. You've got a bit more realism in our clouds. You can also have things like the rotation on here, so we can have it actually rotating as they come out. So sometimes that actually helps make it each cloud even more kind of independent because they're actually rotating. They are actual spheres though, so you might not notice that much difference unless you really crank this up really high. Now, of course, the best thing about this is we can also alter how the velocity, so my velocity, which is here, how this velocity actually works. So for instance, if I come, let's say to frame 1, like so, and if you can't get it, just click that on, and then go over to where it's aligned to. So if I'm putting this on, let's say put this on I, and then I come to, let's say frame 50, and I want to have it going the other way. So let's press that on I. Now you'll see that as this comes out, it'll go up, and it should on the next one. You can see now how that's actually going and moving, as you can see. Now, if I put this up to here, like so, and then press the space bar again, you'll see now it actually starts to have that little wiggle, like so. Now, the problem is you've got to be very careful because obviously where it's actually starting from. So normally if you're doing this, you would actually put these frames as well down into the -200 to make sure that it's lining up a bit better. But you can see if I put this onto 1, grab all of these and then push them in, you'll see now that if I press spacebar, you can actually get some real wiggle in the actual clouds. Though again, that's just using a few keyframes, and we're able to get that really nice effect of those clouds kind of moving in the wind, and that's exactly what we're looking for. All right, so the next thing now, you've pretty much got, you know, everything you need to know about how to make these clouds. The next thing we need to look at then is just giving them some textures, and we just want to give them a simple texture just so you know how to do that, because if you don't know how to do that, then your clouds aren't going to look as good as they should do. All right, so let's go over to our material first, and we'll give it a material called clouds. So new clouds, and you can see, and you will see now that that has actually disappeared. And the reason it's disappeared is because we haven't actually made it into any type of mesh. So the moment I press play, nothing's going to happen because we've actually gave it a material. So let's take that material off and let's restart this. So now let's give it an actual material. Now, if I come down to material, click new, you will see that it kind of disappears. And that's because we just need to put it on the rendered panel. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this clouds, like so. I'm going to press spacebar, let it actually come out, just so I've got something to actually work with where I can actually see, like so. And just let it restart again. And there we go. All right, so now let's come over to our shading panel. I'm going to press the dot button to zoom in. Make sure that you're actually on rendered. And then all I'm going to do now, get rid of my principled, so delete that out of the way. Then I'm going to bring in a color ramp, so color ramp, bring that in. I'm going to bring in an RGB curves, and the reason I'm going to do that is because that then is going to give me full control over how light or dark these are. I'm going to plug this then into the color. I'm finally going to plug this into the surface, and then to actually give me control over how this is going to look, I'm going to grab my color ramp, press Ctrl T, and then we're going to get a mapping, and we're going to get an image texture, which we don't want. So just delete the image texture and then plug this in like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to base it on the normals, so which way these are actually facing. So I'm going to plug this into the vector, and now finally I should be able to come in and alter this color ramp. And now you'll see if we come in and we alter this, so what I tend to do here is I will come to the bottom one and I'll put it on something like a green, something like that. I'll come to the next one, I'll put it on a blue, something like that. I'll come to the next one, then I'll put it on a pink, and then I'll come to the final one and I'll put it on something like a red. And that, in fact, I'll make it a different color just so they're not quite as contrasting there. There we go. Now, why have I done that? The reason is because now I've got a good idea of how dark. This is going to be for one thing, so I know we need to bring that down. But also, I know now where these colors are going to be. So I can see, for instance, this blue needs to be the blue right on the kind of the outer, so the most brightest part. So I'm going to put this onto white, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this up like so. Then I'm going to come to my pink now. In fact, I'll come back to my green. So my green needs to be kind of the darkest part. So I'm going to put this on here. And then I'm going to turn this down a little bit, like so. Then I'm going to come to this one. I'm going to put it on, turn it up a little bit, like so. And then finally, I'll come to this one, like so. And there you go. Now you can see that we've got some really, really nice fluffy clouds. All right, everyone. So let's go back to modeling. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press tab. I'm going to go to file. I'm going to save that out like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull that bit up. I'm actually going to close my clouds off now, and I'm going to open up my complex chain. So we'll let this load up. And then on the next one, what we're going to do is we're going to animate this stone going up and down, and these chains actually moving along with it in a realistic way. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so the first thing I want to do is I want to split all of these chains off away from each other, basically. So I want this center crystal in the center, I want that split off as well. So I'm going to press L on it. I want to make sure that I'm actually in edge select, so L, P selection, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab each one of these. Now I'm going to grab them in a quick way instead of grabbing each one of them. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to press Z, go into wireframe. In fact, I'll make this even easier on myself. What I'll do is I'll see if I can actually hide those out the way, hide these out of the way, and hide the stones out of the way, and then all I should be left with now is my chain, which is going to make it even easier. So now if I go into wireframe, select this chain, I'm going to grab just this one. I'm then going to press B for box select, grab all of this one, press Ctrl plus just to make sure you've got it all, and then I'm going to press P selection like so. Now I'm going to grab the next one, so P selection, and then next one, D, Ctrl plus, P selection, and finally the last one, so B, grab it all, P selection like so. All right, so now these are all split off from each other. Now I can just go to solid, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab everything. I'm going to press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry. And then that means that they're all split off, all the transformations are reset, and basically these are really, really good now for actually putting in our actual armatures and bones. So let's come to our first chain. So I'll come to this one here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this edge around here. So Alt, Shift and click, Shift S, cursor to selected, and then what I'm going to do is bring in my first bone. So if I press Shift A now, bring in, where is it, armature, my bone. I'm going to call this chain, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually bring it to the edge of here. So what do I mean by that? First of all, though, I've got to rotate it around. As you can see, this is not rotated the right way. So if I press R and Z, rotate it around like so. And then what I can do is I can grab the top of this. So if I come in, make sure the top's grabbed, press Shift Space, move. And you can see at the moment, it's moving in the wrong direction. I don't want that. So what I'm going to do, put it on normal. And then I can actually move it to where I actually want it, which is going to be down here like so. And now I can line it up so that it's perfectly in line just in there. Now I can actually grab this bone and I can right click and I can come down and subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. And now you can see I've got a lot of bones and I've got a lot of control actually how this chain's going to move because of the amount of bones. The more realistic you want your chain to move, the more bones basically you want in it. So I'm going to come now. I'm going to put this on global, I think, and get away with global now. I'm going to put my proportional editing on, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try and pull this out. So if I grab this, can I actually use my proportional editing? I'm not so sure if I can or not. No, I don't think I can use proportional editing on there for some reason, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold them down like so, just getting them in line with the actual chain, making sure it's got that nice kind of curve like so. And then I'm just going to check once I've done this and just make sure that they're all actually lining up. So there we go. That's looking quite nice. Going over the top then, I can see my actual bones going all the way along there. All right, so I'm happy with the first one. Now what I want to do is I want to duplicate this around. So I'm going to keep it at the same basic armature. So I want this armature chains, which if I press tab, shouldn't be called chains 06, should be called chain armature, like so. There we go, that's better. Now I'll also drop that in my complex armature as well. And now I just want to make sure that this bone, if I hide this, I'm just making sure that's going to the right place where I want it. I think before I finish, I'll just bring this back a little bit. So I'm just going to put it on normal. I'm going to bring it back just a touch because they are all going to come together. All right, now I've got that. What I want to do is I want to make sure that I rotate these going round to my other chain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Alt-H, bring back everything. I'm going to hide these again out of the way. I'm going to hide these stones, just make it a little bit easier on myself. And now I'm going to come to this part here. Now my rock here has an orientation, so I can press Shift S, cursor selected, and now I can hide that out of the way. Now I can come to my actual armature, and what I want to do is I want to press tab to make sure that I'm in edit mode. And what that means now is I can copy all of these bones. So if I go over the top now, I can press the little sideways V, 3D cursor, and now I can press Shift D and then rotate it around there, hopefully without normal on, so with global on, R, Z, and rotate it around to my next chain. And then Shift D, and then RZ, rotate it around to this one, and then Shift D, and then RZ, and rotate it around. Now, it's important that you actually make sure that all of these are lined up. So the first one I'm going to do, I'm just going to come to these now and actually line them up. It's a bit kind of tedious, but you want to make sure that it's done, because if not, it just makes things harder in the long run. So you might as well make sure it's done correctly. So now if I click the little sideways V again, come to individual origins, and now I should be able to move these bones across. So the first thing I'm going to do is just make sure that they're all lined up properly first. So you can see they're quite a bit of way out on some of them, and I don't really want that, so I'm just going to line them all up like so. Even on this end one, as you can see, it's a little bit out. You can also see that because we're moving it in normal, maybe that wasn't the best way to do this. So I'm just going to go back. I'm going to put them back. I just want to see if they're lining up. Yeah, I think they are. So I'm just going to put this back on global, and I'm going to pull them up actually first, just so I have a better, clearer view of how these bones are going to look. Now, luckily, with the chain, it doesn't matter too much if they're not perfectly rotated the right way. So something like chain doesn't matter so much. What does matter, though, is just that they're actually following the chain correctly. So you can see here that we have a lot that are out. So I'm going to go over the top. I'm going to press G, because that's going to be even easier, because it means it moves along the XY axis. So I'm just going to grab this one, G, and then I'm going to grab this part, G, like so. Now that chain's perfectly in line. All right, so now this end of this chain, I'm going to pull out a little bit with G. And again, I'm going to just use G now to make sure that all of these are lining up really nicely, like so. And then I'll go in, and what I'll do is I'll line them up then going the other way. So on the Z axis, let's line these up. I think I've done the first one, so I'm just going to put that in there like so. And then I'm just going to check this one. This one's pretty much all lined up, except this one maybe. I'll go around this side now. And then what I'll do is I'll start pulling these down. And what I'm looking for is this where the links are. That's where I'm trying to line them up to. You can see that one's okay. I'm just using G now. And I will go and check them as a final check. I always want the end one as well to come a little bit out. Like so. You can see this one's a mile out. So let's pull this bit down first. I'm going to grab the whole thing. Press G. Pull it down. And pull the end up a tiny bit. Now let's get them lined up. Like so. And then I'll go over the top. And I'll just check. Make sure that they're all lined up. All right, over the top, you can see we've lost a little bit of it, so they're a little bit out now. So again, I'm going to press G just to line them up, like so. And I think that is looking pretty nice. All right, so once you've done that, you should have the same armature. As you can see, this is all part of the same armature, and they should all be lined up really nice. You should have some bones poking out of here. I'm going to move this one over just a little bit, like so. And you should also have some bones just nearly poking out of the back. Some of them can be poking out. It doesn't matter too much because they're going into some rocks anyway, so don't worry about that too much. Okay, so now before we finish, the last thing we want to do is we just want to make sure that these last bones now are not kind of coming from here. We basically want them kind of halfway in each of these links because these are actually going to be IK bones. So if I go over the top, I'm going to press tab. I'm going to grab this one first. I'm going to press G and just pull it to there, as you can see. And then G, pull it halfway in this one. And the same on this one, like so. And then the same, well, this one's actually okay. I'm just going to move that one a little bit to the side so we can see what we're doing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on one of the bones. I'm going to press, let's press F2 and we'll call this IK bone 1, like so. And then let's call this one basically the same, but IK bone 2. So IK bone 2. And this just makes it easier then for me to actually go in and name the others. So not to name the others, sorry, to go in and actually make sure I'm actually on the IK. So IK bone 3, and then F2, IK bone 4. And I'm also then going to go over to my options, and we're going to put on, where is it? This one here, and I want to have viewport display, and I want my names on. And there we go. Now I can see these are actually IKs. Plus, when I do make these IKs, they will actually go a different color as well. All right, so that's it for that one, everyone. I hope you're enjoying it so far. I hope you learned a lot, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Now, we've named all these bones, so we've got IK. Now, what we want to do is we want to actually split them off. So I'm going to come to this one, and what I'm going to do is press Alt-P. I'm going to disconnect the bone. Now, when I grab this bone now, you'll see it's still got a line there, but it's actually disconnected away from this one. I'm going to now come to all three of these, Alt-P, disconnect bones, and I'm hoping that these, if I press dot, will all be kind of the same. Yes, they are. Okay, they're all done now. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to put an IK on this one. We'll do this one first. So if I come to this bone here, I need to make sure that I'm in pose mode. So come to pose mode. And then what I'm going to do now, I'm going to come down to my actual, this part here. And what I want to do now is actually put an IK. One thing I forgot though, if I come back to this one and I click on my bones, I need to make sure that this deform is ticked off on all 4 of these because we don't actually want this deforming our chain. So now if I grab this, you'll see that it should just do that. And even if I'm in edit mode, that deform should be off. So you can do it in either edit or pose mode, in other words. All right, now let's come to this one. And what we want to do now is come to add bone constraint, and we're going to add in an inverse kinematics. I'll put down on the bottom right hand side what inverse kinematics do, but basically what it does is it makes a chain reaction so that you can control it from one bone and it moves very loosely. So for instance, when your foot actually moves forward with your leg, it always moves together with it. You can't move your leg and leave your foot behind or anything like that. And also it moves in a certain fluid motion, and that is what inverse kinematics does. It's trying to basically cut out all the work and all of those keyframes you'd have to animate if you weren't using these. Now the next thing we need to do is we need a target. So the target is going to be our chain armature. So if you just hover over anywhere on the chain, you will see it comes up, click it on, and then you'll see it's there. Now the reason why we name this is because now it's really easy for us to see which bone it is. So the bone we're going to be looking for is going to be IK bone 2, which is this one here now. Now what should happen now is when I grab this bone and I press G, you will see that all of this bone actually moves with it in a really nice fluid, realistic way, which is what we're actually looking for. Now, if you drop that down, just put it back, it's Alt-G, as we spoke about many times. Now, you will notice that it's really juddery at the moment, and we don't want that, but don't worry, because we're actually going to fix that. So to fix that, what we're going to do before we do anything else is we're just going to add in another bone. Now, this cursor right at the moment is in the center. So if I come to edit mode, and then I just press Shift A and bring in another bone, I want everything basically to move from this bone. So I'm just going to make this one a little bit smaller. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and I'm going to attach it to this. So I'm going to grab this one and this one, press Ctrl P, and then I'm going to keep offset. And now if I go back to pose mode and I grab this bone here, so this one here, you can see now that as I move this, it's not flicking about everywhere. It's really smooth, and that is exactly what I want. Now this is also good because so if I press G and Z, as our stone goes up and down, the actual chain will follow with our actual stone. So that makes it even easier now for us. So now let's come and do the same thing on the rest of these. So we're in pose mode. We need to attach all of these first. So I'm just going to go back to edit mode. I'm going to grab this one, this one, this one, and then finally the center one. I'm going to press Ctrl P and I'm going to keep offset like so. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make sure, I've took the foam off of all of those. I've disconnected all of those. So if I grab this one, just making sure I've disconnected it. And now I can go to pose mode and do exactly the same thing for all of these. So if I come to this one, I'm going to go now at a constraint, inverse kinematics. The armature is going to be our chain armature. And the bone on this one is going to be IK bone 3. Now, if you're having trouble finding it, because there's a lot of bones here, just put in IK and then you'll see IK bone 3. Now let's come to the next one, which is this one here. Same thing again, inverse kinematics, armature, bone, IK, and because we've got our names on, you can see IK bone 4. And then finally, this one, which is here. Same thing again. Grab that, pipette, there we go. And now the IK bone 1. So IK, put in IK, bone 1, like so. All right, so now when I grab this center thing, this center bone, I should have all the control over all of these actual chains, hopefully. Now, let's actually go in and actually weight these now, so that once we can actually turn our bones off. Now we don't need those on, so we'll also do that. We'll go back to edit mode to actually do this, and then what I'll do is I'll just press tab, go now to my viewport display, not on there, where is it? Find that. Turn off the names like so, and now what we need to do is weight all these and then bring our stone back, and then we can weight that with it as well. All right, let's do that now. So the way we're going to weight these, first of all, I'm going to save out my work. The way we're going to weight these independently, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my chain, my bones, grab my chain, that's the wrong way around. So I'm going to grab my chain, then my bones, Ctrl P, and we're going to do it with automatic weights like so. And now what you'll see happens is if I come back to my bones, put it back onto pose mode, grab this this middle one, press the G button, you'll see now this chain moves really realistically. Now the reason I split these up into do them independently is because if I didn't do that, what would happen is that it would try and put weight onto each of these. So you might end up with this bone moving slightly as this chain moves. That's why we did it independently. So now let's come back to object mode. Like so. Grab my bones. I'm just wondering which one I actually did. Yeah. Let's go and check that again. I think I'm working. Yes, I am. Okay, I'm working this way around. So object mode. There we go. Now let's grab this, Control P, wrong way around again. Let's grab this, Control P, automatic weights. Let's work our way around now. So we'll grab our chain, grab our armature, Control P, automatic weights. And now finally, let's come around and grab this one and this one, Control P, automatic weights, like so. Now I'm hoping that these will go okay. So let's, the moment of truth, let's go to pose mode. We've got our middle one grabbed. And if I press G, There we go. There is our chain moving really, really nicely. Now, of course, it's not going to be moving. It's only going to be moving slightly because we don't actually want this chain to be stretched or anything like that. So no bendy bones this time. All right, now the final thing is we need to obviously bring in our stone now. So if I press object mode, press Alt-H, bring everything back. I'm going to basically hide all of this except this stone, so I'm going to hide these as well, just this one stone. And what I want to do is I also want to have this weighted to my actual chain. So again, I'm going to grab this, I'm going to grab my chain, I think it's the right way around, yes it is, and we'll give it with empty groups. And the reason I'm giving it with empty groups is because I want this center bone to be the only one that has some weight bearing on this. In other words, I want to now go to my armature, come down to bones in front, and this one here, so this one here, I want to be weighted to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to come, actually I'll come to this and that'll make more sense. So this bone here, I will call this the root bone as well because that makes most sense. So if I come here, we'll call it the root bone. Like so. And then what we'll do now is we'll come to our stone. And then what we'll do is we're looking now for the root bone. So again, I think it's going to be down at the bottom. There it is. Just seeing it. There it is, the root bone. All right, if I press tab now, press A, and then click assign. I can also as well move this bone all the way down to the bottom. It's going to make it much, much easier if I do that. Then I'll be able to find it like so. Now, if I come in and I grab just this bone here, come to pose. So grab this bone. If I press G now, everything will move with this bone, as you can see. So now the moment of truth, all we need to do now is basically get this animated. So if I press Alt-H when I've gone back to object mode, so now Alt-H, bring everything back. And now again, let's come back to pose mode, like so. Let's go to layout so we can see what we're actually doing. Let's put this onto 1, like so. And then we'll just zoom in a little bit. And again, onto pose mode. Like so. And then what we'll do is we'll start this on here. So I'm going to press I and we'll do, I think we'll just do location because we don't need to scale or anything like that. So just location. And then what we'll do is we'll come to, let's say 100. We'll do it over 200 frames. So come up, bring it all the way up there like so. And then we'll press I, location. And then all I'll do is I'll press Shift D and bring that over to 200. Like so. I'm not sure. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Yeah, it's, I think, is it on 200? Yes, it's on 200. And now, if I grab this, right click, interpolation, let's put it on Bezier. Let's bring it over. Let's press the space bar. And there we go. Realistic moving chains. Now, the other thing you could do is you could pull these in. As this is moving, you just basically put a bone in here, attach them to the IK, and then they would move in with it as well. But that's making it a little bit more complex. I'm quite happy with how this is working. It looks very, very realistic. And basically, it's something that you should have in your own arsenal for when you want to animate, you know, not just chains, it could be ropes and things like that, which are notoriously hard to animate. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that out. And then what we're on the next one is, if I come down and close this up, and I just close this chains off, and I open up our guy here, you can see that we're finally there. So we're on now to the actual character walk cycle. So I'm just going to put my materials on, let the materials load up, and you can see that this one is out of the Unreal Engine. So, and you can see that we've got a little guy here. So this is the next one that we're going to do, our walk cycle. So I hope you enjoyed that, everyone, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now, before we start off, I know that some of you might want to start on this part of the course from the get-go. Although I recommend you to familiarize with other stages first to get a better hang in animation, I'll make sure to walk you through this with a nice pace and all the information needed to understand more technical aspects of these lessons. So this is going to be broken down basically into, first of all, rigging our little woman here, And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to do a walk cycle. So let's get started. The first thing you can see is that this woman is absolutely huge in comparison to our little guy over here. So we should actually make her much, much more. So what I'm going to do is just press S, make her smaller. I'm going to try and get her to be the right size. Now, if you're creating something like a stylized character, you might be able to get away with something this size. You know, something like World of Warcraft, for instance, the characters are like 7 or 8 feet tall in reality. So you just have to take into account, though, if you're taking this through to, you know, a games engine or something like that, they're going to move at a much, much faster pace, really. Plus, if they are like much, much larger, then the movements need to be a lot more slower and a lot more deliberate. If you think of any movies you've seen when, you know, you're looking at giant things walking around, it's very slow, it's very deliberate, but they do walk a lot faster in comparison to an average size human. So all these things need to take into account. So what I would recommend is, first of all, work out how tall your character is going to be actually based on your scene or based on the games engine you're taking it into. You know, is it going to be a giant? Is everything in the actual games engine that you actually create in the game for going to be much larger than in real life? This all needs to be taken into account. Plus, not that, as I said before, if you take this in and it's not actually the size, then what will happen is it will cause problems a lot further down the line. Some people might have to rescale your human or your humanoid that you're taking in there, or your dog or whatever. You'll have to be rescaled up, and that will cause problems with the animation, problems with the games engine or something like that. So always better, first of all, to get the scale correct. So the first thing I'm going to do is, now I've got it here, I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller, like so, and you can see it's around about the right size now. This OBJ human here is 1.8 meters tall, which is around the average height for a human. So this lady robot on the left hand side being a little bit taller won't actually make any difference, really. All right, so once we've done that, I'm actually going to put her in the center then, like so. Then I'm going to actually delete my human now. In fact, I won't delete him, I'll just hide him out of the way. I don't need him anymore. And then I'm just going to hide out this and this, and then I'm going to grab her. And what I'm going to do, just to make this a little bit easier, I've called this robot Andrew. It was going to be a male robot from the film. I forgot what the film's called now, but it was about a robot. But anyway, let's just call her Andrew. So let's put it over down at the bottom. So I'm just going to drag her all the way down to the bottom. I think she's gone into my actual camera, so I'm going to take her out of there and put her down at the bottom if I can. There we go. All right, so now she's out of there, which means then I can control turning her on and off if I need to see bones or anything like that. The first thing then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my cursor to the center, so Shift S, cursor to world origin, and then I'm going to press on my robot, Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just now going to pull her up. This is going to make it easy because when creating bones and things like that, we want to be able to mirror it from, you know, from one side to the other. That then makes it much easier to actually work with rather than creating every single bone ourselves. All right, so the first thing then we're going to do is we're going to put in our first bone. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press Shift S now, and we're going to have Shift S, cursor to selected, which has put my cursor right where our orientation is. Now I recommend when you're starting to put the bones in, always start down here, just where the hips are, as you can see, because then that's a great start for going upwards, and then you can work off that coming down to the legs. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to press Shift A, and we're going to bring in a armature, and I'm actually going to make it smaller first of all, bring it in like so, and I'm also going to turn on names, and I'm also going to put it in front on this one, just so we can actually get an idea of where the actual bones are. Now the other thing you can see, it's slightly above where the hips are. I want it realistically to be around this hip joint, which is going to be where this blue line is. So I'm just going to pull it down just a tad like so. All right, so the other thing is you might actually want to change your bones to be B bones or something like that. It might actually make it a little bit easier to work with. I'm going to make it a tiny bit smaller like so. Okay. Now, before we carry on, let's come over and rename it. So we'll call it a robot rig or something like that. And then that makes sure then, as we spoke about, if it's being sent through to Unreal Engine or something like that, then it's not going to cause issues, because if we don't rename the armature, sometimes it causes issues. The other thing I should point out here is we're only going to do the main rig. The hands and things like that we're not actually going to do. We're not going to create a very complex rig here. This is all about giving you the basics to actually create your own rigs. The hands pretty much are going to be using the same techniques as what you're going to learn throughout, rigging this actual character. So just bear that in mind. Now, for me, I do actually always like working on octahedral bones, and the reason is because I like seeing where this bone gets thinner at the top. It gives me a good visual, for instance, of which way this bone's actually pointing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab the top of this bone, I'm going to pull it down to the actual bottom of here, and then what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to lift it up like so, something like this. I'm also obviously keeping in mind, I really don't want to twist my bones or anything. I want to keep it as straight as possible, and that is why I'm working on number 1 on the number pad, which is the front view. The next thing you want to do before moving forward is if you press 3 on the number pad, you can come to the side, and what you want to do is really, you want to line this kind of up. So you want to line it up just a little bit back, just so it's kind of going up this way. We don't want too much bend in it. So we don't want to have it like coming down or anything like that. We want it to be relatively straight. And the main reason for that is, 1, it's easier to animate, and 2, it's easier then for Blender, when we come to automatic weighting, to actually weight it onto this actual mesh. So the next one I'm going to do is if I come around to this side, press 1 again, I'm going to come down to the bottom now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to extrude out another bone. And this bone is going to be sort of like the main controller of the whole rig. So you will see sometimes you have ragdolls, for instance, when you're moving them around and all the actual robots moving with it. That is what this bone is going to be. It's basically it's like the root bone, but not quite the root bone. The root bone really should be down the bottom, but we'll discuss that as we go a little bit more into it. So if I now press E for extrude, I'm going to pull it up. So I'm going to press the Z to actually tie it to that actual axis, and I'm going to put it just there like so. So just below it like so. Now that you've still got this bone, the best thing you can do now is bring in another bone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pull it up just so it's where the actual belly button is, so around here. And then I'm going to extrude it up, so E, Z again, and this time I'm going to pull it up to round about the chest area. And then finally I'm going to pull the next one up just below the neck here, so basically tying into where the actual shoulders will come. This is basically the same rig you'll be doing no matter what kind of humanoid you're going to be animating. If you keep these points in mind, then you should be absolutely fine. So again, if I press now E and Z and pull it up just to where the shoulders are coming around here, we might move these down as we work on or something like that, but that looks fine for now. So now let's extrude it up for the neck. So if I press 3, go to the side view, you can see I'm a little bit out of the month. I'm going to fix all these in a minute. So I'm going to press E and Z. I'm going to pull it up to where, just below where the head is, and then E and Z and pull it up all the way. So this now is the actual head bone. Now I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this one first, and I'm going to start pulling these back like so. And you can see it's a nice smooth arc here, and it's actually following the actual contours of this actual robot. So you can see now when we straighten that up, it's nice and smooth, it's not actually jagged, and that is exactly what we want. Now honestly, I recommend you really take your time when you're actually doing this, because if not, and you just try and rush it or something, you're going to make mistakes and it's not going to be in the right place, which is going to cause you a lot of problems further down the line. So this part of actually creating our rig is the most important part, because that is where everything kind of feeds off. So now let's think about our actual shoulder bone. So what I'm going to do is in front view, I'm going to press shift and right click, and I want it to be round about here, because this is going to be the shoulder bone. So I want it basically coming from here up to here. So if I shift right click here, and then what I should do is press shift A, bring in a new bone. I'm going to grab the top of this bone. So grab the top, and then what I'm going to do is move it round to my actual shoulder, something like there. I'm probably going to pull it back a little bit as well. And now I'm going to check on 3, so side view, whereabouts this is in real time. I'm going to actually move it back a little bit like so, and then move this point back like so. And now you can see that's fitting really, really nicely in there. And now what you want to do is you want to actually extrude this out. So we're trying to extrude this out all the way down to the elbow. Now the thing is, a lot of times you will actually have a character that comes in a T-pose. I'll put down the bottom right hand side here what a T-pose is. But honestly, when we're actually creating characters, If you're a beginner, it's quite hard to actually create that T-pose. So if you're probably more than likely going to get a character that comes in like this. So as long as it's got its arms out and not actually stuck at the side or anything, or right above its head, or any, kind of weird pose or anything, or this arm's different from the other side, you should be okay as a beginner actually putting a rig on this. You can basically rig anything, but you need a lot more experience if you're rigging something along those lines. So now let's press 1 again, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to press E, and I'm going to drag this out. Now you can see it's actually twisting at the moment, so what I tend to do is I'm going to lock it first of all to the actual X-axis, so bring it to here, and then I will pull it down like so. This means that we've got no roll on the actual bone, because if you have that, it's going to cause you problems in the long run. Now let's go to 3 again, just make sure that this is where I actually want it to be. So you can see the elbow is coming round about here. Let's press 1 again, and I'm thinking let's go behind as well, so Control 1. That then is fitting the elbow perfectly, as you can see. So if we take a look round now, we're actually down to the elbow. We've got actually all the chest, the stomach, the head, everything else done. And we're only going to rig one side of it, as I said, and then we're going to mirror it over the other side. I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. And then a bit later on, we're going to put in IKs, and we're also going to put in poles as well, which means that the elbows and the knees and things like that follow a certain direction, because you don't want your bones actually spinning, in a weird way or anything like that. But that's for a little bit later on. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that. I'm actually going to save this out like so, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So let's now carry on down our actual arm. And now what we're going to do is we're actually going to extrude it out a little bit. And what we want to do with this next bone is you want to come to the wrist. Now, even if you're rigging hands and things like that, you still want to have a wrist bone. So what I'm going to do, again, I'm going to go into front view. I'm going to pull this out then. I'm going to pull it this time on the Z axis. So E and Z, again, to stop this bone actually rolling. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it across and pull it first of all in front view to my actual wrist, which is around this point here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into 3, so side view, and then I'm going to pull this now to the actual wrist, as you can see. So now it should be something like that. And then what we're going to do finally is we're going to pull one more bone out to the actual hand. Now the thing is, when you're doing hands like this and you're not actually, let's say he's got no fingers or anything, or he has got fingers but you still want to actually just use one bone in it, you might actually end up with some issues, which we'll cover a little bit later on if we do have those issues where it doesn't actually weight correctly. And this is because obviously we've got a thumb out here. So when I recommend when you bring this next bone in, like put it along this finger here, so it's kind of halfway between the thumb and the little finger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press 1, I'm going to press E and Z, pull it out like so. I'm going to pull it into place, then I'm going to press 3 to go to side view, and I'm going to put it around this finger, something like that. And I think that's actually probably going to work for us and get most of this actually weighted. All right, so you should end up with something like that. That's looking pretty nice. So now let's come in and actually do our hips. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab around my hip here, which is going to be around here. I'm going to press Shift and right click, bring in my cursor. I'm going to press Shift A and bring in another bone. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this all the way down with a little blue Z gizmo, pull it all the way down, and we're going to go to his knee, so somewhere around there. Then I'm going to go into side view again. I'm going to pull all of this back pretty much into the hip, and then pull this one back into the knee. Basically, when you're placing these bones, wherever you're weighting it, you don't want it to be out here, because what you're going to do is you're going to end up losing some of the weight. So it's going to be really red around here, and as it goes back, it's going to be kind of blue. We want to give Blender a real good accuracy on where we're actually weighting this. So now if I press 1, we can see, probably move it a little bit over, get it right in the center of that kneecap there. All right, so the other thing is, when you've got to think about this as well, is that the kneecap where this is going to be a bright red strip over here, and as it gets further up to each parts of these, it's going to get more green. Well, it's going to be yellow and get more green, and then finally more blue as there's less weight applied to that part of the rig. In other words, you don't want this part of the actual rig, so this on the thigh, bending when the knee does. That's just not natural. So that's what you're trying to avoid. So now let's actually bring this bone down, and what we're going to do is we're going to bring it down to basically the heel and then create the foot. So we're going to press E and Z, bring it down, pull it across a little bit like so, 3 to go into side view. I'm going to pull it back just a little bit like so. And then what I'm going to do now is press E and pull it along this side. So if I press Y, I can pull it along something like that and then pull it down just to the bottom of his foot. So you should end up pretty much with something like this, with no bones really bent or anything. They're all facing the correct way. So because we've actually been doing it on front view and been using the gizmo properly, it means that this now is pretty much rigged the best we could possibly do it. Now, one thing I'm going to do actually, I'm just going to go over the top and I just want to pull this out a little bit. So out a little bit like so, just so it's following that foot a little bit better. I'm going to jump into 3 and just make sure I'm happy with where it is. So it's following this line up. All right, so yeah, I'm happy with that. All right, so now it's time to actually name our bones. So let's go down the center first. So I'm going to come to the top bone. I'm going to go over to the right-hand side where my bones are. And we can also as well press F2. So don't forget that you can either name them over here or press F2. So if you press F2, we'll call this head. And remember, always put on bone after it. And the reason is obviously because if I'm searching for it, I want to be able to see where my bones are through all of this here. It's a lot of the, parts in here now. So head bone, press the enter button. Okay, and let's click on the next one and we'll call this neck bone. So neck bone. So let's come to the chest bone now. Chest bone. And then we'll have, let's call it stomach. You can call it whatever you want as long as you'll see in a minute when we do the actual arm bones and the leg bones, they have to be named in a certain way. I think I've spelled stomach. I'm not sure if that's correct. Now, the one you want to name here is this one here, not the downward one. And this one we're going to call hip bone, like so. Now, with the actual arm and leg bones, what we want to do is you first of all want to come to this one. We'll call this the thigh bone. So I'm going to call it thigh bone. But what we want to do on the end of it is put .r because we're frontward facing and this is for us, this is the right side. So it doesn't really matter if you name it .r or .l. It doesn't really matter because what Blender will do is it'll put it over the other side with .l or .r. Obviously the opposite to what you actually put that. So I'm going to have it as thigh bone .r. Then I'm going to come to the shin bone. So I'll call it shin bone .r. And then I'll come to the foot bone. So I'll call it foot bone .r. And then finally, we're going to do the right hand side now. So we'll come to the shoulder bone. So shoulder bone .r. And then we'll come to, and make sure you capitalize it as well, because then it'll capitalize on the other side. Then we'll come to the upper arm. So upper arm bone .r. And then we'll come to the lower arm, so lower arm bone .r, and then finally the hand. So hand bone .r, like so. All right, so now we should be able to see that everything is named except this middle bone here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add in some constraints, and we're going to do this now because then when we actually mirror this over the other side, it means that we can actually mirror these as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to the bottom bone. I'm going to grab this large one here, as you can see. I'm going to press 3, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to extrude it out along, I think it's the Y, so along the Y axis like so. Now, while we're in side view, what we want to do is we want to actually bring in another bone, and this bone wants to be level with the actual knee. So you can see our knee here. If we come across here, what we want to do is we want to shift, right click, and put a cursor there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift A, and what that's going to do is bring in another bone. Now I'm going to pull this bone down and have it pointing this way, like so. Doesn't need to be, straight or anything like that. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. And the reason what we're using this for is basically to make sure that this knee lines up perfectly with this pole bone. So in other words, it's always going to be facing that way. If you don't actually put these bones in, when you come to move your leg or something like that, you'll end up with your kneecaps pointing outwards or something, or inwards, and it will just look really, really weird as he walks along. So this actually just makes sure that everything's pointing in the correct way, which means that when you do your walk cycle, it is going to be a lot easier to actually do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this bone with L, and I'm just going to move it across a little bit like so, making it in line with that knee. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing for the elbow. So if I press 3 to go into side view, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come behind it this time, over here, something like that, shift right click, and then shift A, and then I'm going to bring in this bone like so, bring it down. Again, it doesn't need to be level or anything like that. I'm just going to make it around about the same size as the other bone, like so. All right, so now I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control 3, not 3, Control 1, and then there we go. Now we can go behind it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to line this up now with my actual elbow, like so. And now that means that when he walks along, this will actually, well, his elbow will be pointing at this at all times. Again, so we don't end up with his arms crossing over him or something, or his hands flailing out like that. That's the reason why we're putting these in. It's basically to show that these two connecting bones here always follow this elbow bone. So now what we want to do is actually make a new hand bone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this bone here. I'm going to press Shift D, and you'll notice when I've actually done that, it will have a line pointing to it because this means that this one's connected as well. I want to right click to drop it back into place. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to scale this up. So I can't scale it up at the moment, as you can see. So I'm just going to press S and just scale it up, just so it's actually a little bit bigger than the actual bone that we already created. It's going to be in exactly the same place. Now, while we've got this bone here, let's come in and name it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it hand dot right dot and control, like so. I didn't put a dot there, so I need to make sure that is dot, like so. Now let's come in and name our other control. So you can see it's got shin bone. So let's call it, let's see what our arms, this hand control. So we'll call it leg dot right dot control, like so. And then we'll also come in and name this. So we'll call this knee all right dot right, like so. And then we'll call this one elbow pole dot right, like so. All right, I'm just going to make sure that they are the same. So elbow pole, knee pole, leg right control, and this hand control. All right, so we're pretty much done now with the actual rig. The only thing left to do now is actually bring in a main control bone, which is going to be basically our root bone. So what we'll do is we'll come and put the cursor in the center. So Shift S, cursor to world origin, Shift A, and we'll bring in another bone. And then I'm just going to pull this back a little bit, like so. I'm going to press 3 to go into side view. I'm going to pull it back and then just lift it up, just so it's along that line there. And this one, we're going to call it root bone, like so. All right, so now as I said, we're pretty much done with the actual rig. We've got everything in there that we're going to need. We just need to put it onto the left-hand side. So what we'll do then is on the next lesson, we'll start parenting these bones up now before moving them over to the left-hand side. For instance, they all have to be parented up, because if you move the root bone and everything's not parented up, you're going to be moving it and you're going to leave the pole bones behind and things like that. So that's really important. All right, everyone. So I hope you're enjoying this. I hope you learned a lot, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so now let's actually parent this one up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my elbow pole bone, I'm going to grab my shoulder bone, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control P, and I'm going to keep offset, and you should get that little 2 dots there actually going to there, which means it's now connected, which means that when I move my root bone, this is going to move with the shoulder bone, and everything, of course, is going to move with the root bone. That's exactly what we're trying to get to. So now let's grab our actual knee bone, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the right controller here. Again, I'm going to press Control P, and we're going to keep offset, and then the little dotted line there should appear. Now let's come in to the main bone so the first bone that we actually started with. So it should be the one pointing down, and what we're going to call this is torso control. So torso control, like so. And we don't need to put a right on there because we've only got one right in the center, so we don't need to worry about that like the rest of them. Now what we need to do is we need to grab the hip bone and we need to grab the stomach bone. So this one here, if I click on this, oh, the hips bone, sorry. So we've got our, thigh and the hips bone, and then we need to press Control P and we're going to keep offset. So again, we've got that little dotted line. And now let's grab our shoulder and we just need to attach this to the actual chest bone. So I'm going to grab shoulder, chest, Control P and keep offset. And finally now we need a way to attach all the bones to everything else. So now let's grab the 3 control bones. So we've got our leg, we've got our elbow, and we've also got our, where is it, which one? Not the elbow, sorry, we've got our leg, we've got our hand, so this one here, so hand, right control, and we've also got this main one here, which is our torso control. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab the root bone down here, like so, press Control P and we're going to keep offset. So you should end up with something like this. I think now if I pull this out, you can see where they're actually connected. So just make sure yours are all connected to that bone like so. Now it's time to actually bring in our IK bones. And again, the reason we're doing this first is because of the fact that when we actually obviously duplicate it over the other side and mirror it, we want to have all of our IKs already in, because then it'll speed up your workflow so you're not creating 2 IKs, well actually 4 IKs. And this then is just going to make it much easier. So what I want to do is I want to grab this shin bone here, and then I'm going to come over to the right hand side and we're going to go to bone constraints, which is add object constraint. And it's not over here because I need to be in pose mode. So let's go into pose mode first. So pose mode, and there we go. Now we've got add bone constraint, not object constraint. So let's come in and add in an inverse kinematic like so. And the target, of course, is going to be our actual rig. So anywhere on your robot, you should be able to see it says robot rig like so. Now the controller for this, so the bone for this is going to be this leg right controller. So I can click on here, I can put in leg, and then what will happen is you can see leg right controller. So this one here like so. And I'm just making sure that's the right one because the arrow went a different way. So let's have a look. Yeah, it should be this leg right controller. So just make sure yours is leg right controller. So now what we're going to do is we're going to change the chain length to 2, because basically we're going to class this as 1 and then this is 2. So don't forget, this is always going to be the first one. So we've got 1 and 2 because we want this to control the actual shin bone and the thigh bone. So if you put this now on 1 and then click it again, you should have 2, and you can see now that there's a little line going up there and it's actually touching that actual bone up there. Now what we have to do is we need to tell this inverse kinematic that we also want on there a pole target. So the pole target again is going to be our actual robot rig, and then the bone is going to be this one which we put here, which is the knee pole. So knee, so K-N-E, knee pole right, and there you go. You can see it actually moves it out a little bit, and that's actually fine. Now you can see that at the moment now that this is facing the wrong way. So you can see what's happened is this, putting this to this pole has twisted this around. So you can see that this foot, we no longer have a foot bone. So we need to turn this round by 180. So 180 degrees. And now you can see that that's now facing the correct way. So it always happens when you bring in a pole, it will always spin it round in some weird way. But as long as you've put your bones relatively straight, it should be just an even number. So 90, 180, something like that. So now that should be absolutely fine. You'll find that's mostly the case every time you build a rig. Every time you use a pole, you'll always have to twist it around in some way. So now why have we gone to the trouble of doing all that? Well, the thing is, if I now grab this bone and I bring this up, you can see that that now is facing the wrong way. So I actually need to rotate this around. So you can see it's actually moving multiple bones. But the problem I have is that this bone, for instance, is facing the wrong way now. So how do we actually fix that? Because I mean, at the moment, the leg can't really move this way. So the first thing I'm going to do, if you come across this problem, I'm glad actually it's happened, because it means that I've come across a problem which you might come across, which means I can show you a fix for it. So the first thing you want to do is look at the side of your leg. Now, normally you can see that this, as it comes down here, is actually going slightly in, which means that Blender is thinking that this is going inwards and not outwards. So in other words, we need to make these bones a lot more obvious that the kneecap is actually on the front here. So let's now come in and actually fix that. So first of all, I'm going to take off the inverse kinematic. So remove that completely. Then I'm going to go to object mode. edit mode. And then what I'm going to do is move these bones around. So I'm going to grab this bone first. I'm going to press 3 on the number pad and make them a lot more obvious. So I'm going to grab the top of here to where they're actually going to go. So I'm actually thinking of moving. I'm going to hide this bone out of the way. I'm going to grab it, press H, and then I'm going to grab all 3 of these bones. And what I'm going to do is just pull them back just a little bit. And now you can see that is a lot more obvious. I'm going to pull it back just a tad because I don't actually want it interacting with, I want it actually to weigh on the back of this. So I don't want it going back too far. All right, so I think that now looks better. It's a lot more obvious that this is the actual desired kind of way it's going to go. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press tab, I'm going to press Control A, all transforms, and that then is going to put my cursor right in the center. And now let's give that another try. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to this bone. I'm going to go to my pose mode first. So pose mode. I'm then going to come to bone constraints, inverse kinematics. Let's pick the target as, again, the rig. Let's pick the bone as the leg R control. So we'll put in control. And then the one we're looking for is this one, leg right control. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put the chain length up to 2. Pole target is going to be the rig. And finally, then the bone of the target is going to be that knee pole. So knee, pole, right. And there we go. Now let's now spin this around. So I'm going to go to pole angle, turn this around to 180. And now I'm going to grab this leg. And there we go. Now it's actually fixed. So that is how you fix it if you're going to come across a problem like this. So now you can see if I pull this up and move this, let's say out to here, you can see how perfectly now that leg is actually moving. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Alt and G just to put it back there. And then that is the end for this one. On the next one, then we need to do the same thing with the actual elbow, so we need another IK in there. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed it. I hope that you learned a lot and actually found how to troubleshoot things with rigs just in case you come across those problems, and I hope that you understand now how to actually fix them. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So now what we need to do is we need to do this with the actual arm bone, and luckily for us, because our arm bone isn't straight, it's really obvious where the elbow is, it's really obvious which way the arm turns, we shouldn't actually have the same problem on here. Fingers crossed, but we might. So let's just see. So we're in pose mode, we're going to go down to click on our arm, and then what we're going to do is we're going to come down and add bone constraint and another inverse kinematic like so. So the target is going to be, of course, the rig again. So I'm going to grab my rig. The bone is going to be the hand controller. So if I put in hand and we've got one that says hand right control, the pole target is going to be, again, the rig. And then the actual bone is going to be the elbow, pole right like so. Now you can see that we do have a few problems in that it's moved everything and we really don't want that. So again, we want to put the chain length iterations up. Now let's turn it up to 2 like so. And now we can see that we do have a little bit of a problem. First of all though, let's see if this hand actually moves. So you can see all of the actual arm moves correctly. The only problem we've got is the elbow is not in line. So this elbow is not in line. So let's come back to it. And again, it means we're going to have to mess around with the actual pole. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it at minus 90. As I can see there, I just pulled it back. And now if I actually move this, it should move correctly. So no matter where I move this, you can see that elbow is following that actual pole target. So that now is working absolutely fine. Now, again, if you do have problems, just go and do the troubleshooting that we did with the actual knee, just to make sure that your elbow is moving in the correct place. All right, so I'm really, really happy with how this rig is now. Now, at the moment, our hand, so our hand bone in here, is not actually moving as well. So the problem we'll have is, as we, let's say, rotate this bone, the actual hand bone in there is not actually going to rotate. So we need to actually fix that. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in, we're going to grab this bone on the inside. So I've just hid that one out of the way. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in another constraint. And this time it's going to be copy rotation. So we're going to go copy rotation. The target, of course, is going to always be the actual rig. And the actual bone we want to copy is going to be the hand bones control, like so. So now when I move that or rotate it, this hand is actually going to rotate as well. And we can test that out by pressing Alt H now, and when I rotate this, we shouldn't actually see anything because that bone behind there is also rotating now. And the easiest way just to see this in action is if you press Z, go into wireframe, grab this bone now, you'll see as I rotate it, this actual hand bone rotates with it. All right, let's go back to solid mode, and now let's think about putting this over the other side. Now, before we actually move this over the other side, we can actually give this a quick test. So if we come into this main bone here, you'll see that as, which one is it? This one here. You'll see that as I move this bone now, so this torso bone, you'll see that the whole rig moves pretty much with it. So it can actually jump up and down. The hands are moving up and down and everything like that. The problem we have is if I rotate this, so if I rotate this on the X, you will see that all of this rig is actually moving with it. And that's not particularly what I want to do. I want sometimes the hips to move and not the actual chest. I want it to move, in other words, in a more realistic fashion. So what do I mean by that? Well, when I actually press Alt and X, you can see how it's all kind of bending forward. And if you think about when you move your hips, you want to be able to keep your chest kind of in line, so perpendicular, straight down, without bending your hips and your actual chest bending with it. We need a little bit more movement in that. So the way that we're going to do it is we're going to click on our chest. We're going to come over to this little bone icon over here, and we're going to open up relations, and you're just going to turn off inherit rotation. Now, if you come back to your torso bone and you press Alt and X, you'll see now it's actually moving in a lot more of a realistic fashion. So now you'll see that as well, we have the same problem for the actual chest, which if we press Alt and X now, you'll see that all of the rig actually moves, the head moves forwards and backwards, and again, it's not realistic. So what we're going to do is we're going to come to the neck, and we're going to come over and turn off inherit rotation. And now when I get my chest and rotate it, you will see that we get a lot more realistic movement on that actual head. The head stays exactly facing forward, which is exactly what we want. So now we can see that if we grab our center part, everything is moving as realistic as possible with this rig. If I press R and X now, you'll see the head stays forward, the chest pulls out, and it moves just in a much more lifelike way. All right, so we're happy with that. So now let's move on. Now, the other thing that you might want to do for your rig is if we come to this bottom bit here and you press Alt and Y, you can see at the moment as we bend this part here, the stomach part, if we bend this the other way, so if I press Alt and X and bend it forward, it might need a little bit more of a bend to it. So what we can do to actually fix that is we can come over to our little running man here, put this onto B bones, and then what you can do is you can come into this bone, go over to the right hand side, and you'll see that you've got one called bendy bones. And if I turn this up or down, you will see now that because we've got that on, if I rotate this now, can you see how much bend that's actually got now in it? So anywhere where you want a little bit more bend, you might actually want to put that in. So in other words, if I should just show you this now, you can see how much that's actually bending, and it's bending a lot more lifelike way. For instance, if you look at your neck, it has maybe like a few bones in there, which enables it to kind of scrunch around and things like that. With this rig though, at the moment, it's only actually got one bone in there, which is kind of limiting it in some way. So just bear that in mind if you actually want to actually do that. For me, I'm going to put this back onto my octahedral bones. I think I'm happy with that. And you'll see now, because I've put it back on there, that we've still got, you know, the same kind of bend in there. All right. So that's covered pretty much most of the problems you have with the rig, most of the things that you might actually want to, you know, change to make it better and things like that. And I think at this point, if you really want to take this rig a little bit further, you know, putting hand bones in or putting more foot bones in, things like that, then you're able to do that. Now, the last thing we want to do is if we come back to this bottom one on here and I bring this up, if I rotate this, so let's say I put this here and I want to rotate my foot, then I want to do everything from this point. So you can see if I press Alt and X and rotate this, I'm actually just rotating this. I'm not actually rotating the foot. Now, if I actually copy the rotation on this one of this, that means then that it's easier then to move the foot. So if I put this back to where it was with Alt G, what I want to do is I want to, again, hide this one out of the way, come to my foot, and I'm going to bring in another bone constraint, and this time it's going to be again the copy rotation, same as we did with the actual hand. So now I want to copy the rotation of this leg control. So my target is going to be the rig, and the bone is going to be the control. So if I put in control here, leg, right control, and of course it's going to spin it round the wrong way. Exactly the same problem we had before, but we need to fix this in a different way this time. And now what we need to do is just change the target to local space with parent on both of these, so local space with parent. And now when I actually bring this in, so if I press shift spacebar, bring in my move gizmo, and now if I bring this up, bring it out, and now when I rotate this, so R and X, you can see that the foot moves with it, and the knee, more importantly, moves with it. So if I point my leg down, you will see as you push your foot down, your knee kind of tries to push out a little bit, and that is exactly what we're trying to get here. All right, so Alt R, Alt G, let's put it back into place. Now, before we put it over the other side now, all we want to do is we want to come in and change all of these bones. So the main bones, which are the control bones, the root bones, things like that, and change them to undeform. Well, take off deform, because we don't actually want those weighting with the rig, and we also don't want those bones actually doing anything with the rig. So in other words, we want to move this controller here and only move these bones. We don't actually want to have it having, you know, red weight on it or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to this first control. I'm going to go over to the right hand side, and you will see if we scroll down here, we've got one that says deform, and we just want to tick that off. We want to tick it off of basically all of these. So this one, this one here, and also not forgetting the hand. So turn it deform off. And I think that's all. Oh, we missed one here, which is this one here. Tick off deform. So I've got that one, no deform, no deform. Okay. And this one, no deform. All right, that's pretty much the check of everything that we need to go through now. Now what we're going to do, just before we actually put it onto the other side, is it's so important that you make sure that this R is at the end. So if I come to this now and I go to my bone where I'm naming it, and I just change this now to R hand control dot right, because if we don't do that, what's going to happen is that this then will not actually be duplicated over the other side. So just make sure that this R is not in the center, so you can see it's in here again. So let's just delete that out of the way, and then just put dot R like so. And now pretty much we're ready to put it over the other side. I'm just making sure that all the R's are on the correct side, going down them all. They're not actually there. All right, so now let's go into edit mode. So go into edit mode. I'm going to press 1 on my number pad, and then all I'm going to do is I'm going to use the circle select. So I'm going to press C and come over and grab all of the ones on the right hand side. So now I'm going to just go around, making sure I've grabbed them all like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press N, come over to where it says tool. So you shall have a new tool that opened here. Click on the X-axis mirror, and then all you're going to do is right click, symmetrize, and that then is just going to put them over the other side. Now what you just need to make sure that all of the bones now, so you can see there's 2 bones in here, have all gone over like so. And then the next thing you just want to make sure is that they all are working correctly. So if I just put it in pose mode and then just grab this leg like so, you can see that one's working correctly. All the mesh is actually moving. The actual knee control, for instance, is working correctly. Let's go to the hand and make sure that's working correctly. So you can see that that's working. You can see as well that you can control this as well. And let's have a look at the elbow. And there we go. Pretty much everything. I'm just going to check this as well, just to make sure that everything's working. And now let's bend this. So R and X. And I'm only doing this check just to make sure that everything works as intended before I actually weight this up. And I think, yeah, that is a really, really nice rig now. All right, so now we've actually done the actual rig. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to the right-hand side, and I'm going to, where is it? This one here. I'm going to turn off the names because it's getting a bit confusing with all those names. So your rig, if I double tap the A, should look something like this. So now let's go to object mode. And there we go. And now let's think about weighting this to our actual mesh. Now, I think as the time is getting on here, it's probably better off that we do that on the next lesson. So at the end of this lesson now, you should end up with pretty much the rig done and just waiting to be weighted to the actual robot here. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation. So now let's think about weighting our actual mesh. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my actual rig, I'm going to grab my woman and press Control P, and that's not the right way around. I'm going to grab my lady robot, grab my rig, Control P, and with automatic weights, and let Blender think about it, and hey presto, now the magic should have happened. So what we're going to do now is go to object mode, put it on pose mode, and hopefully everything should move really nicely now. So if I press G, we can see we have a fully, hopefully, working mesh. Now, if you want to move them both at the same time, you can just put X-axis on, grab the hands, for instance, and there we go. We can make a fly or whatever. Now, let's check the other things, though. So we're looking at these pole points to see how the shoulder joint is moving. You can see that you'd never move a shoulder this much, by the way. It wouldn't actually be like that. You are going to get some stretching. And the reason the stretching happens, if I come now to object mode and I go back to my rig, you can see that the higher or more dense the actual mesh is, the better probably it's going to move. Now, you can see as well that the way this mesh is built, it's got a lot of vertices and edges in the actual joints, which is really important. Now, if this had a few more of these coming out here, you're probably not going to get quite so much stretching. The other thing is as well that you need to take into account, let me just grab my bones, is the fact that the more bones you have, the better the rig is probably going to move as well. This is why when you look at Disney characters and you look at their rigs, they're extremely complex. Some of their rigs have like 100 bones in their face, for instance, just for all those tiny muscles moving and things like that. You'll also see this if you look at the rigs from the film of World of Warcraft. You'll see exactly the same thing. These very, very complex rigs, and they make the muscle actually move underneath the skin and things like that. Really, really complex stuff. But we're just doing, back in the real world, we're just doing a basic rig. So now let's make sure all the legs move in the correct way, which they should do, so there's no problem there. Let's make sure the head, so if I rotate the head, for instance, it's moving in a realistic way. Let's make sure as well that the torso or the hips is also moving. You can see now she's moving in a very, very realistic way. Then that's exactly what we want, really. The other thing is as well, you can see if she jumps now, you can see she also moves in a realistic way, and that's exactly what you want. So everything now is moving. We'll check one more thing as well. If I move this torso now, yes, you can see how she moves backwards and forwards now, again, in a realistic way. So that rig is basically perfect. Really, really good. Really, really simple, basic rig. Now, the next thing we want to do then is actually do a very simple walk cycle, because what's the point in having a rig if you don't know how to do a walk cycle? Now, you will find online a ton of walk cycle references and things like that, but I actually believe they're very, very hard to actually follow along those actual walk cycles. So in other words, you'll get your reference out and you'll move her along, and then try and actually, copy the reference and move in between them. It's really, really complex. So we're not going to do that. What we're first of all going to do, we're going to go onto layout. We're going to zoom into our little robot. We're going to take this off and put it on object mode, because we really don't need to see what she actually looks like as she's moving along. You might as well see that once you've actually done the actual walk cycle. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put the start on on 1. And then we're going to put the end on 32. So a walk cycle based from frame 1 to 32. But the interesting thing is that we're not actually going to make the first actual keyframes on frame 1. What we're going to do is we're going to put it onto frame 0 and make the first keyframe on frame 0. This is because it will then start on frame 1, go to 32, start on frame 1 again, and it's a much more fluid walk cycle, as you'll see once we've got it actually working. Now, the next thing to discuss is the fact that we don't actually need to see all these bones actually when we're actually doing the walk cycle, because what it does is it just complicates it. It makes it a lot more things to see on the screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go into pose mode. and I'm going to hide most of these bones. I'm going to leave the head bone just in case you want to turn her head as she's actually walking. But for me, I'm going to hide. So I'm just grabbing these bones and hiding them all. You only really want one of these bones down here. You don't actually want them both because you'll see I can rotate her now from this bone here, which is perfectly fine. Now, the other thing is, I do want to keep these bones here, but I certainly don't need the arm bones, so I can actually hide those out of the way as well. And I can also hide the thigh and the shin bone out of the way as well. The one bone I do want to keep here is this one here, the root bone, and that is because I might need to move her up and down. So I think pretty much with these bones that I've got here, I can actually work with this apart from these ones on the inside. Let's hide those as well. So I'm just going into the inside, hiding those hand bones because the hands basically can be moved from here anyway. So in other words, if I'm rotating them, I can move them from here. Now, the other thing is you will see that if I come in and I press RZ, that is moving from here, straight up, from the Z axis. If you don't want that and you want to move them from the axis of the bone, if you press RY now, you can see that we're moving it from that axis. It's basically guess which axis it is because I'm never sure. I normally just go through. So is it X? Nope. Is it Z? Nope. Is it Y? Yep, that's the right one. That's normally what I do when I'm working with normals. All right, so let's go back to global. And now what we can do is we can start putting in the first part of our walk cycle. So the first one we're going to do is we're going to work on the legs. So I'm going to put it on 3. I'm just thinking if I've forgot anything before we start. I don't think so. What I am going to do, though, is save out my work before we start. I suggest you do the same because you've got everything set up now. And you really do. If you need to go back to it, let's say you screw up your walk cycle or something like that, you want to go back to it so you've got everything set up like it is now. Now, let's focus on our legs then first. So the first one I'm going to grab is this bone here. I'm going to make sure that my gizmo's on with shift spacebar. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my leg in. I'm going to pick it up slightly. So we've got a tiny, tiny bit of a bend there, as you can see. And then I'm going to rotate it back. So RX, rotate it back like so. Then I'm going to get the next leg. So this one over here. I'm going to pull this leg back like here. I'm going to make sure there's a tiny, tiny, so I'm pulling it up, tiny, tiny little bit of a bend in the bone. And then I'm going to press R and X and rotate that one. Now I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that my character is on the floor, because if I come around this way and press Control 3, I can't see through there, so I just need to put them in front. So now you can see the bones in front, and I need to drop her down. So I'm going to grab this one, I'm going to drop her down to the floor like so, and now I'm going to make sure that she's actually probably tilting forward a little bit. So you can see here that this is not tilted, it's not in the right place. So in other words, I'm going to just put that back a minute. I'm going to bend the leg up a little bit more. I'm going to bring this one down because this actually is the most important part of it. So if I bring it back now, tilt it a little bit, so RX, like so, bring it up a little bit, and there we go. Now we can see we're getting somewhere. All right, so let's tilt it up a little bit, like so. Let's bring this down now, just a little bit more. And now you can see it's just in the floor there, and that's exactly what I want. And now I'm going to do is I'm going to mess around with this one. I'm going to bring it down, like so. I'm going to try and tilt it just a little bit, like so. I'm going to move it a little bit, like so. And I'm just going to see how much I need to bring it up to actually have it bending. And I think then I can come to this center one, this one. Oh, should be a center one in there. Yeah, like that. So let's go back now and just recap. So we can see if I bring this down just a little bit more, pull this up a little bit, like so, make it go up. All right, so that is a good start for the legs. So you can see we've got a slight tilt on the knee going up. We've got a slight tilt on this leg going up. We've got this foot actually bending back this way and this foot bending this way. Now, don't worry, because in the end of this, we can actually go in and refine it. So I will actually show you how we go in and actually refine what we're actually doing here, because it's pretty complicated. But this is the actual kind of angle that you're going to want for your leg. You can, of course, pull this back, pull it back a little bit, and that might actually work out better. Put this one a bit further forward. Yeah, I don't think actually, I think actually I'm going to leave it alone. And then as I work on it a little bit more, then I'll be able to tell rather than keep fiddling with it in these stages. So basically just have your legs set up something like that. All right, everyone. So I'll see you on the next one. On the next one, we'll actually start with the hands. All right, thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So now let's actually do the hands. So the first thing I'm going to do with the hands is I'm going to grab this hand and I'm going to pull it further back like so, and I'm going to rotate it. So R and X, rotate it like so, and then with this hand I'm going to put it forward like so. Then I'm going to rotate it just a tad like so. All right. Now you can see at the moment she's walking really weirdly. So now we need to come in. So I'll just go to the side first. So this is kind of the angle that you want it to start with. And now let's go to the front and we're going to bring these arms in because at the moment they look a bit silly. So let's bring it in. And you can see I'm going to have to drop it down a little bit like so. Then I'm going to bring this one in. And again, I'm going to drop this one down just a little bit like so. And now you can see that's looking a lot more realistic. Now the other thing is if I come to the front, you can see she's walking at the moment like, John Wayne or something. So what we need to do is bring this in and bring this one in just a little bit closer together, or else the gate is just too far away. All right. So we've got the front. So I'm just going to show you the front now. I'm going to turn this a little bit more. So RY this time, just turn it in a little bit. I'm going to turn this one in a little bit. So R and Y like so. And then I'm just going to have a look round. I'm going to press 3 so you can see. So it's like that. Like that, like this, and like this. Now the thing is, as I say, if you need to alter this, then we can go in and alter it. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to press A, and we're going to press I, location and rotation. Because we've actually done the location and rotation. We haven't altered the actual scale, so we're okay with that. So location. All right. Now, if you hop down, you'll see that nothing's happened. And the reason is just hold the middle mouse, pull it up, and there you go. There is all your keyframes. Now, the moment you won't see all the bones or anything like that, which is kind of understandable. The first thing we'll do though is we'll go to here and click this on to make sure that we've got automatic movement in there. So it actually picks up every time we move a bone. And then I'll just show you, if you come over to your animation, you've got all of your bones actually in here that we've actually put a keyframe to. We're not actually going to be working in here. This is for the more complex, walk cycles when you're trying to really refine it and things like that. And, we're just going through the basic walk cycle in this course. All right, so let's now go back to layout. Let's put this on pose mode. I don't know why it changes every time I go off that, but it does. And then what I'm going to do now, I'm going to come to my bones. I'm going to press Control C. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to frame 32. And I'm going to, in the viewport, press Control V. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come to the middle, so frame 16. And I'm going to press Control, Shift, and V. And what that's going to do is it's actually going to put a keyframe, but it's going to invert these. So now you'll see that we have actually got some kind of actual walk cycle, as you can see. Now you can see that we do have a problem. As I said, there will be problems with this. So what we need to do at the moment is you can see she's walking and her hips aren't moving at all. Her head is not moving or anything like that. And that is something that we need to sort out. Also, you can see that her legs, although they're moving backwards and forwards, they're clearly not right at the moment because they need to be. This one in particular, this one's far enough, but this one you can see, it needs to be going further back. And I told you there would be some issues, and this is where you can fix them. Now, the other thing is, of course, is that this is a simple walk cycle. We've got a lot more to do on it yet. So don't worry too much if yours, it doesn't look very good at the moment or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my first frame, and then I'm going to come to these frames. I'm going to press B, drag, and just delete them out the way at the moment. So let's do a little bit more work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this leg, I'm going to pull it further back like so. And I did want a little bit of a bend, so a little bit of a bend. Let's press R and X and just put it down onto the floor like so. And then what I'm going to do now is, I think we said, her hips need to be moving. So as this leg comes forward, if I select this bone here, this hip wants to be moving. So if I press R and Z, we'll move this hip like so. Now, the other thing is, as I said, you might want to also have your head moving. So as she moves forward, her head will actually go up. So you can actually have a head going up. It's always a good idea, actually, if you have a head going up and down. That's always a good idea. All right, so I'm happy with that. Again, we're going to do the same thing now. So A, Control C, and then go to frame 32. And then we're going to, in the viewport, press Control V. And then finally on frame 16, and we're going to press Control, Shift, and V. And there we go. Now let's have a look at what that looks like now. All right, let it load up. And now you can see much better as she's walking along. I don't think actually the head is moving at all. Yeah, I think we'll sort that out a little bit later on actually in the head. So I'm just looking now. I think actually we need to probably bring in another bone. So I'm going to put this back. I'm going to delete those out of the way. So delete those. Let's press Alt H. And I think what I need is, I need to put these in front. I think I need this one. Let's have a look. RZ. Which one is it going to be? RZ. Not the hip bone. I need to move. I think it might be this one. Let's have a look. Yeah, there we go. We need the chest bone in. So we're going to have the chest bone in as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come now and hide my other bones out of the way. So I'm going to leave all of these. And the reason I want to do that is because her body isn't moving the way I want it. So I'm just going to go in, hide all these bones. And I wish there was a quick way of doing this, but actually you can't set these in a group or anything like that. So we just have to come in, hide them like so. Now if I grab all of them, they should actually be there. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to grab this, and as the hips turn, we want to turn I think we want to turn them that way a little bit. So I'm just going to turn them like that. Yeah, I think that's how we need to do it. All right, so now what I'll do is I'll grab them all. I'll press I, location, rotation, and then what we're going to do is I'm just going to put them over here. So 32 again, Control V, and then in the middle, 16, and then Control Shift and V. And now let's have a quick look what that looks like. That is looking pretty nice for now. All right. Now what we want to do is we want to come in between the frames. So we're happy with this. Just looking again. Yeah, you can see it moving slightly from side to side. Yes, okay, I'm happy with that. Now, the other thing is you can see that her knee isn't actually moving. So I'm just going to come back to this frame. And instead of deleting them all, what I'm going to do is I should be able to move, or press 1, move her knee a little bit further out like so. I move this one a little bit further out like so. And now what I'll do is I'll grab them all again. I'm going to press I, location, rotation, Control C. Let's go over now to 32. I'm going to press Control V. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come to 16. And I'm going to press Control, Shift, and V. There we go. Now let's see what that looks like. So now her knees, once they start working, now you can see it's moving a lot more realistic. Yes. All right. That's looking really nice. Okay, so now what we need to focus on is filling in these other frames. So we've basically got near enough 3 frames at the moment. We need to put one on frame 8 and one on at frame 24. So we need to fill those frames in, and we're going to do that on the actual next one. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so let's go to frame 8. So we're going to go to frame 8, which is here. I'm going to press 3 and I'm going to look at how our rig is looking, and you can see straight away that we do have some issues in that these are basically floating in the air, and we don't actually want that. We want to bring this front foot actually down. So if I grab this, I need to bring it down and flatten my foot down to the actual ground like so. And now what we're going to do with this other leg is we're going to pull it back slightly like so. We're going to lift it up a little bit and we're going to rotate it, so R and X, and rotate it like so. Not so it's on the floor. So if I press Control 3, you can see it's not on the floor, but it's like kind of in between. All right, so something like that. And again, we can actually fix this if we're not happy with how that looks. So just remember that as well. Now, the next problem you can see is that she's kind of tilted down too much. So we need to actually put her up, because when you think about it, when you're on like the middle, so your mid stride, it's probably where you're at the tallest. So if you actually walk along, you'll see that's probably when you're actually pushing up off your feet. So what I need to do is I need to bring her up. So I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to pull her up like so. And now you can see she's got a full weight onto this actual foot like so, which is looking much better. You can just see it just looks a ton better as it is. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just pull this down. I'm going to grab all of these. So A again, I'm going to press I and location and rotation again. And then what I want to do is I actually want to come down here and I want to make sure that I'm just grabbing these ones here. So I'm going to grab these like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control C and then come to frame 24. And then I'm going to press Control V like so. But I can't press just Control V. I need to press Control Shift and V. So let's do that again. Control Shift and V like so. And now we should have it where she's actually walking along like so. And there you go. Now you can see that is looking much, much better. You can see that her foot is still floating a little bit, but her arms are moving pretty nice with the actual walk. So we're actually getting somewhere. Now, what we'll do is we'll actually sort the hands out as well. So if we go back to frame 8, you can see at the moment her hands are pretty much straight at her sides, which we don't actually want. So we're going to do the same thing again, but this time with the hands, what we did with the feet. So what I want to do is I just want to come in and just have this, whoops, click on my hand, and just have this a little bit of a lag, like so, and just pull it back just a little bit. Like so. Not a lot, actually, what we're going to do there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press A, grab all my bones. I'm going to come down here, grab just these. So B, grab them all. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to frame 24. And I'm going to say Control, Shift, and V. And there we go. Now that lag, let's have a look if it's still lagging a little bit. There's that. I think, actually, what I'm going to do is instead, I'm going to come to here. And I'm just going to delete those off. So delete. Like so. Then I'm going to come to here and I'm going to press I, location, rotation, and then I'm going to come here, grab them all with Control C, come over here to 24, and then Control Shift and V. And I think that then should fix this. There we go. You can see that hand now behind it. That's exactly what we're looking for. All right, so now let's give this a try again. So you can see now there's a slight lag on a hand actually being left behind, and that's exactly what I want. And now you can see she's moving pretty realistically. All right, there's still work to go to do though. For instance, her head, as she moves forward, so you can see at the moment, her head is straight up and then bob down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put her head slightly up. So if I come to her head, should be able to then turn it up. So if I press R and X, should be able to turn it up like so. And yeah, I think that's going to be as we want it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press, I'm just going to grab this one. I'm going to press A. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Then I'm going to come to 32 now. And I'm going to make sure that I delete these first. So I'm going to grab them all with B, delete. And then I'm going to press Control, Shift, and V. And hopefully now, should have copied that. Let's have a look. So now once ahead, yeah, you can see that ahead didn't actually get copied. So the reason for that is because I didn't copy it. I'm going to grab all of these, delete, come back to frame 0, B again, Control C, 32. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have Control, Shift, and V. There we go. Now ahead. Yeah, you can see it's still actually going up, and I'm not sure why that is. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this here. So Control C, and then I'm going to come back to 32. I'm going to have it Control V, and there we go. That's what I want. All right, so now let's have a look. There you go. So now we need to make sure that she's actually going down. So as we walk down, we'll just do her head. You can see her head comes down here, and then it should come back up here. So what we want to do is we want to copy this again. So Control C. Let's come back now to the middle. And then what we're going to do is press Control V. And there we go. All right. So now let's have a look. And I think that messed that up. So I have to grab all of these now. So all of these, I'm going to grab all of these like so. I think what I did is I didn't actually take all of them. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to grab all of these over here. So A, and then I'm going to press Control C. I'm going to come to the middle, 16. And then what I'm going to do is now I'm going to delete all these. So I'm going to press B, grab them all, delete, and then Control, Shift, and V. And hopefully now we should have fixed that. So let's have a look. No, we've still not fixed it. So you You can see that now we need the opposite. So I think this one here is causing the issue. So let's go in. We're going to grab all of these. So B, Control C, and we're going to go here. Then we're going to grab all of these and delete them. So delete, and then Control Shift and V. And hopefully now, let's see. How have we fixed it? No, we've still not fixed it. I think it's the N1 now. So let's come in, grab the N1. So B, Control C, come to the end. And also, I'm just going to press Control V now. So I'm going to delete them first. So delete, then Control V. Now I'm hoping that, yeah, there we go. Now she's walking fine. And her head is bobbing. There we go. Perfect. All right. So there you go. You can see as well how you can fix that once you've actually done it. It's basically the first 2 frames. So basically these, well, not frames, but 2 parts of it are exactly the same as these parts, except they're the opposite way around. The M1 being the same as the first one, of course. All right, so that's that. Now what we want to do is just a few more little parts to this, just to make sure that we've got it moving right. And what we'll do is we'll do that on the next one. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that. If you struggle actually following along, as I said, make a separate copy of it and then just go and restart it. Practice this a few times because it's going to take a little bit of time just to get in your head what we're actually doing here and, you know, getting that walk cycle as nice as possible. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed it and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now there's a couple of things that we did forget about. First of all, let's come to frame 8. Let's go and press 3, and what we need to do, we pulled this hand back slightly on this one. What we need to do is we need to pull this hand slightly forward on this one. So if I bring it forward like so, something like that, and let's then press I, location or rotation. And then what I'm going to do now is I want to grab them all actually and press I. So A, I, location, rotation. This makes it easier actually because then I can do is I can come down and grab all of these then like so. Press Control C and then I can come to frame 24. I can come in then and grab all of these, press delete. So B, delete. And then what I can press is Control, Shift, and V and put them in. And now you'll see that that hand is slightly behind. Now let's have a look at what that looks like. So there we go. And there you go. Now you can see it's looking a lot more realistic than what it was looking at before. All right, so now all we need is a little bit of hip twist as well in there. So what we'll do is we'll come over to frame 8 again. And then what we'll do is we'll grab this part here. And I'm going to actually tilt it. Let's have a look. We're on this one. So I think it's going to actually, because she's bringing up right leg, you can see that we probably need to tilt this to this way. So if I turn it this way a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press R and Z until this just a little bit like so. Very, very slight. Now press I, location, rotation, scale, grabbing all of the bones. Again, we're going to go in now, select these. B to select them all. Control C. Let's go over now to frame 24. We're going to select these. B to grab them all. Delete. And then what you're going to press is Control, Shift, and V. And then put those in. And now she should have that little bit of a roll that we're actually looking for. There you go. She's looking really, really nice. Now, the one thing I'm not happy about is that head is, I think, rolling a little bit too much. So I'm just looking. Comes down here. So I think on this frame now, it should be a little bit too higher. It's actually tilting a little bit too much. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to press R and X. And just tilt it up very, very slightly. Like so. And if you're unsure, you can actually go back to this frame. And we can see that R and X is minus 0.119. Let's have a look at where it is on frame 8. And 0.11106 as you can see. So let's have a look at next frame. So back to 0.118, and you can see it's here where the issue is. So frame 24, we need to set that as the same as here. So I'm going to grab this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. So Control C, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to frame 24. I'm going to press Control V, enter, and then I'm going to press I, location, rotation. And now I should have fixed that. So frame 32 is 0.119. 0.119. All right. Now you can see that her head is going down very slightly here to minus 106. Minus 106. Okay, so you can see it's moving very, very slightly now. It's really, really so tiny that you can't really see it. But you can see, because we've done it, it looks really, really realistic now. All right, so now we need to just refine it even more. So basically, we're going to refine it just a little tiny bit more, and then we should be there. All right, so how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to come to frame 4, which is in between 0 and 8, of course. So what we're going to do to refine this more is we're going to go to frame 4, we're going to press 3, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to flatten this down. So if I come to this back up here, I'm going to press Alt-R, flatten it down, and what I need to do is bring it down very, very slightly. So if I've got her here, I can bring it down just very slightly, like so. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press A, I'm going to press I, location rotation. I'm then going to come up to now, so it's 4 before, which would be frame 28. I'm going to come down here first. I'm going to press B. I'm going to copy these, so Control C. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come now to frame 28. And then I'm going to press Control, Shift, and V. And there we go. Now let's see what that actually looks like. And that's not working out. Let's see where it's going wrong. So it's going wrong here. So I'm going to actually delete that off. So I'm going to press B, delete it off. And instead, I'm going to press Control V. Now let's see if that's working out. There we go. Now it's working out. And now you can see that it's lifting up there. And that's not how it should be. These are the wrong way around, basically. So a heel should be up on this one and down at the other one. So what I want to do is I want to come to this one. I want to grab everything like so. I want to then come to here and press B. Like so, and press Control C, and then come over to this one, and then I'm going to press B, and delete those off. And then what I'm going to do is press Control, Shift, and V, and I'm hoping now. Thanks a lot, everyone, and I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thank you, bye-bye. Welcome everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So what we're going to do to refine it a little bit is we're going to come to frame 4, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press 3, and this heel at the moment is kind of floating in the air. So if I press spacebar, you can see it doesn't actually come down, and we don't actually want that. So what we want to do is come to frame 4, and we want to press Alt-R, drop it down onto the floor. And then what I want to do now is, because it's already put it in there for us, is grab everything and press Control C. And then come to frame 20. And then what I'm going to press is Control Shift V and drop that down like so. And now, if we actually press the spacebar, you will see she's walking perfectly along. Now that I'm really, really happy with. All right, so now let's come in and let's put this onto object mode. Let's also save out as work as well. Let's put it, let's hide the rig. So H to hide the rig. And let's put this onto material mode so we can actually see what we're doing. Let it load up. Now let's press the space bar. And it might actually speed up after we get past the next one. Let's see. Yeah, we're still lagging a little bit on the frames. Let's put it onto this one here. Yeah, we're lagging a little bit. And let's have a look. Are we on? Yeah, we're on EV. Let's put the viewport. Let's put this on something like 2. Something like that. Let's see if that speeds it up a little bit. And yeah, we're still not getting a lot of speed up on it. It's a shame that we can't look at it in real time. But if we put it onto object mode, now we can see it pretty much in real time. All right, so I'm really happy with how that looks. And we can see we are getting a little bit of flicking on there. So it's always a good job that we check this. I'm going to press Alt-H. And I want to fix this actual flicking first of all. I just need to first of all, though, see where it's actually on. So let's see where it's actually flicking out. Let's have a look. There. So it's flicking from here. And you can see probably her arm is, as it comes back here, you can see it's bending a little bit too much here. So what you can do to fix that is you can move it very slightly on, let's go and do, yeah, we'll actually copy it on the other side. So what I'll do is now, I'll stop this flicking by bringing her arm up just a little bit. So if I bring this up like so, which means that it should be, if I've got this on here, and I'm going to grab all of these. So let's press Control C, and then let's come to frame. Have a look. So this one here, we want to bring her arm over here. So I'm thinking that's probably going to be on frame 6. So Control, Shift, and V. There we go. There we go. That's actually fixed. All right. Now let's see how that looks. Load up. That is moving much, much more realistic. All right. Really, really happy with that now. All right, just that tiny fix in the end. Okay, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that. Let me actually turn this off now. So we'll go to object mode. We'll go back to modeling. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to press tab. I want to hide my rig out of the way. Now, I have one more look at it now. So here's our rig. Here's our little robot. And of course, as she's moving along, what you need to do now, if you was actually going to let's say render it out, you would have a walk-in. So you need to actually balance like where the actual root bone is and how far she's walking along to get rid of that sliding. Now you will see on a lot of games, characters slide a lot. And the reason is because they're moving too fast or too slow. It's a very, very fine line in how fast they move, especially when you come, let's say from flat ground to going uphill or going upstairs and things like that. So the best games actually slow the gate down, really, really fine tune it so they actually look as though they're not sliding. So let's finally press Alt H, bring back, we might as well bring it all back. So if I press, let's come to here, let's go on to edit mode, not edit mode, sorry, pose mode. Let's press Alt H, bring everything back. And now what we'll do is we'll go to frame 0 and we'll start this. Let's say we'll start this over here somewhere. So I'm going to press I, only on this one, I location, like so. And then I'm going to come up to 32. And you can see it already put that in for me. So let's see what that actually looks. Yeah, you can see way, way too fast. So we need to actually get rid of all the keyframes. So let's have a look where he moves to. Where is it going to move? So it's going to be up to... What I want to do to clear that is I want to go to my animation and I want to come, you can see my root bone here. Now this is important because I can actually come in now and delete all of those. And then what'll happen is she'll carry on walking, but there won't be any root bone moving. So that's the best thing we could have done. Now let's put it back on 0. So on 0. And then what we'll do is we'll press Shift Space Bar. So Shift Space, move. And we'll start her over here. I'm going to press I. Location just on the root bone, and then let's go to 32. See, she's still moving over here, and I'm not sure why that is. We can see those root bones being put in there. So maybe if I put her here, delete all of those. So then come in, press B, delete all of those. Now should be as I want it. Now the other thing is I've still got this ticked on as well, so that's not helping. Now if I move this now, you'll see that's not moving. All right, finally, let's put her over here. Let's press I, location, and then let's bring it over here. So 32, and we'll have a walk in maybe that far. Let's have a look. I, location. Now let's put it back on here. And still way, way too fast. So we don't want it going that fast. So what I want to do is I want to come to the end one. I want to press B, delete all those out of the way. And what I want to do is I want to move in only maybe to here. So I, location. And then also, in fact, not on 22. I'm on frame 32. I, in fact, we'll move it now. Maybe to here. I, location. And then what we'll do now is we'll grab all of these and we'll put it onto linear. I think it'll be linear. Let's have a look. There you go. That's much better, as you can see. Now, what you would do to carry this on is you would duplicate the frames, basically. So to make a walk much further along, you need to duplicate the frames. Now, you see there is a little bit of sliding. Now, to stop that, you just put on frame 32 and just bring it back slightly. And then press I again, location. Now, just restart it. And there you go. Now you can see she's walking much, much better along. All right, everyone. So let's come back to modeling now. Let's press the tab button. Let's actually come in and save that out. And there we go. So on the next lesson, I'm actually going to put the robot into my walk cycle now. I'm also going to put Andrew into the walk cycle. So on the next lesson then, now we've done that one, we're actually moving on to our actual camera. So we've got a camera turntable on the next one. And then after that, we actually get to rig our own large scene. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So we're on the actual camera turntable now. So what we're first of all going to do is just make sure if you're putting your camera to go around something, make sure that your cursor is in the center of what actually you're going around. Just makes it a lot easier rather than messing around, you know, once you've actually brought in your camera and things like that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to world origin, put my cursor right in the center, and then what I'm going to do is now I'm actually going to go into modeling, because believe it or not, I actually don't need this on the bottom here. I don't actually have to keyframe anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to modeling, and then what I'm going to do now is bring in a circle. So Shift A, let's press tab just in case. Now Shift A, let's bring in a curve. I'm going to bring in a circle, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this circle much, much bigger, like so. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring in a camera. Now I'm going to press Shift A to bring in a camera. So Shift A, let's bring in a camera. It's going to come in the center. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control, Alt, and 0. And I'm going to move my camera to where I was looking at that point. Now the only reason I've done that is just to move the camera out of the center. Now what I want to do is I want to have this camera tracking around this actual circle. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my camera, grab my circle, press Control P, and you're going to have one that says Follow Path. The moment you click on Follow Path, you will see now you get a little line going to your actual circle. Now, if I press spacebar now, you'll see, well, my camera goes around it. It doesn't go very far around it. It doesn't even go all the way around it. So why is that? Well, the reason is because if we come over to this button here, sorry, not this one, the printer, you will see that we have a frame start on 1 and a frame finish on 32. So you need to work out how many frames you want your camera to move around this in. So how long over, basically. Now, I would say that anything less than 300 frames for a whole turntable, anything less than that, you're going to get a lot of jaggedness, blurriness, things like that. So if you can, and I know it takes a long time, make sure that your camera is at least 300 frames. So going around turntable. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this actually on 500 frames, which is what I recommend you do. So from 1 to 500 frames. Now because I've put that on 500, you'll see my camera goes all the way around to the beginning near enough. It might even freeze there actually. Oh no, it's not. So how then do we make our camera and circle actually line up on the frame? So if I click on my circle, come over to my frames, if I scroll down here, there's a little button that says Path Animation. How many frames do we want this over? 500, because then that is going to match the amount of frames that we've got, you know, of the overall actual blend file. So now if I press space, you'll see it's much, much slower. Now, there are some problems, of course. If I press 0, go back to my camera view, we're looking like this. It's not in the middle or anything like that. The camera's right up here, and nothing's kind of making a lot of sense at the moment. So how do we fix that? First of all, what you want to do is you want to come to your circle, and you want to find where this camera's joined it up, because this camera line tells you where the camera should be. Now, if I press tab, you'll see it near enough always lines up with one of the vertices on the actual curve. So if I come to this part here, press Shift S, cursor to selected, and then go to my camera now, press Shift S and selection to cursor, our camera moves there. Now, the other problem we've got is our camera now is looking at nothing, and that's not what we want either. So what we want to do is we want to bring in an empty to the center of here. So if I press Shift S, cursor to world origin, and then bring in an empty, Shift A, empty, plane axis. And what I tend to do with my empty is I make it massive. And the reason I do that is because then I can actually see where it is at all times. It's not going to get hidden and I'm having to, hide the hotel out of the way or something like that. All right, so now we've got that. What we want to do is now we want to point the camera at the actual empty. So if I click on my camera, come over to the right hand side, add object constraint, and I'm going to track to. And the thing I'm going to track to, of course, is going to be my actual empty. So I'm going to come over here, empty, and now you'll see my camera is tracking to my actual empty. Now we do have some more problems in the fact that if I press spacebar now, we can see the bottom of the hotel. We can't see any of the other parts of the hotel. So now it's just a case of splitting our screen up and moving our camera and our empty and our curve to get the perfect view that we want. So I recommend you come over to the top left hand side. You'll end up with a little crosshair here. Pull that over. And there you'll see that you've got the same view on this side. Now, if I press N, I'm going to close that down. Press T, I'll close the other one down. And then it just gives me the full view of what I'm actually looking at. Now, if I come over the other side, press N, press T, close them down. And now what I can do is I can actually mess around with my actual circle. So if I bring my circle up like so, you can see that that camera is following this empty, which I don't really want it, at the moment. What I mean is I don't really want it following it all the way down there. I want it kind of something like that. Now all I need to do is make my circle bigger. So if I press S, bring my circle out, and then what I'll do is I'll bring my empty up, and now you can see it's more in line. Let's say we want to bring it more up, so I'm just going to bring it up like so, and then we'll bring our empty down just a tad like so. And now if I press spacebar, you can see we've got the perfect view of our actual hotel going around. Now the thing is, you can see it's right in the middle. The one thing you want to check for is you don't want these overlapping, for instance. We can zoom into this, by the way. We'll zoom into this like so. So we're looking at this point here. As we press spacebar, we can see it's kind of a little bit near there, and we don't really want that. So what we want to do is we want to come back to our circle and kind of play with that a little bit more, and then bring our empty down just a little bit, and now see what that looks like. Now what I'm looking for now is the top. So I want to make sure that my top is not actually going to disappear through the top. So you can see here, oh, it's clashing there. We don't want that either. So I'm going to bring it down just a tiny bit, just so that's not clashing. And now what we're looking for is to make sure that this bit is also not going out of our actual frame. It might go out of the frame here is what I'm saying. So what you might need to do in that case is just make your circle a tiny bit larger, and then just play around again with your actual empty. All right, something like that. Now you can see got the perfect view. Now finally, the last thing I want to discuss, if we put this to frame 1, so let's go to layout now. Let's put this on frame 1, and let's look where our camera is on frame 1. So at the moment, our camera is on here on frame 1, and that might not be something that you want. You might want to start on frame 1, viewing the front of your hotel, for instance. Now to fix that, all you want to do then is go to your circle, press 0 to go back to your camera view, and then just press RZ and rotate it round. So let's say we're going to start from, I think that's the side of it. So let's press RZ. Let's go round the other way. So RZ and then RZ. Let's move it round all the way round to the front, like so. Like so, and there we go. Now we can see that on frame 1, we're going to start here. It's going to go all the way to 500, and by the time we get to 500, it should actually just repeat. So you're going to have a continuous now turntable going all the way around. Now I also recommend, if you want to improve your compositions and things like that while we're on this subject, that something like a hotel is normally better taking it from an actual low angle. So if we go back to modeling again, I'm going to come in, I'm going to press tab, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my circle, I'm going to pull it down, and instead of that view, what I would take is more this sort of view, like so, because this, as you can see, is a lot better angle looking at something which a building which is very tall. It just gives you the sense of just a better composition, gives you the sense of having to look up at something and getting a good idea of the kind of scale of what we're actually looking at here and things like that. Now, of course, you can see there's some clip in there, so it's important when you do that just to make sure that you make your circle bigger and move your empty and things like that. But that, everyone, is the ease at which we can actually do a camera turntable. So what I'm going to do now is just going to drop these in to my camera turntable like so. Drop my camera into my turntable, and then I can close that up. So now this brings us to the end of, not the course, but it certainly brings us to the end of all the things that we're going to learn. In the next lesson, what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our main scene. But before we do that, let's just go through what we've learned. So we've learned, actually we'll go to layout. We'll put this onto our rendered view, and then we'll get rid of the camera, and then we'll just go to our first scene. So we came right from the beginning of learning the very, very basics of the barrel and things like that. And then we went through the swing, moving backwards and forwards. So simple bone techniques, all the way down to things like animating our fish going around a pond and things like that. And then finally, all the way up to creating complex chains and a walk cycle, and finally a camera turntable. So you can see we've learned a lot of things in a very short space of time, and I'm hoping that this actual course you will take away with you, and you will be able to reference pretty much anything you want to animate in the future in your own Blender projects and things like that. All right, that was the idea here. I hope I've achieved it, and I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope actually you carry on to the next part of the course where we'll actually be coming to our Indiana Jones scene. As you can see, this is the scene that we're going to be starting on. We are going to be doing a lot of different animations in here. Some of them will be using noise and things like that, a bit more complicated. But it just gives you an idea, if you actually want to create your own models and things, what it takes to actually then go in and animate and bring your scene to life and things like that. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation. And this is not where we left it off, but this is where we're going to proceed to now. This basically is our actual Indiana Jones themed scene that we want to actually come in and actually animate. So what I've got here basically is the actual scene, and this is what it should actually look like once we've actually finished it. So if I now press the spacebar for play, you can see that we've got a massive boulder rolling down. We've got some spikes that are actually coming out of the wall here, so going backwards and forwards, as you can see. We've got some arrows being fired out here. We've got some rubble falling out of the sky. We've got a monkey that's going to be moving up and down in here. Not sure actually why that's not actually playing. Let's just have a quick look. Let's put it back, and there we go. All right, so it's just because I actually extended the animation and I forgot actually to move the monkey up and down. So we can see here that this shakes. So you can see it shake. The rocks actually drop down. The monkey is actually going to go into there and be replaced by the sandbag. We've got over here then, we've got a actual rope or whip. And you can see as that moves, the branch actually bends down with the weight, and then it flicks back up, as you can see. Again, the rock that we've got here. Let's actually take a look as well at our arrows. So you can see the arrows. Put this back now. The arrows start off in these actual heads here, and then they get fired out. They go to the wall, they drop down, then they disappear, and then they reappear back. And finally then we've got actually the platform. So you can see actually these, if I put this back, they actually break away, so drop down into nothing, like so. And then they actually reappear. I think they reappear very slowly on this one, actually. There you go. They actually pop back up like so. So basically that is the aim of this, to get all of these animations in using all the skills that we've actually got. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open up a scene, and we're going to basically have no bones in there or anything like that. We're basically going to start from scratch, and we're going to go through each of these processes one by one. All right, everyone, so I'll open that up now. So here we are in our huge scene, and the first thing I want you to do is just come over to the right hand side, and what you want to do is you want to go to your cycle's actual settings, come down to where it says simplify, and just tick that on. Now what you're going to do is you're going to come down and you're going to turn the maximum subdivisions down to 0. You're going to turn the child particles to 0, and you're going to put the texture limit on something like 512. Now what this is going to do basically is it's going to limit everything in the actual render viewport. So now you'll see if I click on my render, what's going to happen is it's going to reduce all of these actual textures down to 512. So they're going to be very low res. It's also going to get rid of any child particles that we might have. And the last thing of all, it's also going to get rid of the maximum subdivisions. Now this is important because you can see it's a huge scene. It's got 500 polygons in it basically. So we need to actually reduce this down. So you can see now I can actually come in and reduce them down to 128. It will take a little bit of time to think about it, but then you can reduce that down even more. So just depending on what setup you've got, you might want to reduce down your actual textures and things like that, because this is what actually creates all of that stuttering. You can see the frame rate once I go round is going to drop really significantly depending on how complex the scene is, how many polygons it's got, how much, especially textures. I mean, if this has 4K textures in it, it's going to really slow it down drastically. So that's what I want you to do to start with. The next thing that you should do when dealing with a large scene like this, as you can see, we've got one with a lot of lights in there. We want to be able to turn off all of these lights. We've also got an empty in there. I think that empty can be deleted away. So I'm just going to delete that out of the way. So delete your empty as well. Then what we'll do is we'll grab all of these. And then what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to put this back on material now. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all 4 of these lights and just drop them into my lights and plane. And now I should be able to just close that up, turn off this button here. And now basically it should be much easier to see everything that you're doing. You might want to also, get these spider webs and actually put those out the way. It's really up to you. But I think starting out like this should be absolutely perfect for what we need. All right, so the first one we're going to actually start with is going to be this one actually here. So this is the actual spikes that are going to come in and out. Now, the other thing is we don't really want to base this over 620 frames. We want to actually base it over 300. And the reason for that is because I want it relatively small. I don't want to actually deal with tons and tons of keyframes and things like that, because all we're doing is just repeating the process. We have a cycle of animations, and then the longer this goes on, the more we just have to repeat that cycle. So that's quite important. The other thing is when you come in to animate anything, just make sure that it's not actually got a animation on it already. That's important in case you actually get something, in your own scene, or, you've got someone else's work or something like that. So the way you check for that is basically, you can see we've got no bones in here, but that doesn't mean there's not an armature attached to this. So if you come over here, you will see on the modifier tab is a red armature here. Just click that off. So basically just go around the parts that are actually going to be animated. So all of these parts here, click off the armature. Same for the rock, click it off. Same for the actual whip. So I'm just going to zoom in here like so. We're going to click that off as well. We're going to come then to the monkey head, do the same thing here. We're going to come to this big rock, click that off, and we're going to do that for the small rock. So nothing should be on here now. Everything should be set up without an actual armature on there. Now, the next thing you should do is just make sure that whatever you're actually going to animate is actually broke off away from the scene. You don't really want to be having to, weight things when it's part of the whole scene. So you can see, for instance, my scene here is broken down into little parts, especially the things I'm going to animate. You can see we've got all of these here, which are together with our pillars and things like that. But because we're not actually going to animate them, we're only animating these actual stones here, then we can actually split those off away from everything. So basically now we should be actually ready to start. Now, the other thing is, although it's nice to look at this at the moment, we can also come to our vines. You can see we've got one that says vines here, and actually turn that off as well. That then will make sure that we've got nothing in the scene, making sure everything runs smoothly. Last of all, I tend to work on object mode, so this one up here, rather than trying to work on material mode, because you simply don't need to see it until you're ready to have a look at what's being actually animated. So that's also really important. All right, so that's pretty much everything. And then what we'll do now, we'll stop this lesson here, and then we'll make a fresh start on our actual spikes coming in and out on the next lesson. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so let's come to our spike. So I'm going to grab my spike, I'm going to press the little dot button on the number pad just to zoom in, and then also I'm going to set my keyframe to frame 1, like so. Now what we want in this first one is we want a root bone, and we only need one other bone because it's simply moving in and out. So that's what we're going to do. So while my actual orientation is here, we might as well press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry, like so, and then Shift S, cursor to selected. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring in a bone. I'm going to bring in a root bone. So first of all, bring in an armature, like so. I'm going to make this bone much bigger so it just pokes out of there. And then while I'm there, I'm going to press Tab, and then I'm going to press Shift A and create another bone. I'm going to also make this bone really big, so I'm going to pull it out with the S button. Hopefully I've grabbed it. I don't think I have. So if you want to see your bone, press Z, go into wireframe, and now we can see our bone is this one here. I'm going to rotate it round as well. So RX90, rotate it round so it's coming out of there, and then make it a little bit bigger. Now if I press Z, go back into solid mode, we should end up with something like this. Now what I want to do is I want to rename my bone. So I'm going to come to this first one. I'm going to press F2. I'm going to call it root bone. So root bone. And then press Tab, come to the next bone, F2, and we'll call this, let's call it spike, bone, something like that. And of course you can name yours whatever you wish. Alright, so now let's come to actually weighting this out. So like we've done in the previous parts of the course, we're going to actually have our root bone weigh into nothing except this one here. So just this bone is going to be parented up to it, and then this bone here is going to be doing all of the major work. So I guess the first thing we should do is we should grab this bone, press Ctrl P, and then keep offset. And now we should have a little line that goes from here to our root bone. In other words, you can test that out. If I grab this bone, press the G, you can see that there's a little bone there. Now also if I go to pose mode now, grab this bone and I press G, that bone should come with it. Alright, so far so good. So now let's go back to object mode, and then what we're going to do now is we're going to weight this up. So I'm going to grab my actual armature, grab my spike, press Ctrl P, and it's not that way around, so it's going to be the spikes first, then the armature, press Ctrl P, and we're going to do it with empty groups. So empty groups like so. And now what we're going to do is we're going to come back to our bones, press the Tab button, and just on this occasion, what we'll do is we'll just make sure that they're actually named, so you can see root bone and spike bone. Now what we'll do is we'll come to our spikes. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to our little green triangle here, and you can see that I've got a few bones on here that shouldn't be with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to minus those off. That is another thing to check for. What these bones are there from is the previous one. So like we deleted with the armature, then this actual one in particular has those two bones from previously. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I'm going to delete those. So I'm going to delete those off like so. And then I've got my root bone and my spike bone. Now the thing is, on the rest of them, I have actually deleted those off. So don't worry. It's just to show you what actually might happen, why you might have more bones than what you intended. So now finally we can get on with the task of actually weighting these up. Now, if I come to my spikes, you'll see now I've got a root bone and a spike bone. Now, if I press Tab and grab everything, I want to make sure, first of all, that my root bone has no weight. So I'm going to remove 100% of it. So let's remove that. And then what we're going to do now is come to our spike bone. And what I want to do is make sure that my spike bone has everything but this part in it. So I'm going to, first of all, remove everything. And then what I'll do is I'll grab all of this part in here. We can also, as well, before we do that, actually, isolate it out. So if I press Shift H, it will isolate everything out, including my bones. But for this, I don't even need to see my bones, so it doesn't really matter. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to come, press the Tab button now, grab all of this and press H, hide it out the way. Now I know that everything else that's left should be attached to my spike bone. So I can just come in and press the A button and then come and assign 100% of the weight. So let's assign that now. Now let's go and see if it works. So first of all, I want to press Alt-H to bring back the actual place where all these spikes are in. I'm going to press Tab. I'm going to press Alt-H then to bring everything back. And because we hid everything over here on the right-hand side in our collections, the actual lights and the vines and things like that shouldn't actually appear. So that's really great. Now all you need to do is just double-click the A button, and there we go. Now let's see if this actually works first of all. So if I come to my bones, come to my pose mode, grab this bone first of all and move it, everything should move, as you can see. So everything is moving except the actual part which is in the center, which we don't need anyway. And then the next thing we want to do is check this, and as you can see, the spikes now are actually working. All right, so now let's actually start with the animation. So first of all, on frame 1, I actually want it to be here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press I, location, and I don't need to bother with the scale. I don't need to bother with the rotation or anything like that. So I'm literally just going to click location. I'm going to put this on, which is my auto keying. And then what I can do is I think we'll have it coming in 4 times over 300 frames. So that means that we basically just want to do this once, and then what we'll do is we'll copy it and base it over 300 frames, rather than trying to use some maths and work it all out, which is going to be a little bit hard. So what we'll do is we'll come to frame 50, like so. And remember, if you can't put it on frame 50, just put it in over here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this out. So I'm going to bring it out to where I want it. So something like that. And then what I'm going to do is you can see it's already keyed in for us, so that's fine. So now we should have just going in and going out. Now let's press Shift D on this one. So grab just this keyframe here, bring it over, press Shift D like so. So now what we should have is this coming out and going back in like so. Now there is a point where I do actually want it to pause. So I want it to come out and then I want it to pause. Not quite like this. And I also want it to come out faster, but I do want it to pause once it's here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this bone. I'm going to put it on something like maybe, let's put it on 40. So if I bring this down, if I zoom in more, so middle mouse button to zoom in more, let's put this on 40. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D and bring it up to 60. And now we can see there's a line over there. What that means is it's actually going to come out. It's going to pause like so, and then it's going to go back in. That is exactly what we want. Now, we need to actually make it come out much faster and go in slower. So in other words, let's grab our start. What we're going to do is we're going to move this up to maybe frame 30. So let's give that a try. So I'm going to press spacebar. And there you go. Much slower going back in. That actually probably is actually perfect to how we want it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to press A. We're going to grab all of these. And then I'm going to press G and move them back to my actual start, like so. Now what we want to do is we really want it to start from here and exactly the same process. So we want it to come, it's coming back in, and we want it to actually stay there for a little bit of amount of time. Now you can see at the moment, this is actually on 71. I don't particularly want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move that down then to 70, just to keep it a little bit more even. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it stay here for another 10 frames. So I'm going to move it up to, let's say, frame 80. Then I'm going to press Shift D, drag it over, and drop it in there like so. Now this should then come out. So it's going to come out, and then it's going to stay for 10 frames, and then it's going to come out again. That is what I'm trying to achieve here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab all of these now, and I'm going to drag them over. So I've grabbed them all. I'm going to press Shift D and bring them over like so. So if I press Shift D, drag them over, and I'm going to drop this last frame in frame 80. So now you'll see that if I grab these, comes out, goes in, stays in a bit, comes out. Now the one thing I'm not happy with here, you can see it stays there a bit of time, and then it actually comes out really fast. And I'm not sure that I actually want it coming out that fast. I think I want a little bit of more time basically between them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, press B, drag along, and then what I'll do is I'll bring this up to frame 100. So bring it up to frame 100 like so. Now let's see what that actually alters. I actually think that it's just, oh yeah, that's exactly it. So there you go. That's exactly what I want. Something like that. Now we just need to copy this again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of this. I'm going to press Shift D. I'm going to bring it all the way over to the last keyframe that we had and drop it in there. Now, for now, let's just put it on 350 frames, something like that. And then we just want to make sure that it's actually working correctly. So if I press spacebar now, you'll see it comes back, stays there a bit of time, comes out, stays there a bit longer this time, comes out. And there we go. All right, so you can see there's a little bit of randomness to it, and that's exactly what we want. All right, so now what we're going to do is we need it based over 300 frames. So I'm going to put it back to 300, like so. I'm going to go down then to frame 1, like so. I'm going to grab everything, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the S button and just shrink it down now to 300 frames. So you can see I've shrunk all of those down to make them fit. And now if I press spacebar, comes out, And there you go. That is exactly what we actually want. All right, so now what we want to do is I want to just put it back to frame 1, and then all I want to do now is put this on object mode, and you will be able to see now that even if I hide my bones out the way, which is what they will be hidden out the way in the render view anyway, if I hide them out the way, you can see now it working really, really nicely. All right, everyone, so that's it for that one. On the next one, then, what we'll do is we'll actually look at, I think we'll do something, we'll actually come to our arrows, seeing as we're here. So we'll have these arrows firing out, hitting the wall, dropping down, and then basically coming back to the point of these actual faces here. And what we'll also try to do is we'll try and get rid of the randomness. This we wanted random because it's supposed to come out, you know, when somebody's walking past it or something like that. With the arrows, I don't quite want them to be as random. I want them to be a lot more linear. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so now let's come back, and I'll put that back to frame 1, and then what we're going to do first of all is we need to actually bring in a couple of bones for our arrows. So 3 bones on this one. So what I'll do is I'll grab both of these. I'm going to press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry. Very important that you actually do that. Shift S then, cursor to selected, and let's bring in our first bone. So Shift A, we'll bring in a armature. I'm going to put the armature back there. Again, this is going to be our root bone. And then what we'll do is we'll bring in now another couple of bones. Now, the other thing is, as you can see with these arrows, they're not really lined up right. So I might as well line them up as well. There's no reason why I shouldn't. So what I'm going to do is just grab this one in edit mode, pressing L and just put it back there. It doesn't need to be exact in line with that one. All right, so now let's bring in another bone. So I'm going to click on my bone. I want to press tab to go into edit mode. I want to press Shift A, bring in another bone. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate it around. So L, R, Y, 90, spin it round. And then what I'll do is I'll come and grab this edge going around here. So I'm going to be in face select, Alt Shift click to grab it going all the way around, Shift S, cursor to selected. And yeah, I've grabbed that one as well. Didn't mean to do that. So Alt Shift click, there we go. Shift S, cursor to selected, and that's going to put exactly in the center. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this bone now. So I'm going to come back to my bone, grab this bone with L, make sure you've grabbed it all, Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset, and then that's going to put it right in the center there. And then what I'm going to do, make it a little bit smaller like so. I'm going to move it along like so, and there we go. All right, so now let's bring in another bone. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D. I'm going to move that over anywhere. It doesn't really matter because we're going to do exactly the same thing here. So I'm going to come to this arrow here, Alt Shift click, going all the way around, Shift S, cursor to selected, tab, back to my bones now. Grab this bone, Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset. And now you'll see they're exactly the right place that where I need them. All right, so now we just need to weight them up and name them. So first of all, I'm going to come to this bone. I'm going to press F2 and we're going to call this root bone. And then I'm going to come to this bone and we'll call it right arrow, something like that. So F2 and right arrow, like so. And then let's come to this bone and we'll just call it left arrow. So F2, left arrow. And one thing I did forget on the other one is just to put bone on the end, which is also really important. So F2, right arrow, bone, like so. All right, let's get these weighted. So I'll grab my, I think it's this way around. I always get it the wrong way around, but we'll try this. So grab our arrows, grab our bones, Control P, and yes, it is. So with empty groups. Now, again, what we want to do is we want to come in now and we want to put these 2 bones to our root bone. So I'm going to grab these 2, grab my root bone, press Control P, keep offset, and there we go. Now we can come in and actually weight these up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come into my actual arrow now. And what I want to do is basically I want to make sure, first of all, that the root bone doesn't have any weight. So I'm going to grab everything. I'm just going to remove them all. I'm just getting into the habit of doing that. Although it doesn't seem like it's actually doing anything, it's just in case that the root bone has any weights attached to it for whatever reason. So it's just a simple procedure. And if you get into the habit of doing it, you shouldn't actually have any problems. Now what we'll do is we know that this is the right bone. So I'm going to come now and grab this arrow. Like so. I'm going to come to my right bone. I'm going to click assign on 100. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the left arrow. So grab the left arrow, grab this one, and then click assign like so. Now let's give it a quick test. So I'm going to press tab. I'm going to come up to my, where is it? Grab my bones first, actually. Come up then, pose mode, and then I'm going to grab this bone, and all it should move is that arrow, like so, and that's perfectly what we need. All right, so now let's come to frame 1, as you can see here, and what I want to do is put these right back. So I'm going to move these right back into place, like so, maybe even a little bit further, and maybe still a bit further, something like that. I think is absolutely fine. I'm just looking to make sure that this bone, you can see it's not quite pointed out as much, so I just want to grab just this bone here. So I've just grabbed it through there. If you can't see it, just press Z, and then you'll be able to see through there, and then just pull it out very slightly. Press 7 to go over the top, and now you can see this one's poking out, and this one just wants to be poking out just a slight bit, like so. All right, perfect. Now what I want to do is I want to come, I'm going to actually press Z so you can actually see what we're doing here. So wireframe, I'm going to come to this bone. So you can see at the moment now, they're both actually got their location in there because we've got auto keyframe on. So let's go to frame 40, like so. And I want this arrow to have traveled all the way to here. Now, the other thing is, I don't want my arrow to travel straight away out the block. So I do want it to sit there. So let's put it on frame 20 actually, and we'll have it sat in that actual block there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press I and location. And the reason is because I've not moved it anywhere. Basically, it's actually just sat in there. Now, the other thing is that it's really important because we know in this that we're going to have to make the arrows really, really tiny and then bring them back. So it's also important, before we forget, to actually press I, location, rotation, scale on this one, because we know that we're going to be dealing with some scale in further down the line. I'm also then going to come back to frame 1, and I'm going to grab this other bone here. So this one here, I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up to frame 20. In fact, no, we'll come to frame 30, and then what we're going to do is press I, location, rotation, scale. And the reason I've done that is I want these arrows to be split up. I don't want them coming out at the same time. Now, if we come back to this one now, and we say, let's go another 20 frames. So let's say we go from frame 20 to frame 40, and then what we're going to do is we're going to move it over to this wall. Now for this, I'm just going to go back into solid mode, and I'm going to see my arrow striking the wall right there, as you can see. So actually going a little bit into that wall. And now what I want to do is I just want to test and see how fast this actually is. So if I bring this back, press the space bar, that looks to me, although it's not realistic, this is quite a stylized scene. Plus when we're animating, we actually want to see something. So at the moment, that might be moving about the right speed. So just make sure that you're happy with the speed it's coming out at. Now you can also see it starts off slow and then it speeds up and then it slows down. That is not something we want. So what we want to do is we want to grab both of these now. So grab both of these. We want to right click and we want it to be on interpolation mode of linear. And I think now that it should, if I bring it back to here, there you go. Now it's the same speed all the way along. And now you can get actually a better idea of if you're happy with this being this speed. I think I need to speed it up slightly. So I'm going to bring it down by maybe a few frames. So if I come in now, press the middle mouse button if you can't see. I'm going to bring it to 35 instead. And then what I'm going to do now, I'm going to come in, press the space bar. And there we go. I think I'm actually happy with that speed now. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to come to the next one. So we're going to grab this one here. And then what I'm going to do is exactly the same thing. So again, we know if we click on this one that it's over 15 frames. So we want this one to be over 15 frames as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to frame 45. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and bring it all the way up to here like so. Now, I also know that if I come in now and then right click, interpolation mode linear, and now I should be able to come in, press the space bar like so. And there you can see they both fire out. Now, there is a problem in the fact that with the auto keying, it's not going to, it probably is only going to key in the location. So we just have to be a little bit careful there. In other words, what I mean is because we're going to be altering the scale, we really need to make sure that we're actually keying in location, rotation, and scale. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the last frame on here. I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. I'm going to grab this one then, I, location, rotation, scale. Now you might be asking me, well, why are we altering the scale? But you're going to find that out in a little bit as we actually move along. Now, finally on this lesson, let's have these drop down to the floor. So what I want to do is I want to have this one first of all. It hits the wall, and then I want it to stay there a little bit. So maybe 5 frames or something like that. So I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. I'm going to click on this one then. I'm going to make sure this one stays here for 5 frames again. So I'm going to click I, location, rotation, scale. I'm actually just going to zoom in, make sure that that's 5 frames there. Make sure that this one is also 5 frames there. Now let's have a look what that actually looks like. So nothing should happen in the end. They should just both sit there. So bang, bang, both sit there. And now what I want to do is make them drop down to the floor. So I'm going to come to frame 55 with this one, because this one came out first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this drop down to the floor from here. So I'm just going to bring it down, drop it down to the floor so that we can still see it. So I'm going to press dot. I want it to be on the floor like so. Then all I'm going to press is I, location, rotation, scale. Now I'm going to come to this one, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this one come to frame 60, let's say. Then this one also drop down to the floor. And again, you can press the little dot button to zoom in. Just make sure it's actually sat on the floor like so. And then you're just going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now let's actually check what that looks like. So if I come all the way back now, press the space bar, bang, bang, then drop down. Exactly what we're looking for. You can see one drop down before the other one. That is exactly what I want. All right, so on the next one, what we're going to do is we're going to actually get these to go back to where we started from. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come to our arrows, and what we need to make them do is basically disappear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to, let's say, frame 61, because they've just dropped down. So if you look, they drop down. Now from here they can actually disappear pretty much as soon as they drop down. So let's say 5 frames. So what I'm going to do is, and I'm just going to check this one. And you can see here, this is at frame 55. So we'll have them both actually on frame 65 disappearing. So how do we make that happen? So the first thing we do is we come to frame, let's say 64. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale, and then click this one and click I, location, rotation, scale. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to frame 65. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press S and 0 and then enter. And the reason we're doing that is because we actually want it to disappear basically, to 0, nothing. So we can't actually see it because you can't actually turn it invisible. So the next best option to actually do this is actually just to decrease the scale down to absolute 0. And that's what we've done. If you want to get it back, all you can do is you can come over here, put in 1, 1, and 1 like so. Enter, and there you go, it's actually back. But we don't actually want to do that, of course. So S0, and then just press I, location, rotation, scale. Now let's come to this one. We've already got the keyframe in for our scale, so we're just going to press S and 0 like so and put it back. Now what we want to do is now we want them to come back to where they was placed before. So all I'm going to do that is I'm going to come and grab this one here. So this is the keyframe where they were right over here in the beginning. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move that to frame 67. And the reason I'm going to do that is because we can see the scale of this is scaled at 65. So let's bring it over. So Shift D, put this on to 67. Zoom in if you really want to see it. So this is 67 here. And then what should happen is, as you'll see, if I press spacebar now, it will come and disappear and be straight back in there as you saw. So bang, straight back in there. That is what we're trying to do. Now let's come to our next one now. So this one will be on the floor here. So if I can grab, let's come out, zoom out a little bit, not that one there. So again, we're struggling now to see where this one is. So if I press B though, hover over it, hopefully grab this one. Now I can't actually grab it at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the right hand side. I'm going to see where my pose is. We've got a root bone and then we've got 2 bones here. So we want the left bone here. So once I click on that now, you can see that we've got this out again. So again, now what I want to do is I want to put this. So what I've got this one, you can see on this one, we've got this bone over here brought in to 67. So I need to now go to my left bone. And what I need to do is I need to grab this, Shift D, bring it all the way over to 67. And now what you should happen is, as you can see on 67, it's back there. So now, if I put this back here, both bones disappear, and then they're back there, as you can see. So let's just run through this now. So if I press spacebar now, 2 arrows go out, drop down, disappeared. Now you can see that we saw the bone kind of go over. Now what I would do here is I would just come in to our bones. So instead of doing that, I would press tab. So then go to object mode, hide out my actual bones out of the way now. So I'm going to hide my rig like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press spacebar, and I'm going to look at it in real time now without the bones. So if I press spacebar, bang, bang, drop down, disappeared. Now we did see them zoom back there. If you saw that, you can see them zoom back. Now, we don't actually want that. So what we need to do now is we need to press Alt-H, bring in our bones, because we don't actually want to see that. We need to fix that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my bones again. I'm going to go to pose mode. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this bone here first. And what's happening is, in real time, you can see that as it comes back, it actually starts scaling up. And that is not something we want. So what we want to do is we want to press S0 and then press I, location, rotation, scale, and then come to this one, and we're going to press S0 and then I, location, rotation, scale. Now there shouldn't be anything now, because there's only 3 frames here, and they're going from this place here to this place, and they're not changing in scale. So now if I come round and I just check this now, it's important that we check this on this one, because, you know, we're just learning actually how to do it. And then hide this bone out of the way, and now come back, and we shouldn't see anything. So what we're going to do now is we're going to fire them down there, bang, bang, drop down to the floor, complete the disappear, and then go straight back into there. That is exactly what we want. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to press Alt-H, bring back our bones. And then what I want to do now is, at the moment, we've got this at round about 70. So what we can do is now we can actually come back to pose mode. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this one. And if it's on 70, we can get kind of 4 lots of these out. But do we want them actually repeating all the time? Or do we just want them repeating twice in 150? In other words, I'm going to grab all of these first. So we've got the right bone. So I'm going to grab all of these like so. I'm going to press Shift D, and I'm going to bring them up to 150, something like that. And then what I'm going to do now, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So we've got 300 frames. So what I want to do really is I want to divide these up between them. So I'm going to grab all this. I'm going to move it up now to 300, something like that. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab them again. So Shift D. I'm going to place them somewhere in the middle, round about there, something like that. All right, so let's see what that looks like. So I'm going to press spacebar. Bang, drops down, disappears back. Stays there, bang, drops down, disappears back. So there you go. Now what you can do is you can come to this one. I'm going to grab everything with A. Not sure actually why those bones are in this one. I think it's from the other one. So I just want to make sure that I've not got these bones in. So I'm going to grab this bone. I'm going to hide it out of the way. Then I'm left with just the bones now to this one. Now what I can do is I can see that it comes up to here. I should be able to, I think, delete these bones out of the way. So I think what it is I had the other bones grabbed when I actually copied it over, and that's not something I want. I only want to do the left bone now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, grab all of these, just delete them out of the way. And then I'm hoping that now, even though I've done that, let's have a look. Let's press spacebar just to make sure this one's working. So you can see it comes back, fires out again, drops down, comes back, fires out again, drops down, back. And there we go. That's exactly what I want. So now just dealing with this bone, the left arrow, I can actually press A, Shift D, drag them all the way over to 300, like so. Just make sure they're there, around 300, and that's perfect. And then I'm going to grab them again, Shift D, and drop them right in the center, like so. Now they should be pretty different from each other. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually double tap the A here. I'm going to make sure I've not got everything. I'm going to go to object mode like so, hide the bones out of the way, put it back to 1, and now let's watch and make sure that's working properly. Bang, bang. And you can see before we actually want to duplicate it, the main thing is, there you go, and they're actually in a actual loop now. The main thing is that we want to make sure the initial animation is actually perfect before we actually do anything else. And that's the main thing. You don't want to be duplicating things if you've not sorted out the keyframes properly, if you've not sorted out the interpolation mode or anything like that. So everything wants to be right. Now, the other thing now, as you can see, is that these actual animations are running independently from each other. And the reason for that is, of course, is because we've got separate armatures, which brings me to my next point. The one thing we have forgot to do so far, if I bring this back in, is rename our armatures. Again, never leave your armatures just called armature and then armature 01. It's not going to work if you send it through to Unreal Engine. There will be a point in time, I guess, when it does work, but at the moment in time it doesn't. So let's come to this armature first. And what we'll do is we'll call it bike rig. And then we'll come to this one and we'll call it arrow rig. Like so. All right, let's put both of those up. Both of those are working now. And then in the next lesson, I think we will let's deal with these ones first, because this is a few bones on this. And then I think we'll move over to something a little bit to do with weighting maybe, or maybe even this vibration on here. But we'll work on these actual stone steps next. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that. See you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so let's come to the stone steps. As I say, this is broke up from all of the other parts, so that's fine. And the first thing we're going to do is press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click to origin to geometry, and then what we're going to do is Shift S, cursor to selected, Shift A, and let's bring in our first bone. This, of course, will be the root bone. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to rotate it around, so RX90. Doesn't matter which way around it's facing. I'm going to probably face it around that way or something like that. And then I'm going to go over and rename this. So we'll call it stepping stone rig, like so. All right, so now what we need is more bones. So the first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 bones in this. So the easiest way to do this is just to press tab. And then the moment you bring a bone in, it's going to appear here, of course. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to bring them all in. So I'm going to press Shift A, and then Shift A, and then Shift A. We hopefully should be able to see now these bones actually appearing. So we need 8 of them. We've got our main bone, which is the root bone, and we need another 8. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like so. All right, so now we might as well go and name them once we've actually got them in place. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come to my actual stones here. I'm going to press tab. I'm going to grab this one, press Shift S, cursor to selected, come back to my bones now, tab, grab this bone. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift S and selection to cursor. And there's our first bone. Now I'm going to come to the next one. So again, it's just a tedious way of doing it, but this is the easiest way to do it. Cursor to selected, back to your bone. Grab your bone, Shift S, cursor to selection to cursor, keep offset, and now the next one. So just let's go through this now. It literally is point and click at this point. So come to this one, L, Shift S, cursor to selected. Grab this one, Shift S, selection to cursor. And the reason we're doing it this way, by the way, is because we want these bones to be independent. In other words, we want these bones basically to be coming from each other. In other words, we want to have control over actually how they're going to work each of these steps independently. If we wanted all the steps coming up at the same time, that would be a lot easier. So, but we have gone for the harder route, and now we've just got to put a little bit more work in to actually doing this. So cursor to selected, grab your bone, Shift S, and selection to cursor. I mean, all told, it probably only took a few minutes anyway, so not too bad. So cursor to selected, grab the last bone, I'm hoping. So Shift S, selection to cursor, offset. All right, that's all the bones done. Now, the next thing we want to do is make these actually bigger. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of pivot myself here. I'm going to press B, grab all of these bones. I want to make sure that I'm making them bigger individually. And then what I'm going to do is S, bring them up. And the reason I'm doing that, of course, is just to make sure that we're not, losing. We can actually see what we're actually doing. Now, the other thing is that I'm noticing is if I put this plane back on, I actually need this plane on. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up my light and plane. And the one I want is this plane here. So I'm just going to actually bring that out into my main rig. So I want it, let's have a look. I'm going to just pull that out and I want it to be out of here. So I'm just going to bring it out now and just drop it in the bottom of there like so. And now you can see that's there. And the reason I want that in, I'm just going to move it up above this one. I'm just going to bring it all the way down to the bottom, hopefully. Bring it down there. I don't want it right in there, so I'm having a little bit of trouble. Just position in there. What? Can we bring that down? Yeah, for some reason. I don't know how to move it. Move up. Is the one that says move up? No, there's not. I don't know. Okay, I'll give up on that for now. It's not that important. Right, let's come to our bones then. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to come to our bones. I'm going to rename this one to root bone. So root and then bone like so. And then I'm going to come to this one. I'm going to call it step 1. So F2, we'll just call it step 1. So step bone, and then we'll just call it 1. So what I'm going to do now, I'm leaving that little space, Control A, Control C, and then coming to the end, pressing 1. That then will speed up your workflow. So now if you press F2, press Control V, and then just put in 2, and there you go. You can see how easily that is now to be sped up. So Control V, 3, Control V, so F2, F1, F2, Control V, and then 4. Now let's keep moving along. So 5, F2, Control V, and 5. So F2, Control V, and 6, 7, and finally the last one, which is F2, Control V, and 8. And there we go. All right, so now we've done that. Let's actually start putting these together. So I'm going to grab all of these, like so. I'm going to grab my root bone, Control P, and keep offset. And there we go. Now let's come in and weight these up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to this now. I should have all my bones named, but no, I've not, because I need to first of all grab this here. So grab my object, grab my bone, Control P, and with empty weights. And now if I click on these, we've got all of our bones in, including the root bone. All right, so now what we need to do is just assign the bones. So basically, first of all, I'm going to grab them all. I'm going to come to my root bone, so the top one, and I'm going to remove all the weight, of course, like we've done many times. Now let's come to bone 1. So I'm going to come to this one, press L, grab all of this, step bone 1, click assign. Let's come to this one then, step bone 2, click assign, and just work your way down. Step 3, click assign. I'm going to also, if I can I pull this down a little bit? Or anyway, there we go. Now we can see what we're doing. Now let's come to the 4th one, assign, 5th one, assign, 6th one, assign, work your way down through all of these, click assign. Now let's see if they work, the moment of truth. So we'll come to our bones, come to our pose. Let's grab this one. So that one works. Just test them. So all you're doing is pressing G, right click to drop them back, like so. So just making sure they all work before carrying on, because the worst thing is that they don't all work and then you've already done all of this work. So let's press G, making sure they all move. Perfect. All right, that's exactly what we want in the beginning. Now what we want to do is we want to actually come, you can see here, it's actually pointing a keyframe. I don't actually want that in, so I'm just going to grab them all, press delete, because I don't actually want a keyframe in on something I don't want. So now what I'll do is I'll grab this one. I'll come to frame 1, and let's say they disappear every 5 frames or something like that. Let's start with that. So in the beginning, we don't want any to disappear. So basically, we want them all to stay here. Now, I don't actually want to keyframe my root bone in or anything like that. I just want to keyframe these in. So all I'm going to do then is grab them all and press I, location, like so. We're not doing anything with the scale here or anything like that. Now what I want to do is I want to drop them down, let's say every 10 frames. So we've got 10 and we've got 40. So at the 40th frame, I want this one to have dropped down. So I'm going to come to this one. I'm going to drop it down below this point here. So let's bring it down below there, like so, and it's going to put that in. Now frame 50. let's come to this one and we'll drop this one down below floor. Now let's come to frame 60. Drop this one down below the floor, like so. Frame 70. Drop this one down below the floor, like so. Got frame 80, and you're just basically working your way along in this kind of tedious process. But when it's done, it's going to look, move that down, it's going to look fantastic. And that's what we that down below that floor. 90. Yeah. Down. And let's come to this one, 100. So bring it down. So, then frame 110. So, and bring it down. So below there. All right, I'm happy with that. Now, the moment of truth. Let's actually see if that works. So it should be, yeah, you can see at the moment that we do have a problem in that they're all going down at the same time, and that's not what we want. But we will sort that out because, trust me, it's really easy to sort out. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So let's come to our first one. So we can see if we click on this one, the problem we have is that as soon as 20's gone, they start moving in, and that's not what we want. And the reason for that is because we need to grab this 20 on each one and decide how fast we want it to move. So in other words, do we want it based over 5 frames or something like that? So all you need to do is just step back 5 frames. So if I grab this one, press Shift D, whoops, not both of them. Let's just double tap the A, grab just this one, so this one here, press Shift D, bring it up to 35, and now what should happen is, it should come up, go, 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 bang, there we go. That's what we actually want. So we want it to disappear like that. Now if it's too fast, just reduce the amount of frames if you don't want it like that. But I think for me, I'm actually happy with that. Now all you do is you just click on this one, you grab this keyframe here, and you're just going to go back to 5 frames again. So we've got 5 frames on this one, so from 40 to 35. On this one we've got from 50 to 45. So on the next one we're going to do the same thing, and all we do 5 frames again, so 55. So you can see it's actually Shift D, really quick actually to do this now. So we'll grab this one. Grab this one here and Shift D, and we're going to have it on 5 frames less. 1 D, 85. This one, grab this one, Shift D, and then finally grab this one, and then Shift D. Here we go. All right, so let's see now if that works. So spacebar, bang, 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 bang. Perfect. That's really cool. Now what we need to do is we need to grab all of these and basically invert them. So basically we're going to put this at, let's say, 120, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this one, and you can see that I need it to start coming back up from 120. So very slowly actually start inverting itself back up. So now what we want to do is we basically want to copy this and have it mirrored over to the other side. Now we can come in and do it the hard way, or what we could do is we can come to frame, let's say 110. What I'll do is then I'll grab all these, I'll press Shift D, bring them to 110, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click, and you'll have one that says here mirror, and I'm going to mirror it by times over current frame. So click on that, and there you go. Now what I'll do is I'll mirror it backwards to the other point. So if I come back now, you'll see if we notice this one, spacebar, and then it'll start popping up, and there you go, it's back to where it was, which is what we actually want. So I'll leave this on 110. We'll grab this one now, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D. I'm going to bring it up to 110, and then I'm going to Control M, because you can also use that to mirror by times over current frame, like so. Now we'll see that if we come in, should pop up independently from each other, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So 110 now. Let's go to this one. I'm going to press A, Shift D. I can actually drop them around here. It'll still do the same thing. If I right click now, I can go to mirror over current frames. There you go. You'll see it actually does it all for you. So you'll see bang, bang, bang. But you can see actually it actually came up before then. So I need to move that a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G and just move it up to 110. they're then coming up at the same time, which is not actually what I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just delete that, go back. I'm going to actually put it on 110, press Shift D, drag it all the way up to here, right click, mirror over current frames. Now it should actually work. So let's see if it actually works. Yeah, you see it's coming up too fast now. I'm not actually happy about that. So I'm thinking that if I come to this one, it's starting over frame 100 and let's have a look. Yeah, so we need it from this one to be, let's say 115, something like that. So if I come to this one now, I can drag those up to, let's say 110. No, maybe. Let's have a look. Yeah, they're coming up at the same time, as you can see. So if I press G now and bring it up to there, now it should be bang, bang, bang. You see, it's still a little bit fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it up to 120, like so. All right, so now we'll move to the next one. And what we'll do is we'll just put it on to 130. It's just going to make it easier. If I grab this one now, I'm going to grab all of these with A. I'm going to press Shift D, bring them up to 130, like so. Right click then, mirror over the keyframes. And we can see now I just need to drag them up to 130. All right, now let's have a look. There you go, perfectly. All right, so now let's come to 140. And what we'll do is we'll grab this one, A, and then Shift D, bring them over all the way. And I will have to move these as well. Let's mirror it over by value over 0. Maybe it's that one. Yeah, maybe it's that one actually. I think that's actually, no, you can you can see what's happening. So that's not going to work. So let's put it on to let's put it onto this one, and then we'll just mirror it the old-fashioned way over current time, and then G, bring them up to frame 140. Then we should have it working now. Bang, bang, bang. All right, perfect. Now let's come to this one. Again, the same thing. So what one was this? Let's have a look. 140. So we're on frame 50, 150 now, which will be this one here. All right, so grab this, A, and then we're going to press Shift D, bring them over, 150. I'm going to have to move them again anyway. Mirror, over time, and then zoom out a little bit. And G, bring them over, like so. And then let's go to this one now. So same thing again, A, 50. I'm just hoping that I mirrored that one over. I'm not sure if I did. We're going to actually put it on 160 this time. So right click, mirror, over time, and G, move them to 160. And then finally the last one. I think we've just messed up on one of them, I think. So what I'll do is now 170, like so. Then I'll just grab all of this last one, and then A, Shift D, bring it all the way over, right click, mirror, over time frame, and then G, move them all the way up, like so. All right, so now let's see what these actually look like. So let's see if we've actually missed one. So it should be bang, bang, bang. There actually should work properly. There you go, they're popping back up now, like so. All right, so I'm really actually happy with that. The one thing I'm not happy with is how quickly they come back up. So what I'm going to do is, if I grab them all, we can see that from, let's say, you can see that they're starting to come up before even the last one actually went down. So you can see this one here. That's not something that we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these and I'm going to move these a little bit up. Now, the thing is, if I grab this, so I'm going to grab them all from frame 90. That's basically it. So you can see, has this one dropped down? There we go. Now it's dropped down. So I need to move this one, first of all, up. So I'm going to grab all these, just move them. I'm actually going to move them all the way over here because then I'm going to have a better idea where they're going to come up from. Now, if I come to this one, I can see that they're starting from this frame here. So they're starting to already go up. Look, now they start to come up. Now they're starting to pop up. So now I can see that if I grab everything from this frame, I can move it up. So if I press A, grab everything. So from this frame, let's move them up to say 140. So I'm going to bring them up to 140 like so. Now what should happen is the all should stay down. So all stay down, bang, 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 before they start popping up, as you can see. So now what I need to do is I need to now grab these ones and put them in the right place. So I can see at the moment, we've got frame 40, 45, and so on and so on. So now if I grab all these, I need to put them at frame 35. So I'm going to drag them along. I'm going to press G, put them in frame 35. Like so. Now what should happen is, as these drop down, bang, 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 and now you can see they pop up perfectly. That is exactly what I want. And what's more as well is, when they come up, we can see now they actually wait there quite a long period of time before they start dropping down again. And we can base this already over 300 frames. Now, it might be that you want to actually have 2 of these. So 2 cycles of these over the 300 frames, which means that these realistically need to end, well, let's say 0 needs to end around 150 mark and then restart again. So if I come to frame 1, grab them all, and then I'm going to press S, and I'm going to bring it all the way down to frame 150. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D, bring them all the way over to frame 300, like so. And now when we press A, bang, 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 that will just repeat itself like so. Now for me, that is too fast. I only want 1 of them, but I'm just showing you how to do it if you want them to have another cycle. The other thing, of course, is if you put in this on more than 300, then obviously you can have another cycle in there or something like that. The thing is, if you change the cycle that you've got now from 300 frames to 600, let's say, you are going to have to go in and actually repeat the cycle on the spikes and things like that. So there is that to take into account. Now, if you're doing a turntable or something like that, I would say the minimum amount you really want is around 500. So you can just go in and either repeat it or extend the animation. You should have the skills now to do either of those. All right, so what we'll do now on the next one is we'll actually work on the actual whip. So I'm just going to come in. I'm going to press object mode. I'm just going to also close that up now. And then what we'll do is we'll actually come to the whip and we'll actually do the same thing on here, although we'll have to use a certain amount of maybe some weight painting on there. It's not going to be so easy as what I'm saying. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. All right, let's come then to our actual whip. So we've already in the actual course done a swing cycle. We need to actually mix that now with the actual branch as well. So the first thing I'm going to do again is I'm going to press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click to origin geometry, Shift S, cursor to selected, and then let's bring in our first bone. So Shift A, let's bring in an armature. This is going to be the root bone, of course. So I'm going to move it back to something like that. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Tab, and I'm going to press Shift A, bring in the first bone. So R, Y, 90. Let's have it pointing the right way. I'm going to move it up a little bit, not with that bit, with this bit here, like so. I want to bring it out a little bit as well, like so. And then just have it like so. Now, you could actually use probably bendy bones here and have it bending a little bit, but I don't think I'm actually going to. But you do have the capacity now to actually do that, so that's great. The next thing that I want to do is the next bone is actually quite important because I don't want these these parts here moving. I just want it moving with the actual whip here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, I'm going to grab then these two here. So you can see if I grab these two here, then what I should be able to do is press Shift S, cursor to selected like so, and put it bang in the middle of there. Now if I come back to my bones, press Tab, when I bring in a new bone, it should appear right where I want it. So now all I need to do is RX 180, spin it round, make it a little bit taller, like a little bit smaller, sorry, like so. And now that should be right in the middle, and I'm just going to move it over there somewhere, just so it's a little bit more in line with my actual whip. All right, so now let's come and actually name our armature, and we'll call it whip rig, like so. And then we'll come to this bone here, F2, and it's going to be root bone. And then this one, F2, and we'll call this one branch. So I'll just delete that out of the way and call it branch bone, like so. And then finally I'll come to this one, F2, and this will be the actual whip bone, like so. All right, now let's come to our branch. Let's grab our armature, press Ctrl P, and with empty groups. Now the other thing is, of course, I need to come in now and apply these two, so make the parent of the root, so Ctrl P, keep offset, and there we go. Now let's come in first of all to our whip. I'm just going to click on my bone, so I've not got that highlighted as well. Come to my root bone, and then what I'm going to do, sorry, I've done the wrong way around. I need to come to my branch, and then come over to my root bone, press the tab button, press A to grab everything, and just remove them off. Now let's come to the branch. Now the thing is with the branch, this is the one that's going to cause us a little bit of issues, and we need to make sure that we're doing this correctly. So we're just going to leave that one for now. What I'm going to come to is the whip, and I'm going to grab all of this going all the way up. Make sure, by the way, that you're grabbing it in edge select, just to make sure that if there's any seams on there, as you can see there's a seam on there, that you're grabbing it all the way. In other words, it's grabbing the whole of the islands, not just one island that goes up to the seam. So very important that you click on it with the edge select on. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click assign 100%. Now let's come to this this middle bone here. So we want our branch bone, and what we want to do is we want to actually come in and put this onto weight paint. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to paint in where this actual bone is. So you can see I'm going to paint it going all the way over here. Now it's actually important up to a certain point that this is all red. So, and you can also see that these are also being highlighted red, and that's not something I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control Z and bring that back. So Controls, Alt Z, bring it back like so. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come in and actually hide these out of the way because I don't want those in there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this up to a certain point. So you can see branch. I'm going to come in and grab the first ones around here. So I'm just going to press C, grabbing all of these like so. And then all I'm going to do is press Control and plus on the number pad now, have them going all the way up to here like so. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click, maybe I've gone a little bit too far there. So you can see it's going around here. So Control minus to go back as well. So something like that seems fine. And then all I'll do is I'll assign 100% of the weight. Now what I can do is I can actually go in to my weight paint. I can actually minus this off now. So at the moment we've got draw. We don't actually want it on draw. We want it on to lighten, or subtract's even better. Lighten, you can see, still kind of doing the same thing. So we don't want it on lighten. We want it on to subtract. Now when I come in, should be able to subtract it off. Now you will see I'm just going to subtract these ones off just around here for now. Just get rid of most of that red like so. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to subtract this off a lot less than where it is at the moment. Now, weight painting is based on how the mesh looks like. If I press tab, you can see we've not got many subdivisions on here. So we're not going to have a lot of, you know, kind of variation in the weights or anything like that. Plus these are triangles as well. And it's not actually the best actual mesh to actually do this with, but it can be gotten away with when we're dealing with something like branches. If we were using though, you know, a character, the actual mesh, as you can see from this, would need to be much, much better. The topology of the mesh, which I'll put down on the right hand side actually and show you what good topology is versus bad topology, and then you'll actually have an understanding of that. So now let's go in, and what we're going to do is turn the strength down to something like, let's say 0.25, and now you'll see as I come in and click on this, I've actually got less strength now as I'm going around, and that is kind of what I want. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm just bringing that down just a little bit like so. Yeah, and I think that's going to be absolutely fine like that. All right, so that is what you're looking for basically. Now, the moment of truth then. So let's come in, put this back onto object mode. And now what we should be able to do is come into our bones now, put this onto pose mode. And the first thing we're going to do is grab this bone. And you can see it's grabbing all of those bones because they're the ones that are actually with this. So there is a point on this one, for instance, when you want this bone here to be grabbing everything. But the problem is you don't actually want it to be able to move anything. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come to this, back to my branch here. So let's put it on object mode, like so. And what I want to do is get this this bone, the root bone, to be dragging all of this branch. So I'm going to come into my branch. I'm going to grab all of this branch here. And what I'm going to do is the root bone, I'm going to click assign with 100% of the weight. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back now to my bones, come back to my pose mode, and now when I move this bone, everything should move with it. And that on this occasion is what we actually want, because if we didn't do that, it would just try and move this kind of branch here, and that's really not something we want. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to actually move this width first. Now, as we spoke about, at the moment you can see that these have already got something in them because apparently I've moved my timeline. So I'm just going to delete that off. Come to this one, make sure there's nothing there. come to this one, make sure there's nothing there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to frame 1. And I'm going to move the whip over, let's say, over here. So R and X, move it over here, like so. You can see it's already put that in. Now, let's see how slow we want it. So what I'll tend to do is I'll tend to come to frame 100. And I'll basically press R and X and move it all the way over to the other side, like so. Now, you'll see how slow that is. So if I press spacebar, you can see it's pretty slow. But you can see another thing is the weight is actually perfect on there. So now, slow that down. I'm just going to put it on frame 1. I'm going to press S and let's try putting it on something. It needs to be really divided up between 300, but you really need the other side going first and then you can divide it up. In other words, if I put this on, let's say 50, I know then if I grab this one, for instance, press Shift D, bring it to the other side, so 100, now it should be a continuous loop up to 100, as you can see. And that actually looks really nice. Now, why is that correct though? Why is it having weight? Because if I press A to grab all these, right click, go on to interpolation mode, this is already on Bezier, it's not on linear. So if yours is looking a bit jagged, just make sure that interpolation mode is on Bezier. And now what I can simply do is I can simply grab all these, Shift D, bring them up to the next one, and then Shift D again, and bring them up to the next one. So Shift D, bring them up to the next one to 300, like so. Now if I come in now, press the space bar, you'll see we have a really beautiful swing going backwards and forwards all the way up, frame 300. Now you will see that there's a little bit of jaggedness there, and to fix that, all we need to do is bring this one, G, bring it up to frame 200, grab this one, bring it back to frame 200, and now this should move in a really nice flowing way. So let's just make sure of that first. There we go. There we go. And it should restart again once we get here. And there we go, a continuous loop. All right, really, really happy with that. That's that bit done. Now what we need to do is work out from this one. Now when I move this, as you'll see, if I press R and Y, you'll see the branch moves up and down. And you can see how good that control looks now, because the end of the branch is moving much more than the actual backside of the plant. And the reason we wanted that is because it really is it's going to be much stronger around here than it is on the end of it. So now what we need to do is we need to imagine that someone is moving from over here. So they're grabbing it, moving to here, letting go, and that's when the branch moves up. So let's try and actually repeat that. So the first thing I'm going to do is put it on frame 1. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bend this plant down a little bit. So if I press R and Y, bring it down a little bit like so, and you will notice we do have another problem in that these actually should move a little bit with it as well. So we need to actually also bring that into you know, kind of moving those with it. So let's actually fix that now. So I'm going to again go to object mode, go back to my plant here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Alt H, and now I'm going to grab both of these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come into branch and just assign them. Now what I can do is press tab, go back to pose mode. Where is, yeah, on my bones, that might help. Pose mode, there we go. And now I'm going to move this, so RY, there you go, everything's moving as it should do. Now, we only want this to be very, very slight and subtle. You don't want any huge movements or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to basically bring this down. So I'm going to press R and Y, bring it down, maybe to something like that. And then this is going to be over to here now. So we already know if I click on this, it's going to be at frame 100. So frame, no, it's not. It's going to be at frame 50. There we go, frame 50. So let's come over now. And what I want to do now is at frame 50, which it's on, I want this to have moved up. Now you can see we do have a little bit of an issue with these bones here. And the reason is I think that they're actually also attached to this one here. So I'm going to come to this one and I need to take them off of this here. So you can see that we've actually got weight on these from this one. And what it's kind of doing is it's really stretching it out. And that's really not something that we actually want. So let's fix that before we finish this lesson. So we'll go to object mode. Like so, and then what I'll do is I'll come to my branch. What I want to do is on the whip, so I want to come to my whip bone. I want to grab both of these now, which are already grabbed, and I want to remove those. Now if I press tab, you'll see that still they're actually having some weight from them. So what I'm going to do now quickly, I'm going to go to weight paint and see what's actually controlling those and pulling them down. So I'm going to go to my branch, There on 100, let's go to the root bone, and there you go. It's to do with the root bone. So the root bone is actually not pushing that down with them. So I actually need to make sure that it's coming down with the root bone. So all I'm going to do now, I'm going to press tab, go to my root bone, click assign, and there you go. That has actually fixed the issue. The other thing I want to do is I want to come to object mode now. I want to hide these out the way, like so, and just make sure that my whip still looks as though it's in the place. As you can see now, it is. So whether it's up or down, it will still look as though it's in the right place at least. Well, in other words, what I'm trying to say is we're not having to move this whip up and down with the branch. It should move with it. It should look natural the way it is without doing too much work. All right, everyone. So yes, it's sometimes it can be a bit more complex than initially thought. Sometimes you actually have to go in and fix things, but it's good that we actually go in and fix these things now because you will see actually how to fix them. All right, everyone. So I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Okay, so let's now press Alt H, bring back our bones, hopefully. So Alt H, bring back my bones. There we go. Let's now come into our branch bone. So I'm going to press pose mode. I'm going to come to my pose mode, and now I'm going to do is, so we know that it's going to go from here, and it should bend down from here. In other words, it should be up here in the beginning. So as they're leaning onto this now, then it should start to come down. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this up. Now we know at frame 50 is where it actually ends. So I need to pull this up, let's say to frame 10, something like that. And then if I bring this up, frame 10. And if I pull this up to here, so from frame 1, now I'm going to do is just press Alt-R, and that then is just going to reset that. Now you can see that as they come in, that actually drops down. Now you can see it should drop down near enough up to frame 50. So if I bring this over now, so if I grab this, press G, bring it over, and now we can see that as they come down, it pulls it down. Now that's probably a little bit too slow, as you've seen. It's probably going to come to the, the lowest point much quicker than that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it back a little bit, like so. And there you go. Still probably a little bit too slow, so I'm going to bring it down to 20. Have a look at that. Yeah, that's looking much, much better. Now, as they come over and they release now, so somewhere around here, they're going to be releasing. So what I want to do is, probably around here, I'm going to keep it there. So I'm going to press Shift-D, bring it over, like so. And then as it starts coming back, I want it to flick up now. So I want it to press Alt-R and let it go back up. So now let's have a look at that. Pulling over. There you go. Now we want that to restart now from this position here. So we can see that's going to be on frame 100. So now I'm going to grab all of these, press Shift-D, bring them over, like so. Then we're going to go to frame 200. And we're going to press Shift-D again and bring them over to frame 200, like so. All right, let's give that a try. Let's also come in, object mode, hide our bones out of the way, and let's actually have a look at what that looks like. So there you go, drops down, clicks back up, drops down, clicks back up, and then drops down, clicks back up. So you can see someone grabbing this thing, swinging over, let's go. There you go. That's exactly what we're looking for. All right, so that's that bit. That looks really, really nice. What I'm going to do now, I'm just going to go back to frame 1. I'm going to press Alt-H and bring everything back. And now what I want to do is, I think we will start on this bit here just to give it some kind of movement, and then we can actually base our rocks around that. So I'm going to come to this ceiling here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that every, let's say, so we want it shaking every 100, let's say 100 frames. So we basically want it shaking twice in the 300, yeah? So we want it, if you take the halfway mark, which is 150, you basically want it to be, I would say, round about 80 and round about probably, so you can see we've got 80 from here, so that'll be 220. So the 80 mark and 220 mark is when we want it to shake. I think we should base it around there, and I think it'll be fine. So what I'll do is I'll come to the 80 mark, I'll press I, location, rotation, and Yeah, I'll just put it down as location. And then I'll come to, what did we say, 220? Yeah, something like that. Location. Yeah, I think that should be good round about there. All right, so how do we make it shake? Well, we want to actually give it some noise. So what I want to do is I want to come back to 80, maybe 75. We want it shaking for, let's say, between 75 and 85. No, a bit longer than that. So I'm going to say 70. Yeah, let's come back even a bit further. I'm going to say 60 to 100. 60 to 100. So that's 20 each side of here. So we'll do that. So let's come over. And what we'll do is we'll go into animation this time. Click that on, let it load up. Might take a little bit of time because what it will be loading up, if it does, is the materials and everything like that. So first time you click on it, probably going to take a little bit of time. And here we are. So let's come in and put it on object mode straight away. Now you can see at the moment, if I click on this, that I've got actually some animation already in there. And you can also see that at the moment, I've not actually got a root bone or anything like that in there. Now, the thing is, if you're taking this through to, Unreal Engine or something like that, then you're going to need a root bone in here. What I'm showing you is, though, at the moment that we can actually do this without actually a root bone. Now, the other thing is I can't actually click on there. There we go. It's highlighted. Just click the spawn on if you want to have it highlighted. And what I want to do now is bring in a modifier. So I'm going to bring in a noise modifier like so. And now you can see it's actually shaking like so. Now it will just carry on shaking. The reason why I've put these in here is just to have an idea of when I want it to start and when I want it to stop. So now I can zoom in either on here or on here and move this where I want to. You see as I move this timeline moves as well. So now if I come in and I said I want it to start on 60, like so, and I want it to not be there after 100, for instance. So I'm going to put it on 1. And now if you come up here, you can see restrict frame range. So if I come on here and I put frame start to be on frame 60, so start frame 60 and end on 100, like so. Now when I come in, I click on this, I get to frame 60. There you go. It starts actually doing something. Now, I need to put this on 1. So let's put this on 1. And now we'll do that again. So frame 60. And there you go. You've got all that shaking. Now remember you can decrease the strength. It might be a little bit too high. Let's put it on 0.7, something like that. We can do it again. So now, there you go. That's exactly what we want. Now we also want to make it as well on, where is it? Frame. So 20 frames less, which will be frame 200 to 240. So let's add in another modifier. So we're going to bring in a noise modifier. We're going to make sure that this is on 0.7. We're going to restrict then the frames. So restrict frames. We're going to have this starting on frame 200. And we're going to have it finishing on frame 240, like so. Now we've got 2 lots here, which should be exactly the same. So now let's come through. So should be on frame. There we go. Let's put it actually start. So we'll zoom out. Now it should shake. Frame 60. Stop. Frame 200. Now I think that this should be. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I think we can have our rocks dropping down, coming back up in that time span, and then we've got a real big gap. The thing I'm worried about is the gap. That's what I'm actually worried about. Is the gap too long? I think actually we should have it, let's say, if we move this one back a little bit. So from frame 40 to frame 80 instead. So frame 40 to frame 80. And now let's see the gap. So 40. Now you're going to have a big gap where all the rocks have kind of fell down. Have another shake then. Yeah, and I think that's going to be okay. I think having 3 in there probably going to be a little bit too much. But you can see how easy it is to actually do this. Now the thing is, you can also animate bones with noise as we went through in the rest of the course. So I'm just showing you with this one, we can simply just grab the object and actually create noise or shaking. Now we can also do that, of course, with our bones as well. So if you are taking this into Unreal or something like that, just make sure you're giving it a root bone, and then all you need is one single bone, and then put this noise on, and you'll get the same effect. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that. On the next one, then, what we'll do is we'll focus them. I think we'll actually focus on these two here. So we'll have the monkey going up and down and swapping over with this actual sandbag. We haven't actually got a lot more left now. As you can see, we've got our rocks, we've got our boulder, and we've got our monkey. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now let's come back to modeling, let it load up, not modeling, sorry, layout. So we have our timeline down there, and then what we'll do first of all, I'm going to hide this roof out of the way so I can actually get to my monkey, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to base my root bone around this here. So first of all, I'm going to come in, grab this in edge select. You can press 1, by the way, on your actual keyboard, or 2 and 3 to actually do this. You don't have to actually come up here and actually do that. What I'm going to do then is press Shift-S, cursor to selected, and then I'm going to press Tab, and then I'm going to press Control-A, all transforms, right-click to origin to geometry, and now what we're going to do is I'm going to bring in a bone. I'm going to press dot button as well, just to zoom in so I can actually move around here and see exactly what I'm doing. So what I'll do is I'll bring in a root bone first, so Shift-A, let's bring in an armature, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this around, so RX, and 90, I'm going to make it bigger, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this down on the ground, like so. Now let's press Tab and bring in our next bone, so Shift-A. This will be the bone that actually controls this actual pot here going up and down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin this round. So I'm going to grab it, R, and messed up there a little bit. So grab it, and then R, X, 90, and then R, Z, 180. Let's spin it so it's going around here. S, and what I'll do is I'll put it more in line with it, like so. Now let's bring in another bone. I think first of all, before we do that, what we should do is put our monkey actually on the actual slab here. So I'm going to press Tab, go to my monkey, and I'm going to bring him to there. So I'm going to grab him all in edge select. So L, make sure you grab his eyes. I'm going to press Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset, and then I'm just going to pull him up just so he's on the top where I actually want him. I'm going to also put him more central, like so, and I think that looks good there. Now I'll grab my sandbag as well. Make sure you've grabbed it all, and then again, Shift S, cursor to selected. That's not the right one, so let's go back. Shift S, cursor to selected. Grab your sandbag, L, Shift S, selection to cursor, and then let's bring it up, put it into place, like so. All right, so now let's bring in another couple of bones. So I'm going to press Shift A once I've grabbed my bones. So now grab my bones, Shift A, bring in one bone. So L, then S. Let's make this one a little bit smaller. And now because we're only moving our bones up and down, we can actually weight them. We need to weight them basically from the bone. In other words, I don't really want them to be, I still want them to be central is what I'm saying. So I want them to be central, but I can actually rotate them around. So what I'll do is I'll press RX 90, and then what I'll do is I'll make it smaller and then just bring it up, because this one I'll say is for my monkey. And then what I'll do is I'll press Shift D instead of Shift A and just bring it down then. And that then can be for my sandbag. So you can see I've got two bones that I've actually can grab hold of whenever I need them. All right, so now what we can do is we can actually grab all three of these bones, grab my root bone, press Control P, and then keep offset. And now we can actually go in and name them. So I'll come to this bone first, then I'll press F2. And of course, this one will be, as always, the root bone. So root bone, like so. This one will be the slab bone, so F2, stone slab we'll call it. So stone, slab, bone. And then we've got the sandbag bone, so F2. Like so, and sandbag bone. And then finally this one, so F2. And we'll call this monkey idle bone. And what we'll also do then is come over to the right hand side and we'll call this idle rig. like so. All right, everything's done. Now all we need to do is put them together. So I'll grab my monkey and my slab. I'll grab my bones. I'll press Ctrl P and with empty groups. Now what we'll do is we'll come in and actually attach some weight into these. So the first one I'll come to is my slab. I'm going to press Tab. I'm going to make sure that I've grabbed it all in Edge Select. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come now to my stone slab. I'm going to click Assign. Then I'll come to my bag. So this one here, sandbag, click Assign. And then finally I'll come to my monkey, making sure I grab his eyes again. So don't forget about his eyes. Monkey idle, click Assign. And then finally we'll come to my root bone. And basically I'm going to grab everything and then I'll just click Remove. Now let's give this a try first of all before we do anything. So come to our bones, come to pose mode. Let's grab this one. This should just be the slab, which it is. The root bone should move everything, which it does. We've got the sandbag. And then finally we've got the monkey. All right, so now we're ready to rock and roll. Now again, we can see that we've got we've got keyframes on here. We don't want them. I'm going to grab everything, come down, press delete just to get rid of those. Now let's come to frame 1. Now on frame 1, we want our actual idle to be here. So this is this here. So this one, we're going to grab this one. I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now it's over 300 and we need to swap it over twice. So let's come in and what we'll do is we'll start bringing it down, let's say around frame 60. So on frame 60, I'm going to have it on I, location, rotation, scale. And then what I'm going to do now on frame, let's say 80, we're going to bring it down. So if I bring this down to, let's say here, like so, I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now let's see how fast that actually is. So if I press spacebar, you'll see it stays there and it comes down, which is really nice. So now we know we can go on frame, let's say frame 100. So it's another 20 frames. I can grab this one then because I know that's the top one. Press Shift D, bring it over to frame 100. And now what I can do is I can come back now, press the space bar, and let's see how that's going to work. So down and then up. Now you can see there's too much of a gap there in coming up, and I don't really want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. I'm going to press G and put it on frame 120. And then I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to press Shift D and put that on frame 100 just to make it stay down there a little bit. So now you can see if I grab this, it's going to go down. Going to stay there a bit before moving up. That is what I actually want. Now we want this to come down, come up with the sand, and then come down and up again. So that's basically what I want to do. We want it to keep swapping over. So let's do that now. I'm going to grab all of this, so A, and then what we're going to do is Shift D and bring it over to frame 300. So you can see the first one. So if I bring it just to here, as you can see now that we've got a gap of 40. You can see on here we've got a gap of 40. And that is exactly what we want. Apart from the first one is going to be obviously a little bit long. I'm just going to move that up to frame 300. Now let's see if that actually works. So it's going to be monkey. It goes down, swaps with the sandbag, comes up. Sandbag's there now. And then it's going to stay there. And finally it's going to go down. Swap with the monkey, come up. Monkey's going to sit there. And there you go. That's exactly what we want. Now, the monkey needs to go down with this. So let's come now to the actual monkey. I'm going to grab my monkey. I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go now back to this one. And I can see on this one, this is at frame 60 before it starts doing anything. So I'm going to grab my monkey. And at frame 60, we're going to press I, location, rotation, scale. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to 80 now. And that is when it's at the most bottom point. So I'm going to grab my monkey. I'm going to pull him down into here. Now, if you're struggling, you can actually come in, put it on object mode and hide this out of the way. So just hide that out of the way. And then you can have a much better idea if that's actually sat on there. Now come back to your monkey. So go into pose mode, then back to monkey, bring him down. So he's sat on there like so. So now if you can see it's already keyed that in. So now if I come down, so it's going to go down. Monkey drops down with it perfectly. Now we've got a little bit of time now to swap those over. So you can see that until frame, I think, let's have a look, frame 100. So we need him to swap now with the bag. So what I'm going to do is monkey bone here. I'm going to grab this monkey bone. And now I'm going to press, so from here to here is where we need to shrink him. So I'm going to say at this one here, I'm going to keep him this size. So he should be, if I press I, location, rotation, scale. And now by 85, I want him shrank down. So S0, shrank down, like so. So now you can see that he comes down, and he shrinks, disappears. Now what I want to do is swap the sandbag over now to this one. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do the same thing with the sandbag, apart from the sandbag wants to not be starting here, wants to be starting down at the bottom. So when we come here, so the sandbag for now wants to be invisible. So if I grab my sandbag, I'm going to press S and 0, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to now come to frame, where is it, 80? So 60, it starts going down. So again, we're going to, still got my sandbag clicked on. I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. And now what I want to do is I want to bring my sandbag down to here. So I'm going to bring my sandbag down. Now at the moment, of course, we can't see where the sandbag is. So we need to actually make it to be the right scale again. So if I press Alt S, we can actually bring it back, and that will make the scale back. So now I can just bring it down to where the monkey is. I can then press S and 0, and then I can press I, location, rotation, scale. Now, as my monkey comes over, I want my sandbag to appear. So as I go up here, so from 85 here, now I want my sandbag to reappear. So Alt S, sandbag appears, I, location, rotation, scale. The other thing is, as you can see, it only pops up over here. And now as this goes up, we want it on to stay there. So I, location, rotation, scale. Let's come up then to 120. And then now we'll lift our sandbag up. So bring our sandbag up where I want it to sit. And then I, location, rotation, scale. Now let's see what actually happens there. So if I press spacebar, monkey's there, goes down, shrinks over, brings it up, and there we go. Perfect. So now what we can do now is basically we can move this over to the next part and basically duplicate that, and we should have this sandbag and this idol swapping over just like on the film. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. All right, so now what I want to do is we want to come to this part here, because we're going to look and use that to say this is where it's going to start again. So you can see it starts from here again. So basically we want to go in and copy we want to swap these over basically. So we want to actually invert them. So our monkey at the moment, as this comes down, he should reappear around here. So he should reappear here. Now we could do this in a very sophisticated way and say, hey, that's great, and you know, swap them over and mirror them and things like that. But we're not going to do that, because if we do that, we're going to actually you know, probably not get it right. So it's easier on this occasion just to do it manually. So what I'm first of all going to do, I'm going to bring my monkey back, grab that bone, and then as soon as now this pops back down, so I know once it's here, so it's 260, I know on 265, 5 here, I'm going to make my monkey appear. So I'm going to press Alt S, bring him back, and then I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now I need him to still be invisible at this point here. So I'm going to press S, 0, and then I, location, rotation, scale. All right, so far so good. Now I need my monkey to be moving up when this comes up. So I'm going to bring it up to 300. Let's move my monkey up. Frame 300. Let me just hide this one. I'm just going to take off this 1 second. I'm going to just start up there. Just making sure. And my monkey now is sat on there, which he is. So now if I press I, location, rotation, scale, the moment I move that back, that sandbag is going to go back perfectly. All right, so that's good so far. Now we've got the sandbag coming up. Then we need the sandbag going down. So we can see from frame 240, sandbag's here. So let's press I, location, rotation, scale. And then down to frame 260, we need the sandbag moving down, like so. Let's press I, location, rotation, scale. And then within that 6 frames, we need to make that sandbag disappear. So what we're going to do is now press S, 0, then I, location, rotation, scale. There we go. Now you can see my monkey is starting to move up a little bit fast, and that's not something that I'm happy with. So I need him to be on the platform down here. So sometimes you can actually go in and move the point when the monkey goes up, or you can actually add in just some frames. So on this occasion, all I'll do is I'll bring him down to here, like so, and I'll press I, location rotation scale, and now I'm hoping that it'll actually move up with it. So you can see now it goes down, monkey goes up, and there we go. Now you can see that we could have this a little bit more accurate if we wanted to. You can see it's not quite accurate. So all we need to do, if we come up, you can see he needs to be moved down a little bit. So I'm going to put him down a little bit like so. Then I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to press I, location rotation scale. And now you'll see that as he swaps over, as we come up, he's near enough in line with it now. All right, so let's give that a play all the way through. So we can see, goes down, swaps over, comes up, stays there a while. What we wanted, because we're going to have that with the monkey as well. Comes down, swaps over, comes up, stays there a while, then comes down again. All right, really happy with that. Now let's go in, and what we'll do is we'll press Alt H, bring everything back. We'll also then go back into object mode, like so. Press Alt H, bring everything back. Double tap the A, and now let's just hide the bones out of the way. And now what we'll do is we'll just press spacebar, and let's have a look at this. So thing shakes, comes up. Stays there a bit, gonna shake, drops down, so with monkey, comes up, there we go. All right, really happy with that. Now what we need to do is the rocks. Let's do the rocks first before the boulder. We'll leave the boulder to last. So first of all, these rocks, they're all in the wrong place, but we're not going to worry about that. We've got a lot of rocks here as well. Now, I would say we could either tie these rocks to, you know, the same kind of bone, or we could just make more bones. Maybe make more bones. All right. Let's grab them all. Press Ctrl J, press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click the origin to geometry, like so. Now the thing is as well that we could also use, with this, we could also use gravity on this. But the problem there is that you're going to still have the same problem where you're using gravity, but you need them to drop at a certain time. So that's probably not going to work. It's probably actually going to be better to do this manually in something like this. So now I've done that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing I did with these steps here, which requires a little bit of tediousness. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to press Shift S, I'm going to press cursor to selected, and I'm going to bring in my first bone, which of course will always be my root bone. So my root bone's here. I'm going to go over, rename the armature, and we'll call this Falling Stones. Like so. And then what we'll do is now we'll bring in another one. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Actually, this is a bit harder to count than I thought. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, so we need 16 bones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this. I'm going to then open this. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press Shift A. I'm going to press Tab and then Shift A. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 16 bones. Now, the good thing for us on this occasion is I'm going to leave all of these bones named this, except this bone here. So all I'm going to do with this one is I'm just going to call it, I'm still going to call it root bone. So I'm going to go in, call it root bone. And then what we're going to do, just leave the bone names as you want. Now, the good thing is as well, that these are near enough in the same line as these bones, so we don't really need to do anything with them. All we need to do is move them sideways. So if I press 7, in other words, and I come over the top, let's say, so I grab one and I move it over here, and then I grab the next one and move, not the top of it, I just need to press L on it, so L, and move this one over here, like so, and then I press L and I move this one over here. Now the only problem you're going to have here is the fact that these are going to be hard to see where you need to add the weight. That's the problem you're going to have. So we're going to deal with that in 1 second. So I'm going to actually place them out. So bring them over the middle, as you can see, and they don't have to be too accurate, so don't worry too much about it. get them into place. So on, open. There is. So that's great. Now what we need to do is we need to weight up these bones. So what I'm going to do now is, first of all, we have to obviously join them all together. So I'll grab my rocks, I'll grab my bones then, I'll press Ctrl P and I'll do it with empty groups, like so. Okay, so now let's go to, let's press Tab. And then what we can do is we can come now to, sorry, we need to go over first of all to our rocks, like so. And then what we can do now is we can actually come over to weight paint, like so. Now what we can do now is, instead of doing it that way, we can actually come, can we see each of our bones here? I don't think I highlighted them up. Yeah, the root bone's not being highlighted. So I'm going to have to click on each of these bones. So instead of doing that, what we'll do is we'll just come to edit mode. And what we'll do now is we'll actually come, actually we should just, easiest way to do this, our bones, viewport display, and just turn on, there it is. So viewport display, turn on the names, and there we go, the easiest way of doing it. All right, so now we know bone 002 goes to this, this rock and things like that. Now let's go back to our rocks, and then all we can do now is bone 001, which is this one here. So we can come in now, press the tab button, tab, grab this bone, make sure nothing else is grabbed. You can see another bone's grabbed here. We don't want to make that mistake. So we'll be in edge select, we'll grab this bone, and it's 001, so we'll click assign. Then we've got this one, which is 002, we'll click assign, and then basically we'll just work our way down. So 003, assign, 004, assign, and this is the lazy way of doing it. So just make sure you only do this if you think you can get away with it. Don't do it if you know, you've got some complex movements and things like that. Don't do it then, just if you can get away with it. 06. Also, don't do it if you're going to thinking about selling your model or something like that. So 08. Everything should be named at that point anyway. 09. Finally 10. Down now. So we've got this one here, which is 12. And we've got this one here, 11. We'll do that next. Then we've got this one here, which is 15. And then this one here, which is 16. Down a little bit. Do we have to go down? No, we've got 13 there. So 13, 14, and that is my bone. Now let's come to our bones again. Let's grab all of these bones. So I'm going to grab all of these. I'm going to grab my root bone last. I'm going to press Ctrl P and keep offset. All right, now all we can do is we can go to pose mode now, and now we just need to make sure that they're all moving at the same time. So if I press G, right click, G, right click, and all I'm looking for is to make sure the right bone is moving with them. And as long as that's happening, we should be absolutely fine and be ready to rock and roll. Okay. 2. Okay, and the last 2. And there we go. All right, that didn't actually take too long. Let's give this root bone a test. There we go. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that. On the next one, we will have falling rocks, and we will line them up when the actual, you know, the ceiling shakes and things like that. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Alright, so what we want to do first of all is we need to get them in a place where it's actually going to work. So first of all though, I'm going to grab all of my bones, I want to press delete and just delete any keyframes that we've got there. Next of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it onto frame 1. I'm going to bring them down then into the place where I want them. So make sure they're in a place where you can't see them underneath here or anything like that. And then we can actually leave them there now. So we know that they're just going to stay there. If I move this timeline all the way over, you can see the rocks basically stay there. All right, so now actually we can work on our actual rocks. Now, one thing we do want to do is we want to make sure that they're all in this position every time this thing shakes. So from here, we're going to grab all of these now. So B, grab all of your bones. In fact, we can actually hide this bone out of the way because we don't need that one anymore, actually. We're going to grab all of these now, like so. I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over. The moment this starts shaking, I want them all to be there. So frame 40, I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale, and now they're going to stay there. Then what we're going to do is now we're going to go over and look for when it shakes again. So we want all these bones to be on frame 200. So I, location, rotation, scale. Now basically we've got everything now that we need because we know they need to be here. They're going to shake down here, and basically at frame 300, they're going to all be back here again. So we've sorted out now where they're going to be. Now the best thing is we know that on frame 40 and frame 200, that is when they need to start falling down. So we can actually come in now and hide this part out of the way. So if I come into object mode and come in now, hide this out of the way, now what I can do is I can actually come and start making these drop down. So let's come in and put this on pose mode, and then what we'll do is now make them fall down. So we're going to have this one falling down to, now the issue is you've only got a certain amount of time to let them drop down before they need to be back up again. So that's something that you need to take into consideration. So what I want to do is I want to grab this bone, and let's say I want it to drop down to here now. So if I bring this down to the floor like so, and you can see there's already a keyframe put there. Is that going to be there? And that one looks okay. But the next problem we've got is we can see that there's going to be frame 40, frame 50, so 10 frames. So now we want another one to drop down. So we'll have this one at frame 50 also dropping down to the floor like so. And then we'll pick another one, which is this one here. And we'll have this one also dropping down to the floor like so, making sure it's in the floor. Now what we want to do is we want to move it up a little bit. So if we have it on frame 45, so we can see on frame 45, some of them start to drop. I want to grab this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale, because I want them to stay there. Now, as these ones are nearly dropped on the floor, so frame 50, I want these now to start dropping as well, but I need them to drop again over 10 frames. So we're going to put this on frame 55. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab all of these, put them through the floor like so. Okay. Now what you should have is, if we press space bars, you should have like so. You can see them all dropping down individually. Now they are a bit fast with each other, so we're going to sort that out. So don't worry, because they are too fast at the moment. But what we're going to do now, they're also kind of not broken up as well. So we need to also fix that as well. So we don't actually want them to drop like so. We need to actually have kind of some noise, but we're going to create it ourselves. Now I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that when those have dropped, so you can see it, frame 50 is when these should be here. So I'm going to grab all of these now. So I'm going to press B, grab all of these like so. I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. And then by frame 60, I want them to have all dropped down. So I want them all to drop down now into the floor like so. I, location, rotation, scale. So I know now that over these many frames, bam, 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 like so. Now what I want to do now is grab them all. And from frame 40, so I'm going to grab all of these with B. I'm going to pull these out now a little bit. Let's say we'll have it over to frame 80. Let's try that first. So you can see on here, though, I only want to grab them from here. So from here, and then pull them out with S, frame 80. Now this should drop much, much slower. And there you go. They look absolutely perfect. Now the thing is, though, they're all dropping at weird intervals. So all you need to do now is you just go to each one like this. And all you're going to do is you're going to grab this middle one, and you're just going to move it randomly, and then you'll see it actually moves in a random place. So just bring them all back to, all up to 40. Grab one of them, hide it, grab the next one, grab where it's going to actually drop, the middle one, and just move it a few frames left or a few frames right, and then we'll grab this one. One is this, I think. Oh, that starts falling straight away. So all I'll do with this one is I'll move it a few frames this way. Now it should like that. I'm going to hide that one out of the way. Grab this one. Frames this way. Hide it out of the way. Work your way down them. Hide in and move in out of the way. Like so. And by the time you get round do the, the beginning one. You've basically got them all done. Some of them you can leave as well. You don't need to move every one of them. Let's grab one and we'll move it. Yeah. Because what we can do then, we've got them like that, actually copy this. So it's just tedious for the moment, not too long. And once you've got them, as I said, pretty easy then. And the reason, by the way, we're not moving them by many frames, because if we did that, it would be dropping too fast for the eye. So that's why we're only moving them very slightly. Now let's grab this. We'll leave that one actually there. Grab that one. All right, let's press Alt H, bring everything back, and now let's have a look at that. There you go, falling rocks. Now, the next problem we've got is the fact that we need them also to fall on this point here as well. So from 200, we need to see that is when the rock's going to shake again. So what we can do now is we've grabbed them all, is grab it from here. So we're going to grab all of these. So you might as well just press A to grab them all, Shift D, and bring it all the way over. Now you can see we've got a frame here, which we don't want this, we don't need to include this frame. So all I'm going to do instead of that is come over here. Instead of pressing A, I'm just going to press B, grab them all, and then all I'm going to do is press Shift D and bring them all up to frame 200, like so. Now they should fall down, come up, then they should fall down again. Like so. Now, the one thing we just need to check now before we go on is just making sure that the level with the shaking of the roof. So if I double tap the A, like so, back, roof should shake, rocks drop, come up, and again, roof should shake, rocks drop, come up. And as you can see, they actually didn't come up then because we didn't make them come up. So let's actually sort that out now. So we know they're perfectly in line. Let's go to object. Let's hide this out of the way. Let's come now to our bones again. Let's put this onto pose mode. And now we can see that we do actually need them to come back up. So on here, look, they're all down here. We need to just grab this one here. So that's all of them, I'm hoping. So I'm going to press B, grab them all, press Shift D, and hopefully if I put this here, should make them all move back up. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. All right, so the next problem we've got is, once they're down at the floor, we need to make sure that they're all in the floor. So you can see one's lagging a little bit there, and it's already starting to come back up. That is not what we want. So we need to make sure that all of these rocks are down on the floor. So we need to grab them all now and make sure they're all in the floor. So I'm going to just grab all of these, and I'm going to make sure on frame 80 that every rock is in the floor. So I'm going to make sure, hold them down. I'm just going to actually probably put it on I'm thinking, do I need them in? I'm going to put it on 85. I'm going to make sure they're all down there by 85. So 85, make sure they're all down in the floor. Every single one of them is in the floor, like so. You can see it's already put that there. So now, let's have a look. Bang, bang, bang. There they go. They're all in the floor. Perfect. Now, let's come to this side now. And the same thing again. So we want to make sure by 145 that they're all down in the floor again. So down in the floor. There you go. Now let's try that. So bang, 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 all down in the floor. Perfectly. Now what we want to do is we need them to be all shrunk now. So also, so we can go here to 91, like so. And then what we'll do is we'll shrink them all down. So we'll press S0, like so. Now what should happen is as they come up here, they'll start, can you see them start getting bigger there? So we'll come to here and we'll just press S0, like so. Then they should pop back. There we go. Now what's going to happen is as they're coming back up, you can see they're all invisible basically, and then they pop back up, then they drop down again. Now all we need to do now is the same thing on this one. So as we get to 46, we're going to press S0, like so, and then as they come back up, you can see they're getting bigger. So I'm going to come to frame 299, S0. There we go. Now let's just see if that works. Bang, bang, bang. Shrink, come back up, pop back into place. Bang, bang, bang. shrink, come back into place. All right, let's give that a try then before the end of this lesson. So we're going to go to object mode, Alt H, bring everything back, double tap the A. We're also going to hide this rig out of the way. Then we're going to come back. Let's press the space bar. So this will vibrate. Rocks fall down. We don't see any rocks. Vibrate. Rocks fall down. We don't see any rocks again. And job's done. All right. So now at this point, you could go in and you could alter. You could either start it again. You could come in and alter how fast the rocks are falling and things like that. You could even add more rocks and things. It's entirely up to you now. You've got the skill to actually do that. So what we're going to do now on the last one is, of course, the rolling boulders. So I've left the maybe the hardest one till last, but you'll see exactly the way to actually approach this and get it done. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off, our rock, our boulder. So let's come in first of all, and what I want to do is I want to, we'll put our rock into place. So we'll just put him into place, wherever he's going to go, maybe in something like that. I'm going to lift it up a little bit. Yeah, something like that. All right, so what we're going to do is, first of all, same as we do every time, we're going to press Ctrl-A, all transforms, right-click to Origins Geometry, Shift-S, cursor to selected, like so. Now let's bring in our first bone, and it's going to be, of course, a root bone. And what we're going to call this is Boulder, Rig, like so. And then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to come in and make sure I'm on edit mode. I'm going to grab that bone, and I want to make it much, much bigger, poking out there so I can see where it is. Now I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in another bone. So Shift A, bring in another bone, and I'm going to make this one also much bigger just so I can see what I'm dealing with here. As you see, I can't actually grab that new bone. So I'm going to come in, hide the other one, grab this one, press S, and bring that one out. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this one round. So R, Y, 90, and then R, Z, 180, because I actually find a better view from here because I can see it actually rolling down there and things like that. All right, you can see that this is kind of rolled over. Don't worry about that. It makes absolutely zero difference on this. If you want to turn it straight, you can turn it straight. Let's press Alt H then, and then what we'll do is we'll name the bones. So we'll call this one root bone, as we always do. So first of all, I'm going to come in, press F2, call it root bone, like so. And then what I'm going to do is this one, I'm going to call it boulder bone. So boulder bone, like so. And now what we'll do is we'll just weight them up with our actual boulder. So boulder, bones, Ctrl P, empty groups. There we go. Now then, let's attach this one to this one. So this is going to be attached to our root bone. So Ctrl P, keep offset. And now we can actually put some weight on this. So we're going to go in now to our boulder. We've got a root bone and boulder bone. We're going to press Tab, A to grab everything because it is just one mesh. Root bone, click Remove. Boulder bone, click Assign. Let's go in now and give that a try. So first of all, let's click our bones. Pose mode. And then we'll grab our root bone. Everything should move. Grab this bone. Everything should move. Now, more importantly, let's rotate it around. So if I press R and X, this is what we're looking for. That rotation is definitely what we're looking for. All right, so now what I want to do is we want to start and put our bones into place. So first of all, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to grab this one. Yeah, you can grab, this will be the easiest way to do it, actually doing it with the actual root bone. So I'm just going to press I. I'm going to press location, rotation, scale. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to drag it across now on frame. Let's say frame 120 on this one. So frame 120. I want it to be over here. Let's say this might be too fast. It might be too slow, but we'll certainly see. So put it over here in there like so. You see that's already done for us. Now the other thing is, see if I press spacebar, actually that's not a bad pace at all. Now, the other thing is that we want it to actually start off slow and speed up as it actually moves along. So that's no problem. We also want it, though, to kind of follow down here. So at this point, as you can see, it's kind of floating in the air, and that's not what we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to frame 38 and I'm actually going to pull it down to the floor. So I'm just going to look, making sure that it's kind of on the floor. So maybe there, something like that. And now what I can do is I can actually see, is it going to float or is it going to come down? So there you go. You can see there's a part of it where it's still floating. And that's the point where we have to fix these things. So is it floating here? Yes, it is. Kind of in the ground there. So we don't actually want that. Now let's bring it down, down, down. Let's look at this one. Floating there, is it following the ground? It looks pretty good there. Let's follow it all the way down to here. Floating here. Yep, here's a little bit. So what we'll do is we'll bring it down very slightly. Then what we'll do is we'll now should have a little bit of jump up here. So as you can see, floating a little bit there. We'll bring it down. I'm going to actually, as well, to make this easier for myself, come in, hide all of these out of the way, hide all my walls out of the way. Now I can really see what I'm doing. I'm going to also hide that out of the way as well. Maybe this out of the way. Yeah, I don't want to hide that. So we'll just leave it as that. All right, so now we'll go back to folder, pose mode, this one here. And now what we're going to do is we need a little bit of a jump there. So we're going to bring it down here. And then as it goes up, it should lift up a little bit here. So we're going to lift it up. There we go. All right. So now let's see what that actually looks like. Yep. And there we go. That's looking pretty nice. All right. I'm happy with that. Now we need to actually start rotating it. So I'm going to grab this bone now. I'm going to press I, location, or rotation, and scale. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move it by here. And all I'm going to do now is rotate it. So if I press R, X, and it needs to be going this way around. So if I spin it that way, we can see it's a minus. So if I put this at minus 90, now if I move this from here, you can see it actually starts rotating, which is great. Now we've put this on frame 20, which means we can go now to frame 40 and we can press R, which one was it? X, is it? Yep, minus 90, like so. And then we can go to frame 60, then R, X, minus 90, and then frame 80, R, X, minus 90, and then frame 100, R, X, minus 90, like so. And then frame 120, where it's actually stood in there. So we've just got to be careful that we don't do that too much. So in other words, it stops around frame 110, which means that it's only going to be half of 90, which is 45. So if I press RX, minus 45. All right, let's see what that looks like. So that's rolling, rolling, rolling. You can see we're getting a lot of sliding. The reason for that is because it's not quite rolling fast enough. So you can see in the beginning, it's rolling nice. And then from this point here, it should be sped up a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab all of these. So just these ones, because we're happy with the start of it. We're going to grab all of these and just bring them in by 10, something like that. So bring them to 100 instead. And you can see them moving from there. And now we'll just put it back and we'll have a look. So go. Now you can see that's moving ton better, except the point on the end now, which it needs to move another 45 because we gave it 45. So let's put it at frame 110. And then what we'll do is we'll press RX minus 45 like so. And now let's see what happens there. Nice rolling, 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 rolling. There we go. You can see near enough perfect, except that last tiny little bit where it needs to roll just a little bit more. So I'm going to actually put it again at 45 at 120. So RX minus 45. There we go. Now let's have a look at that. And there we go. Near enough perfect. So you can see now that's looking pretty nice. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to just refine this a little bit if there's any refining to do. So is it going enough? I actually don't think that's bad at all. I'm thinking maybe it's sliding a little bit from here. So let's say from this point here. Move those by mistake. sliding because it's not quite speeding up enough. So from this point here to round about there, that's where we probably need to speed them up. So I'm going to grab it from this frame here, and then I'm just going to grab all of these and press the S button and just bring them in just a little bit. Now let's have a look at that. And there we go. That's moving much better, as you can see. Now the one thing we've got now is we have a problem when it gets to here. It needs to be rolling a little bit more. So you can see it's kind of sliding there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring that one over. See what that looks like. And there you go. You can see now it looks absolutely perfect. So I'm really happy with that. Now we might as well base this over 150 frames really, because then that will be the kind of halfway point, and then we can have it starting again from frame 150 going to 300. In other words, I've got to get rid of it now, and I've got to somehow on the next lesson get it back to here and get it then rolling again. All right, everyone, so we'll do that on the next one. I hope you've really learned a lot. I hope you're enjoying the course up to this point, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. So now what we're going to do is we've rolled it in there, as we can see. There's our boulder. So now we basically want it to disappear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have, it's there in frame 120. We're going to keep it here. So in other words, if I grab my root bone, so boulder, let's grab the root bone here. So this bone. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press I, location, rotation, scale, like so. Now I know that this root bone overrides this other bone, that's why it's called a root bone. So in other words, from 130 to 131, I can now scale this back to 0, like so. Now what I can do is I can grab all of these up to this 130 mark. So I'm going to grab them all, like so. All of those, grabbing this one here. Then I'm going to press Shift D, drag them all the way over, up to nearly the 300 mark. So somewhere like so. Now, if I come in now and I say, right, let's go there, you'll see that it disappears. And then as it starts to get there, it starts again to be that size. So we now want to say 169 S0. There we go. Now, let's see if that works. So here we go. Rolling. Rolls into there, stays there a second, pops back. There we go. Starts going again. Now, the thing is, as you saw, because I've copied that over from here, I didn't actually grab both bones. So the easiest way now is just to grab all of these bones. And then what we're going to do is we're going to press A, and I'm going to bring them up. So Shift D all the way up to 300, like so. And now let's see what that looks like. So rolling. Along to there, disappears, reappears, and it should restart. And there we go. There you go. Animated boulder. Now let's press Alt H, bring everything back. So object mode, like so. Alt H, everything comes back. And now what you should do, if you've done everything, first of all, let's take off the names of these bones, because that's kind of annoying. And then what we can do is we can come in now and hide all our bones. First of all, though, let's put them into their own rig. Their own collection. So this is basically the part of the course where we just tidy everything up. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to right click, new collection. I'm going to call it rigs, like so. Then I'm going to grab all of my rigs, drop them into there. So, and now I can hide all those out of the way. Now everything should still work, which it does. So now what I'm free to do is bring in my vines, bring in my lights and plane. And now we can actually go back to our cycles. We can come back to this simplify. What you want to do is put this on 6, put this on 1, and then put this either at 4K or 2K, whichever one your machine can handle. I want to put mine on 4K, and then finally what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to hide the lights out of the way, because I really don't need to see them. But you don't actually have to hide them out of the way over here. You can just turn them off on here. And now what we can do is we can put this onto our cycles, and then everything should be back there. In fact, we won't do this on cycles because you won't actually be able to see. You can see if I press spacebar, things start to move, but it's really, really blurry. We don't actually want that. So what we'll do is we'll put it on material mode, let everything load up, and then we should be able to press spacebar now and have everything working. So we get to have a real good view of how this is actually going to work. Now, the other thing is at this point, you could also bring in a camera turntable, and then you can see how you can get a full animation. So you've already done the camera turntable a bit earlier on the course, and now you can actually put it into action. So we can see, we'll look at this first. So it's shaking, rocks coming down, monkey goes down, sandbag comes up, shaking again, more rocks come down. As you can see, this swaps over now for the monkey. Moving on then, we've got the whip going down. You can see the little branch moving up and down. We can see that we've got a rock rolling along out of the vines, disappearing into here. Then it will reappear here and start rolling again. We can see we've got a stepping stone disappearing and then reappearing like so. I'm wondering if, I think I've hid that plane. Yeah, I've just hid that plane. Doesn't matter. And finally then, well, we've got our spikes as well coming in and out, look, like so. And then finally we've got our arrows, which are going to be firing into the wall here, disappearing. Fire out some more, hope. There we go. There's the arrows. All right, everyone. So that basically brings us to the end of the course. I hope you really enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot from it. And I hope you can actually use this in the future for any time that you come across an animation where you're not quite sure about, or you just want to, reflect on something and actually use it to remember how you actually did something. I do that a lot. So this will also be handy to me, just in case I forget, how did you do the morphing, or, how did you do the growing of vines and things like that. So really, really handy for in the future. If you could, I'd be really appreciate it if you give us a nice review, letting people know what they thought about, the course, all the good things about it and things like that. All right, everyone. So that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Happy modeling, everyone. Bye-bye.